Right, live or not? Super fast charging. Holy shit. Index. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Radiant Origins Celestial Showdown Regional, hosted by Apex Players Guild and brought to you by Glimpse 6. I am your caster for today's event, Hero Shisho. Welcome, everybody. This is going to be Singapore's first regional event since the start of Radiant Origins. We're going to be seeing both players here on the Wind Spirit, but Mirai D on the left here, actually on the Fragmented Spirits of Wind. So we're expecting that to be a level 3 deck, or maybe even something pretty interesting like a Fantasia deck instead. First, we're going to resolve both spirits entering the board, Looking Glass on the side of Big Cow, and I do see some Crux element cards in his hand, so that might be a Wind Assassin Merlin on the right here. Meanwhile, Mirai D not able to see exactly what he has, but he does have those Neos Tonoris sleeves, so that might be a little spoiler of what's to come. Draws into a dungeon guide as well. Then we are going to start off with Big Cow 1993 going first here. It starts off with Fairy Whispers, pretty simple. Turn 1 play, looks at the top 3 cards of his deck, glimpses, and then tries to find a win card, but does not. I think I saw a Crux card and an Incapacitate, and we'll just leave them on the top, revealing a Angelic Channeling, which is going to be one of the new cards in RDO. Going to be a very, very powerful floating memory card that Big Cow can use later on to firstly banish some of his advanced element cards, as well as give himself some floating memory, and then draw into memory for each advanced element card banished this way. Later on, he will then put them at the top of his deck when he hits level 3. What else is Big Cow going to be doing this turn? He does have a few other options. This is going to be the Obelisk summoning card, I believe. We are going to see what that ends up doing. So we'll, of course, summon a Memorite Obelisk. And then, what else will it be doing? Does give it a buff counter as well. Now, he is going to summon this 1-2 Obelisk because of the 1 Sheen counter on it. And later on, when he does get to put more Sheen counters onto this Obelisk, he will, of course, get to buff it up further. So I believe that was Silvergale Obelisk's Call. This is a new RDO card. A simple 2-cost fast speed, summon a Memorite Obelisk token with a Sheen counter on it. So that is why you're going to see that Obelisk counter. And it actually looks like this is going to be at the end step of Mirai D. No, this is... Mirai D is going to just full pass his turn, didn't do anything at all. Meanwhile, Big Cow is going to level up. Did play, and I believe that's undeniable truth, to have that for the level up. That is actually going to be... no, it is going to be banished from the memory to go to level 1. Here is the Merlin level 1 now. Now, we'll also get 1 point of damage onto Mirai D with this Memorite Obelisk, and passes the turn with his entire hand up. Big Cow 1993 does have the mastery on the board now as well. So when Mirai D recollects with 3 or more cards, he does get to put a Sheen counter on the opposing champion, and that is exactly what happens here. Mirai D gets a Sheen counter after using his backup charger to draw an additional card into his memory. Now, he did have a dungeon guide in his hand, but we don't know if he has any other good plays to go up to level 1 just yet. I do see some advanced element cards here, so that is going to be late game play. But in the meantime, how is he going to get up to level 1 or 2? Does he have his own Angelic Channeling? That might be helpful. But speaking of Angelic Channeling, here is the Angelic Channeling from Big Cow 1993. We'll now proceed to show Pendragon, as well as another Crux card into the banish. And then draws 2 more cards into his memory, puts Angelic Channeling into the trash, and we might see him go up to Merlin level 2 here. Or even just go for a Prison Spire Scepter, also a fantastic play. Will be able to draw a card into the memory. But first, he will... It looks like he has casted a spell. So he does, because Angelic Channeling is a spell, he does get a 1 point onto this Memorite Blade. And we're going to see the Prison Spire Scepter now going to be used by Big Cow. Going to put 3 cards into oh, he doesn't have 3 cards in memory because of the angelic channeling. So we'll just play the Prisoner's Fire Scepter, get the Sheen counter onto the opposing champion, and then just recollect here. 1 damage now onto Mirai D with the Memorite Obelisk, and also 1 damage from the Memorite Blade. Mirai D is looking to respond to the second attack from Big Cow 1993. It is going to be just Zephyr going to suppress this weapon. It also does lose the power on it, I believe, because it is now going to be suppressed. But there is going to be a reaction from Big Cow. He might actually... He's holding on to Incap. He is going to incapacitate this Zephyr. But I honestly think this is probably still okay for Mirai D. He's not really threatening lethal with this 1 damage. So he might just say, okay, yeah, sure, you can keep the 1 damage onto me. The important thing is that if Big Cow lands this attack, the Sheen counters get to go on to the Fractured Memories. And here's a Veiling Breeze now, so Mirai D doesn't want to take this damage at all. So we'll have the Veiling Breeze is going to be on the stack. Incap does resolve on the Zephyr. Veiling Breeze though will protect Big Cow from the damage, and therefore the Sheen counters do not move. In case you've forgotten, on champion hit, you may move all Sheen counters on your hit champion, on the hit champion, to your Fractured Memories. When 3 or more counters are moved this way, deal 3 damage to your champion. So that means Mirai D actually prevented 4 damage total. Here now is the Purifying Turbo, removing that Angelic Channeling, but look at how many cards Mirai D is going to recollect. There's going to be a lot of Sheen counters. Yeah, Big Cow just reminding you here, it's going to be 8 cards, so 2 Sheen counters more added to this Fragmented Spirit of Wind. Mirai D still at level 0 here. Might be in a bit of a pinch. Has already taken 2 points of damage, but 2 points is not that much. We'll see what he ends up going for here to go up to level 1 next turn. And also to prevent more damage from Big Cow's Merlin. Here is the Dream Fairy now, getting rid of this Memorite Obelisk. But it is a token, so it will just go into the void, will not go into the memory of Big Cow 1993. Is a summoned token, was not played from the deck itself. Now, we are going to see the Dream Fairy resolve. Notably, because the Memorite Obelisks are usually not played from hand, Dream Fairy doesn't really affect future Memorite Obelisks being played, but additional cost. And then we will recollect. He is down to pretty low on overall influence at 5 total only. And Mirai D, I think, does not want to take this 4 damage from the Merlin attack plus the Sheen counters moving off. But let's see if Mirai D has any response. Might have another Veiling Breeze. Is putting 1 card into the memory here. It is going to be another Veiling Breeze. Does Big Cow have a response? He does not. So just showing a Displace and a Calming Breeze actually in order to prevent this swing. So maybe a Calming Breeze would have been a better way to prevent the next attack. But it's just going to use that Veiling Breeze, making sure that he doesn't take any further damage this turn. And then let's see if Big Cow has anything else in response to this. Mirai D now though, going to pay an additional card to reclaim his Dream Fairy. So that is going to be the floating memory he uses to go up to level 1. But the Sheen counters are going to keep building. He's already at 5. He's going to recollect with 6 cards in memory. Tonori's level 1 hits the board. On enter gains Taunt. 2 Sheen counters should be added to Tonori's. There is going to be a total of 7 now. He also draws into Scatter Essence in the main deck. So with Fractals and Fantasia being fairly common now, in particular Razorgale Arizona, for example, that is going to be a pretty common tech you will see into many main decks now, the Scatter Essence. It's floating memory and also gets rid of target Fantasia. Looking at the board states now, Mirai D has nothing on the board, but neither does Big Cow, and I think influence-wise, he's doing fairly well for himself. We can assume that he's going to be on that Lost Providence, because he is going to be on Fragmented. And now, I believe that is going to be the Infinite Scintillation from the side of Big Cow. That will move all Sheen counters from the target unit to your Fractured Memories, then deal 1 plus X damage to a unit. where X is the amount of counters moved that way. That means that this Tenoris is going to be taking 8 damage with those 7 Sheen counters moved. And that moves a total of 8 Sheen counters onto the Fractured Memories as well, which is going to be quite a scary prospect for Miraidi later on in this game. We're going to see what ends up being Big Cow's next move. Does have quite a few options still, but is a little bit low on influence, all things considered, for a win deck. The angelic channeling that he used earlier, removed by the Purifying Terrible. Infinite Scintillation now going to be used to level up. What is going to be his play after the level 2? It is going to be the level 2 first. What else will it be? Merlin level 2 now. He doesn't have that much hand left in order to go to Merlin level 3. I think it's a little bit difficult for him with his current influence. He also hasn't used his Prison Spy Scepter, but that might be the way that he levels up. So he is going to use the Merlin level 2 effect first. So because he has so many Sheen counters on his Fractured Memories, he's able to draw a card and put a prep counter on Merlin. Because of how many Sheen counters there are, he only needed to pay 1. He also got to put 2 Sheen counters onto Miraidi's champion. And that is going to be another... Oh no, this is a different way to summon Obelisk, I believe. And with level 2 Merlin, he is going to imbue this as well. Now, another Obelisk does make its way onto the board. And this time with 2 Sheen counters, continuing to deal more and more damage into Miraidi. Remember, he's already taken 8 damage from the Infinite Scintillation. I believe that was Crystalline Awakening? That's right, Crystalline Awakening summons a Memorite token with a Sheen counter on it, and if it's imbued, summons and has an additional Sheen counter onto it. Now, we're gonna see, is that Wayfinder's map? No, it's not. These Tenoris cards, I honestly very rarely see. But is going to be able to draw on enter for this. Does pay with Calming Breeze. Gets a counter onto it as well. Now we are going to go into our turn. Because there's 4 cards in the memory now, there is a Scout the Land first, but because there is 4 cards in the memory now, once Miraidi recollects, he gets another Sheen counter onto his champion. And I believe that's actually Tithe Proclamation. It's a new art for Tithe, which is why I did not recognize it. That is indeed the FTC Tithe Proclamation. When did this get reprinted? As a promo. I see. Okay. Well, that being said, Miraidi though, still going for the Scout the Land, and then now picks up a Windmill Engineer off the top as well. He is actually in quite a bit of danger, I would think, because he's already taken, I want to say, 12 points of damage total from all of the Sheen plus the Memorite Obelisk, and with 4 Sheen counters on his champion, he is going to be threatened by the Big Cow's attack next turn with this Inert Sword. And that'll be another 5 points of damage, putting him in very, very close to lethal range. But we did see he had a Calming Breeze in hand earlier. I wonder if that's the one that was banished for the Tithe Proclamation. He might have another one in hand, we'll have to see. Now, what else does Miraidi have in the tank? He's still at Tenoris level 1. This Fragmented Spirit not doing what he really wants it to do right now. And of course, with level 3 Merlin on the table in one of the following turns, we might even see the new Silvergale Monstrosities call from Big Cow. It is going to be an Exalted Wind card that summons a Memorite Obelisk token, and if it's prepared, you can move any amount of Sheen counters from your Fractured Memories onto any amount of allies named Memorite Obelisk, and you can see 8 counters on that Fractured Memories right now. If the 4 counters from Mirai D also move Dungeon Guide up to level 2, Mirai D not able to use the secondary effect of Tonoris to have that +4 on his next attack. But I think he is just trying to get up to a healthy amount of life remaining. Does get +5 effectively because of Tonoris level 2's overall base. Here's a displace now, going to be used onto this Dungeon Guide in order to go back up to level 3 now. So does get to go from level 1 to level 3 this turn. And here we are. Let's see which Tonoris he goes up into, because there is going to be 2 different Tonoris level 3s that he can level up into. And I believe this one is going to be the Creation's Will, I believe. I see a sword. It should be Creation's Will. So that's also immediately materialize, activate the Lost Providence. In Tonoris Creation's Will, if you would summon 1 or more tokens, you may summon that many Oro Steel Greatsword tokens instead. Token weapons you control also have sacrifice this object. Target weapons gets +X until end of turn, where X is this object's power. So he will be able to use tokens to summon Greatswords, and I believe the way this deck functions is that it uses the new Wind Exalted card that summons 1 of each herb to summon 6 tokens, and then he immediately gets 6 swords. I need to recall the name of that card, but I will let you know what it does later. Meanwhile, on Big Cal's side, he just goes for the Purifying Turbo, and then will just swing in with the Memorite Obelisk that he has on board. Now is going to go for a Champion Swing with the Inert Sword, and trying to threaten 2 + 3 damage from the Fractured Memories as well. Remember, Mirai D has both the Lost Providence as well as the Spirit Fragment available on the board. He wasn't able to draw with the Spirit Fragment last turn because he did go Fairy Whisper, Scout the land plus draw for turn. But this turn, sorry, not Fairy Whispers, but a Tithe Proclamation, Scout the land plus draw for turn. Fairy Whispers does not count as a draw for Tithe Proclamation. It is going to be a swing for 2 with Merlin, and the Shin counters now are going to be moved from Tonoris to these Fractured Memories, which means there's going to be 12 total counters on the Fractured Memories now. That is going to be pretty scary, I think, for Mirai D, but there is still no level 3 from the side of Big Cal just yet. But he's putting 3 cards down. Might be a Dungeon Guide. It's not going to be. Just going to Purifying Turbo. During the main phase, actually, draws a card into his memory, and now he has 4 cards in Mem. Will be able to level up to 3 next turn. Big Cal 1993. At the opponent's turn, Mirai D now going to draw a card with the Spirit Fragment, allowing him to play around this Tithe Proclamation. Now Scout the Land is going to be played as well, so gets yet again another draw. Now he also gets to choose the top 3 cards that he will draw off of his turn, as well as this Lost Providence. Now what is left in the material deck for Mirai D? Is it empty or is it off the board? I'm not sure. I believe it should be off the board. There's no way it's been 12 turns yet, right? So it is going to be another materialization here. It is going to be the Safeguard Amulet. I believe that is the event pack alternate art of the Safeguard Amulet. So very, very nice. Lost Providence is going to be used. Pre-Recollection. Let's put 1 counter on the Safeguard Amulet, not the type. But yes, 1 draw has been done. Only 1 Shin counter, because there's only 3 cards in memory right now. But does he have the card that will allow him to summon 6 Oro Steel Swords right here, right now? Let's see if he has it. It is going to be such a key part of his game plan here. This is such an interesting deck because of the new support that you would never think is actually for the Tonoris, but it is going to be. So let's see what it's going to be. Does have quite a number of options in hand, of course. Right now, influence at I think 7. Pretty safe number to just hold up some interaction as well. Next turn, we're expecting Big Cal to go up to level 3. And I believe it is Apothecary's Harvest is the skill I'm thinking of. It is a 3-cost Wind Exalted card that summons 1 of each herb, which will be, of course, very, very scary for Mirai D to deal with. for Big Cow to deal with. Actually, Mirai D will be summoning the 6 herbs. Big Cow though is threatening to go up to Merlin level 3, and on enter, you can put a prep counter on your champion and also banish a Regalia card from your material deck and draw a card. So that will allow him to use that Prison Spire Scepter that's already on the board. He will need to go to Shin 24 plus to use the following effect though. Right now he's only at 14. That's actually not that far off. I think he could probably reach that in another 2 or 3 turns. But the scary thing here is definitely going to be if he gets to resolve the new Silvergale Obelisk's Call, because that will definitely be curtains, I think, for Mirai D on this Tenoris. Silvergale Monstrosity's Call. Mirai D in the tank for a bit, has to decide what is going to be the best play here. It's just going to deal 1 damage to the Dungeon Guy and then just pass over the turn back to Big Cow 1993, who will now go for... Could go for the level 3 like mentioned, but might just end up with the backup charger. His influence really not where he wants it to be right now. Does have a Vorpal Sword, but no Cheshire Cat, so may not be the best play right now. I think really wants to build his influence if possible, but is just going to go for this Vorpal Sword. I don't believe there was any floating memory in Mirai D's graveyard, but there could have been. Here is a Surveil the Winds now removed for Big Cow 1993. Will proceed to recollect and draw, and I did see an Angelic Channeling in his hand, so that might have been why he chose not to go up to level 3. Oh, he actually has a Dungeon Guide in hand as well, so that could be why he chose not to go up to level 3. And he might be going to do that now. Does have a Protector at all costs, which is going to be put down as well. Angelic Channeling is not going to be put down into memory, which is interesting. First, we're going to swing with this Obelisk, putting another 2 damage onto Mirai D. And now Champion is going to swing with this Vorpal Sword. Palvor Sword, sorry. Palvor Sword will do another 2 damage and move the Sheen counters. There's only 1 Sheen counter though on Mirai D's Champion at the moment. So the 2 damage does connect. Let's him move 1 more Sheen counter to Big Cow 1993's Champion. Only has 1 prep counter, so actually isn't threatening Silvergale or Monstrosity's Call just yet. But we'll go into the Dungeon Guide now to level 3. Does Mirai D have a Stifling Trap to negate this on enter effect? He does not, so we'll just have to allow Big Cow 1993 go up to level 3 now. Is going to get to put a Pendragon on the top of his deck as well, because of the effect of Merlin. And let's remember first, the level 3 will enter the board with the 13 Sheen effect, will allow himself to banish a Regalia. So that is going to be the Excalibur, I believe, banished into the banishment. And then we are also going to see... that's not Excalibur, it's a different weapon. And then we are going to see the Angelic Channelings effect happen as well. So the Pendragon will make its way back into his the top of his deck. I will assume. So he does draw before he puts the Angelic Channeling cards on the top of his deck. I believe that should be the correct interaction. And the card that's banished just now is actually Vorpal Sword. So he does have both the Palvor and the Vorpal Sword in his material decks. So most interestingly, it's he will be able to wake up Merlin if it swings into a ally. So it does play around intercepts and whatnot, but has not happened just yet. Now we're going to see a Neos Element card played by Mirai D. And it looks like that does allow him to start summoning some of these Oro Steel Great Swords, which is going to be, of course, a big win condition for him. It is going to be the Sentinel Fabricator here. Pays 3 to summon an Automaton Drone token. And that's going to be 1 sword for Mirai D. So every turn has to pay 3 to summon this sword. Let's see, is it going to be... Oh, there it is! 6 tokens are about to be summoned for the side of Miradi. Finally hits it. But is it going to be allowed to resolve? It is not. Incapacitate is going to deny the big swing there from Miradi. No 6 hertz for you. Oh no. That could have been crazy strong, but unfortunately just is not going to be allowed to do that for free. Unfortunately. It is going to be a swing with the Aura Steel Greatsword still into the Memorite Obelisk here. And with the Memorite Obelisk effect, it does allow the Shin counters to go onto the Fractured Memories instead on leave. So 15 now on the Fractured Memories. And we're going to see the materialization of the Luminous Quartz from the Recollection. With Shin 12 plus, you are able to remove a preparation counter from your champion, and then you are able to, as a spell, deal 1 plus X damage to target unit, where X is the amount of Shin counters on it. So right now, there's no Shin counters on Miraidi's champion. Oh, there's one Shin counter on Miraidi's champion. So Mika will be able to deal 2 damage per turn to Miraidi. Is fairly threatening, but remember this sword has to be rested in order to use its effect. But Big Cow still does have quite a bit of damage represented. Does he have something like a Calming Breeze here in order to protect himself? Actually is going to go for the Safeguard Amulet right away instead. So we'll just deny that bit of damage. Meanwhile, Big Cow 1993 will go for a swing here with the Dungeon Guide, and maybe with Champion as well. Big Cow also holding on to an Innervate Agility in hand, so we'll be able to play around one of Miraidi's big swings later on with those Aura Steel Greatswords. The Apothecary's Harvest was denied last turn, but let's see if he can try to get it back the following turn. I also do see Spirit Blade Ascension in the hand of Big Cow 1993. He's going to be swinging with, I believe, the Vorpal Sword. Well, right now he's rested the weapon. You do still get to swing with rested weapons because it's not a cost for your weapons to be rested. That's true. So we'll swing in with the Luminous Quartz still. Gets another bit of damage, 2 damage here onto Miraidi. And he now will go to his materialization phase. What does he have here in order to protect himself? That is another new card, I believe, from RDO. We'll have to look it up. And it's actually a 1-cost sword. Does lose Angelic Channeling B from his own memory. Will also proceed to summon another Aura Steel Greatsword token. Now let's see what he has for us. Does he have another Apothecary's Harvest? That's going to be the most important question. What is it going to be? And I believe the card materialized was Ceremonial. No, it's a 1-cost weapon. I'm still looking it up. Here's Fairy Whispers. Is Deployment Beacon. Okay, on enter summons an Automaton Drone token, and on leave also summons an Automaton Drone token. So that's why a second sword has hit the board for Miraidi. Fairy Whisper is now going to be activated. Miraidi is still deciding what exactly he wants to pick up off the top here. We'll just pick up Ayla, which is going to be really strong as well. Zephyr's Hand will allow him at fast speed to suppress target ally item or weapon. Very importantly, Miraidi only at 1 Shin counter, so The Luminous Quartz still threatening, but not threatening that much. Backup Charger now going to be used by Big Cow 1993. He does have the Pendragon on the top of his deck. So we will have to see what he ends up doing here. It is going to be just the Backup Charger, and then Recollect and Draw. Does have Pendragon, but we'll only be able to draw one card with the Pendragon because of the Tithe Proclamation. Now I'm going to swing with the Luminous Quartz again for 2. And this will allow 1 point of damage onto Mirai D from the Luminous Quartz as well. Sorry, he does have 1+. He can choose to not move the Sheen counters, so that will still allow Luminous Quartz to do 2 damage each. So he does take that damage. Luminous Quartz goes down to 2 on the durability. And another Sheen counter is moved to the Fractured Memories, so Mirai D currently still in a bit of danger. There is a Ghost of Pendragon available. Big Cow 1993, not sure if he remembers that the Tithe Proclamation is on the board. He might have to fire it anyway. Yeah, it is going to be the Ghost of Pendragon now. Does allow this to resolve, returns the Looking Glass back into his material deck, and will draw 1 card because of Tithe Proclamation. So Big Cow 1993 just having a bit of a laugh. Might have forgotten that. Might have forgore. But still, draws a card still pretty good. Will now threaten 3 more damage into Mirai D. He is going to respond here with a Ayla. And this will allow him to suppress the Ghost of Pendragon, which is going to be okay, because usually you would never want to suppress a Ghost of Pendragon. But because of the Tithe Proclamation, it does mean that he won't get to draw additional cards. So that's still okay. Normally, if you would suppress Ghost of Pendragon, then your opponent would draw an additional 2 cards. And that's definitely not what you want to see. So the Ghost of Pendragon comes back onto the board. Big Cow can still choose to return a Regalia to his material deck if he wants, but he won't be able to draw 2 cards. Now, let's see what Mirai D has left in store for us. Of course, does still have the Fabricator on the board. And he also has the Beacon, which he can choose to suppress, so that he gets additional 2 tokens. 1 during his main phase and 1 during his end phase, because of the on-leave effect of the Beacon of Fabrication. Now we have to see what is going to be his play. So Ayla is on the board. He might choose to leave it active in order to prevent anything from happening. The next thing is how much damage can he really threaten here? He wasn't able to summon a sword token because he was almost all hands down for the effect for playing Ayla earlier. And also, I mean, he could threaten this Ghost of Pendragon by swinging into it with his champion and the Dungeon Guide, but then he would still take the 3 damage from the Pendragon anyway, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the best play for him right now. But he really needs to find a way to threaten lethal. Meanwhile, Big Cow still holding 3 cards in hand, so will threaten another Incapacitate on something like the Apothecary's Harvest that he might want to go for. Truly in a bit of a predicament, because I'm sure he's taken a ton of damage already thus far. And although Mirai D is pretty tanky, being a level 3 Guardian at 30 total life, it is still going to be permanent damage for the most part. He doesn't have something like the Atmos Armor to try and prevent some of that damage. Doesn't have any of those taunts either. Neo's Elemental, for example, would be very, very powerful. A certain judge at our event would definitely say that that is a pretty powerful card as well. But right now, Mirai D just doesn't really have the tokens he's looking for. Has a Aura Steel Greatsword, has the Power Cell, I suppose. But that's about it for what Mirai D has available on the board. I wonder if we'll be able to see enough influence to see the Tenoris ultimate spell as well. With a 12 cost summons 3 of the Titan Mark 3 tokens, Titan Mark 2 tokens. But might be a little bit of a stretch. So we'll be paying 3. Is this another Apothecary's Harvest? It is just the Dream Fairy. Still going to be pretty powerful. Is there going to be a response from Big Khan? There is not. So the Ghost of Pendragon is returned to the material deck. Ayla now going in for 2, Dungeon Guide for 1, Dream Fairy for 1 as well. And then now Champion as well in for another 3. Quite a big turn for Mirai D, putting 7 points of damage into Big Khan 1993. The Looking Glass now makes its way back onto the board, and we are finally going to see this Prison Spire Scepter as well. No, we're not actually. It's just going to be a Recollect and Draw. Prison Spire Scepter still on the board. Might be keeping it to suppress and put more Sheen counters onto Mirai D, because that is an on-enter effect after all. Big Cow just going to go for a swing again with the Luminous Quartz for 2 more damage, and that's lethal. That 2 damage was what took Mirai D to lethal range. Mirai D no response here, and just unfortunately was not able to survive long enough to get his big combo turn off. The Tenoris deck really needs to get those tokens off so that he can summon all of these swords and then go boom 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 slash slash. Just unfortunately wasn't able to make it there, and Big Cow just takes the game with a simple 2 damage swing with that Luminous Quartz. I think Mirai D was really hoping to see a better start. Angelic Channeling, of course, would be a great way to go up to level 1, but was not able to find it. Now we're going into the sideboards. You do see 2 Resolute Stands almost definitely making their way into the deck for Big Cow. He has an Ayla of his own as well as some Top C Decrees. Don't think Top C Decree is that necessary in this matchup. Mirai D, on the other hand, I'm not sure how much he's prepared for Tenoris for Assassin Merlin in particular, but I'm assuming Big Cow similarly wouldn't have been very prepared for Wind Fragmented Tenoris, just like how I am not exactly prepared for this specific matchup. But I think it is going to be a bit difficult for Mirai D because there's only 20 minutes left on the clock, and he's already 0-1 down. Plus, as we saw earlier, his deck is not one that is able to really take games very quickly, unless he does manage to get a very high roll, maybe. Perhaps Angelic Channeling into immediately going for the Apothecary's Harvest, plus not getting negated. But we saw from Mirai D, just doesn't really have the influence for that these couple of games. We are going to go into the sideboards now for both players. Quite a long match for the first game of round 1. I don't expect us to end anytime soon either, because these decks are both relatively slow. You are going to see them need to really build up their respective resources, whether it's going to be tokens or Sheen counters. 20 more minutes in the round. I'm assuming Mirai D will be going first again. He did also go first the previous game. There is the Spirit Fragment and the Glimpse 6 for Mirai D. Shout out to Glimpse 6 Productions, bringing us this event stream. Only 1 card sent down by Mirai D, so hopefully that means his hand is significantly better. You do see the displays in hand, so may have been fishing for a dungeon guide, but only 1 card, not the best start. Big Cow does draw his own dungeon guide and does also have the Obelisk to play down here. That might be the play, and that is going to be one Sheen counter Obelisk onto the board. Just a nice little 1-2 ally, and if it leaves the board, you still get a little bit of value with the fragmented, fractured memories. Putting a Shin counter onto the fractured memories. Here is the that's Ayla and the Apothecary's Harvest now banished for the Angelic Channeling, and we might see Meridi go immediately up to level 1. Fantastic start for him. Doesn't need to play around the Purifying Turbo, doesn't need to play around anything in particular. Tonori is now onto the board on enter against Taunt. And this is exactly the kind of high roll we were thinking of, where when I was mentioning that Miradi needs to high roll here, he needs to go and resolve this Apothecary's Harvest once he hits level 3, and that will require Big Cow to be hands down. Scout the Land now going to be used by Miradi as well to rig his draw for the next turn, and that is going to be his Recollection. Let's see if he does have something like the Dungeon Guide. We did see the deep displays earlier as well, but he does really want to increase his influence if possible, I think. The Stifling Gyre will draw a card into memory. What's the card that is going to be declared for no on enters? Might be Ghost of Pendragon. I don't think it's going to be Dungeon Guide because he has his own Dungeon Guides that will also be affected by this Stifling Gyre. But we will find out very shortly. Production should be able to put it on a little note so we know what is going to be the called out card. It is going to be, that is a note for which cards are channeled. It's not the note for Stifling Gyre just yet, but we will get that info pretty soon. Merlin level 1 now going to hit the board for Big Cow. No Angelic Channeling on his end. Just loses an Infinite Scintillation, not really affected by that. And there is going to be the Fractured Memories now hitting the board. Big Cow 1993 pre-recollection might go for another. No, actually it has to pay 2 for the Memorite Blade to appear. And then let's see if there's anything else that he wants to do. It is going to be another Silvergale Obelisk Call. So at fast speed, we'll get to summon another Memorite Obelisk token. And this also is a spell, so that means the Memorite Blade is now active. But Big Cow may not want to swing into Miradi just yet. There's no Sheen counters for him to move. We might see him go for the Prisonspire Scepter next turn. So let's see. Big Cow can actually play around this by going straight to level 2 the following turn. But not exactly sure. I still need to know what's on this Stifling Gyre. 1 damage from each of these Obelisk tokens. That should mean that Miradi's at 3 damage now. And I wonder if there's anything else for Big Cow to do. Miradi can level up to 2, paying with memory cost to deny the Sheen counter onto his champion, but is instead just going to go for the Tithe Proclamation. Loses another Stifling Gyre, which I think is not that big of a deal. We're going to see him draw a card, and then pre-recollection, we're going to see another Fairy Whispers. So already at 3 cards in Mem, so doesn't really matter. Won't be getting any more Sheen counters. What is going to be the play here, though, does recollect. Tithe Proclamation, 1 draw for him. Remember, Fairy Whispers does not count as a draw, so in a decent spot. Can play something like a Windmill Engineer here to draw additional cards. But remember, the clock is not on Mirai's side. He does need to try and push for lethal soon, because he does want, if he wants to win the round, he does have to win 2 games in the next 15 minutes, which is going to be quite a tall ask, if I do say so myself. Big Cow, though, here might go for the Prisonspire Scepter. I think it's a pretty obvious choice. Here it does get 2 more Sheen counters onto Tenoris, and this does mean that he will be threatening 3 damage. Big Cow, though, pre-recollection, will be paying 3 for the Prisonspire Scepter. Also gets to draw a card, and that is 1 counter on the Tithe Proclamation. Might be a little bit difficult for him to draw an additional 2 cards this turn. But there is the second card for Tithe. And we are probably just going to see him go for 1 damage each with the Obelisks and the Memorite Blade as well. And that is going to be the case. 1 damage with the Memorite Blade. The 3 Shin counters move over. That puts him at 9 total damage counters now. Mirai D. Is there any more plays from Big Cow? We'll just pass with all cards in hand. So really just aiming for a very defensive couple of turns. Backup charger now for Mirai D does get his power cell, so there's 1 token on the board already. Now, still hasn't really made a decisive play for trying to end this game quickly. 13 minutes left on the clock. Really needs to take these 2 games, or at least 1 game, to end in a draw. Meanwhile, Big Cow just gonna Fairy Whispers during the end step of Mirai D. So does see win cards, so better result than last game because he did with the previous time. That is going to be the Silver Girl Monstrosity's call, Obelisk's call, sorry. So we'll be able to play another Memorite Obelisk token, which is going to be really powerful. Mirai D, I think, really wants to see Calming Breeze here if possible, or even Veiling Breeze would be enough as well. Pre-recollection materialization phase first. Sorry for Big Cow. Could go for the Purifying Turbo just to deter like a floating memory level up play from Mirai D, which I think is actually fairly powerful here, and that might be the choice holding onto the card. Can't go to level 2 because he doesn't have 2 cards in memory. I don't think there's any floating in the graveyard. There is a Power and an Inert Sword as an option, and that is going to be the play. Inert Sword will put 2 cards down into the memory, also holding onto Dungeon Guide in hand from the side of Big Cow 1993. There it is, the 3rd Obelisk called. Another Obelisk is going to hit the board. 3-1 Sheen counter Obelisk now. So Big Cow actually really building up his Sheen counters. And here is Mirai D's response. Does have that Calming Breeze maybe? Yes, it is going to be a really great response here. Big Cow, of course, does have Incapacitate available in his hand, but I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it to deny 4 damage. Not enough Sheen counters on the side of Mirai D just yet as well. And this is why maybe the Purifying Turbo may have been a good choice to deny this floating memory play. But Big Cow is just going to pass the turn, I believe. And now it's time for Mirai D to go up to level 2 Tenoris, maybe? Could want to play around the Sheen counter adding onto his champion. And by the way, the Stifling Gyre called Ghost of Pendragon, so pretty yeah, I mean probably the most significant on enter in the Merlin deck. And that is going to be Tenoris level 2 now, going to use that Calming Breeze as well as one of the cards in his memory. So this place is going to be lost from the side of Mirai D. The Power Cell just set as active. What else are we going to see from the side of Mirai D here? And to be clear, Mirai D is 0-1 in this matchup right now. Alright, here's the Dungeon Guide now from Mirai D. Does want to go up to level 3 Tenoris again, so that he can start his game plan. Remember, the Apothecary's Harvest is going to be added to the top of his deck now with the Angelic Channeling's effect resolving. Tenoris makes his way onto the board. That is going to be the win condition for Mirai D. Can he actually find lethal now? Tenoris Creations will. Didn't see if he put Apothecary's Harvest or the Ayla on the top, but we will see if he has a way to draw into those cards. Right now, still only 3 cards in hand. I don't think, even if he can draw. Oh, he does have the Spirit Fragment, so he could draw and immediately try and play Apothecary's Harvest. But it's pretty unlikely that he will be able to resolve that while Big Cow has his entire hand up. So is just going to see Big Cow now go for that Purifying Turbo. Will not be able to deny any floating memory, but still allows him to draw a card. We're gonna see Spirit Blade Terminus as well as Ghost of Pendragon in the memory now. 3 cards from the grave going to be banished by Miradi. 1 card drawn for turn so far. And there is the Surveil the Wind, 2nd card going to be drawn. And also a preparation counter. And we did see Spirit Blade Terminus from the side of Big Cow, so we'll have that as an option as well. But remember, he does not have that many Sheen counters on the board just yet. Right now, he has 3 on the Obelisk, only 3 on the Fractured Memories as well. Miradi might have a Veiling Breeze in response to this. Let's see what his play is going to be. Remember, Spirit Blade Terminus comes in for 2 additional, so that means he is Big Cow threatening 4 damage with the Inert Sword right now. But I also realized that Big Cow is at level 1, so will not be able to use Spirit Blade Terminus just yet. But in a couple of turns, maybe might be an option. 3 damage now onto the Mirai D, putting him at 12. And I believe Big Cow should be at 1 from this dungeon guide. Now, what is Big Cow going to play here? Does he have a good play? He does not, it looks like. So, Spirit Fragment going to be played here to draw a card. And that might be Ayla, or that might be the Apothecary Harvest. Let's see. Purifying Turbo now going to be played by Mirai D. And that is going to be another card into memory for Mirai D. Only 5 cards in memory though. So, not too big of a problem. We'll only get 1 of those Sheen tokens. Lost Providence now going to allow him to draw an additional card and then recollect and draw. So Turbo, Lost Providence now turn. So that's the 3rd card for Lost Providence. 1 Sheen counter only for the side of Mirai D. 1 more damage with this dungeon guide. Just another 17 to go now. He is going to shoot. I think he's just going to fire. Here is the Apothecary's Harvest. Big Cow 1993 immediately going to incapacitate that. Definitely not going to allow that to resolve. And no 6 tokens for Mirai D once again. And with only 7 minutes left on the clock, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find lethal. Does he have a second one? Apothecary's Harvest again! But Big Cow 1993, does he have a second incapacitate? He does not. So just 6 swords allowed to materialize now. And now suddenly, Mirai D going to go in for a big swing. He's going to sacrifice all of the swords and going for 1 big 18 damage swing into Big Cow 1993. Does have... This is going to be an 18 damage swing. So with the effect of Tonori's Creation's Will, each of these Oral Steel Greatswords has the ability to sacrifice themselves to give +3 to another weapon. And unfortunately, there is going to be the Protector at all costs. So we're going to see the Protector at all costs now from Big Cow 1993. This is going to protect Mirai D. Protects Big Cow 1993 at all costs. There is going to be a Obelisk token now onto the board. That is going to come in with Sheen counters as well. And that will be the new target of Mirai D's 18 damage attack. And that is going to, of course, not going to be enough. And Mirai D not only loses his 14 damage win condition, but he also loses all of those great swords. And it looks like Mirai D actually only used 5 of those great swords earlier, not all 6. But Mirai D is totally hands down now. We're gonna see what actually happens this turn. The Infinite Scintillation is gonna be removed. And Big Cow 1993 is going to be at Merlin level 2. There is 6 Sheen counters on his Fractured Memory. So he can actually use the effect of Merlin level 2 now by paying 3. And that is going to be what he does. Gets another preparation counter onto his champion. Does get to draw for a turn. draw for that effect, and it will now recollect and draw for turn. Lots of influence available for Big Cow 1993, but I don't know if you can find lethal. 16 damage is the line that he needs to find. That's 15, 16, and 17 now onto the side of Mirror ID. Can Big Cow 1993 try and finish this game right here, right now? Will come in with the inner sword for another 2, putting him at 19, and then moving the Sheen counters to the Fractured Memory is going in for 22 now. But there is a Dungeon Guide available. He could have done Dungeon Guide into Spirit Blade Terminus, but has chosen to not do that. Here's the Dungeon Guide after the swing. And then we'll put Tonoris up to 23 damage counters. Mirror ID, 4 minutes left on the clock. Can he come back from this? Merlin level 3 now makes his way onto the board. And there she is. Sheen 9 total. So the Dungeon Guide had to come after the swing because of Merlin needing that Sheen 8 in order to get the draw. And there is the Palvor Sword now removed from the material deck. Remember, Ghost of Pendragon is going to be called by the Stifling Gyre, so will not be able to get the draw too. But 23 damage now onto Mirror ID. Just 7 to go. Ghost of Pendragon will only deal 3. Mirror ID not able to get the lethal here. Tariff Ring now going to be the materialization. 2 more Sheen counters going to be added because of the 6 cards he has to recollect. The draws for turn here. Does he have another Apothecary's Harvest? Because he will need at least that much to take down this Merlin at 25 total damage. 25 total life right now. Mirror ID on this Wind Fragmented Tonoris really trying his best, but just denied time and time again. So much interaction available for this Wind Assassin Merlin deck, not just Incapacitate, but also the Protector at all costs, saving him last turn. But what does he have to save him this turn? That's the Altar of Fabrication. And that will allow him to... Let me see what this card does. The Dungeon Guide does turn sideways into the face, I believe, of Big Cow. And then Mirror ID is also turning his champion sideways. The card that was played earlier here is another Protector at all cost. So not going to allow any more damage to pass. And the card was played was Fractal of Duplication. So whenever Fractal of Duplication becomes rested, you can summon a token copy of it. So that does also count. You can turn that into a Great Sword, I believe. So another 2 damage dealt to Mirror ID by the retaliation of the Membrite Obelisk. And that also gives another Sheen counter to Big Cow on his Fractured Memories. And we'll see now if Mirror ID has a way out. There is going to be the Luminous Quartz, which will deal 3 damage to Mirror ID, putting him at only 2 points off of lethal. And I believe Big Cow 1993 does have enough cards to at least swing 2 times. Tariff Ring is going to be popped. Big Cow is going to recollect and draw. There is a Veiling Breeze for Mirror ID here. So let's see what the play is. Spirit Blade Terminus is an option. Spirit Blade Terminus will come in for 4, which is exactly lethal. Here's the Luminous Quartz now turned sideways, going to deal 3 damage to Tonoris. Fractal of Duplication now going to reveal Veiling Breeze. Does also get to summon a copy. Now is the Incapacitate onto the Veiling Breeze. Not going to allow that to happen. So token copy of the Fractal of Duplication is going to be summoned now. Rested. Keynote that it does come in rested. So we'll not get to use it again. So the Luminous Quartz resolves. And Mirror ID takes 3 damage, which puts him at 28. And I believe that should be lethal because does have the 2 damage swing with the Inert Sword. And that is going to be lethal just in time. 2 seconds left onto the clock. And Big Cow 1993 takes the 2-0 win in round 1 of the RDO Celestial Showdown hosted by Apex Players Guild. Congratulations to Big Cow 1993 with a very convincing win with this Wind Assassin Merlin. Really, really lots of great support in Radiant Origins for decks like this, which probably didn't see enough love previously, but right now doing a great job. We're going to see things like the Silvergale Obelisk's Call be very useful, and we didn't get to see him resolve Obelisk's Call, Monstrosity's Call, sorry. But it is also a very powerful win condition, I believe, because you would see Merlin have, let's say, 20 Sheen counters, and like, if you're able to make a 20-20 Obelisk, or let's say if you have multiple Obelisks on the board, if you're able to make like multiple 7-7, 5-5 even Obelisks, that's still going to be very, very scary for any opponent. It's very difficult to get rid of something like that. And you're also able to play around things like Dream Fairy and stuff like that, because the Sheen counters do go back to your Fractured Memories if the Obelisks are removed. So I think it does have a lot of potential, this new Assassin Merlin deck with those new cards, but not also forgetting the Angelic Channeling, which is going to be a great way for any level 3 deck now to try and play into their outs and fulfilling that power fantasy that RDO really tries to give to all of these champions by giving them such great upgrades. Angelic Channeling in particular, of course, is a very, very expensive card because of how important it is to any level 3 deck. Allows you to have a very good net neutral floating memory at the beginning. Also lets you cycle your advanced element cards, which is definitely a problem that a lot of advanced element level 3 deck players will complain about, that, you know, oh, I have all these level 3 cards in my starting hand and I have to banish them in order to level up because I can't use them until I'm level 3. But now Angelic Channeling gives you a really great way to play around that. It gives you a way to just, you know, okay, yeah, I guess now I get to play the game, which is great. So I think people are going to be very, very happy with the way Angelic Channeling works. Of course, it is a very, very powerful card for level 3 decks, but there have been many metas where level 3 has not been that powerful. So I think it's great to have that little bit of, you know, an upgrade for especially the non-meta, non-Seiryu, I guess, level 3 decks. That Angelic Channeling is going to be very, very helpful. Of course, we're also going to see a lot of CL, and even Jin recently has become very, very popular. So all of those decks really, really do appreciate that Angelic Channeling card, as well as, of course, the new angels like Benediction Angel that will allow you to have another, basically a better Library Witch, an Angel Attendant as well, of course, which also allows you to have a better... Benediction Angel is the one that allows you to join the memory and recover 2, and then Angel Attendant is the Library Witch. So really, really powerful new support for all of these champions that are going to happen in RDO, and really looking forward to see how that shakes things up. We, of course, also had the banned and restricted list that happened just recently, and that has changed the meta slightly, but Wind Seiryu, Guojia, as well as the Water Diana are still very powerful despite having those nerfs in the Baby Green Slime and in the Carpsong Coda being removed. And we actually also I've been seeing quite a number of Suzaku players recently because of that avatar of Suzaku being a very powerful 5/4/3 ally. The 5 cost reserve cost is, of course, usually very expensive for an aggro deck, but because you can actually get a discount on it with your quest counters, and then later on the quest counters actually come back, I think it's pretty strong. And not to mention the 5/4/3 also lets you get those quest counters on death. And being a 4/3 is basically just the Suzaku anyway, so you kind of have an early Suzaku play. And 4/3 is just such a premium stat line. It's very, very powerful. It trades into almost anything. The Frostbound Paladin trades very favorably into it with an intercept. But let's not forget that you can now play the Avatar of Suzaku, use that to clear the Frostbound Paladin, and then now Suzaku gets to hit the board and is totally like not mitigated by anything as well. So that's going to be very, very powerful. Now, we are still at round 1 only of the RDO Celestial Showdown. Remember, there is going to be 7 more rounds of Swiss that we're going to be playing out today. The prizes on the line are, of course, very, very fabulous. Other than the regional invite, which is the Infinite Scintillation, which we saw Big Cow playing earlier, we are also going to offer a paid travel voucher to the Southeast Asian Nationals in Taiwan, which is going to be a very, very large event. It is usually going to be the largest nationals that we have. So last year in Taiwan, there were so many people trying to vie for that spot at the World Championships. And of course, also the World's Gauntlet. If you were not one of the very fortunate and very powerful players that has gotten your slot already from being first place at an Ascent, Nationals is going to be your chance to get that slot. So everyone is definitely going to be trying to prepare. Of course, if you don't have your NQPs yet, your national qualifier points, today's invite Infinite Scintillation will be a very crucial card for you to pick up as well. And if, of course, you are still looking for even more ways to open more packs, you also will get more Sapphire packs and prizing the further up you go. That being said, we are going to go into round 2 very, very shortly. So make sure to come back and come watch more Grand Archive Radiant Origins. And hopefully, we are able to see even more interesting matchups like we just saw on stream. See you shortly. I'm ready when you're ready. Okay, welcome back to round 2 of the RDO Celestial Showdown, hosted by Apex Player Guild and Glimpse 6. And we are in for a treat. This is actually a team-friendly fire here. It's going to be Mono versus Jidan, both at the 1-0-0, both from Apex Players Guild as well. And Jidan with an amazing high roll, 6 and 11 beats by 12 by Mono. So Mono is going to be going first here. Jidan though is going to show the Fragmented Spirit of Water. That is going to be the Nico Fragmented CSR Spirit. And it looks like that is going to be Jin. Water Fragmented Jin. Jidan keeps 6 on his Glimpse. So very happy. Meanwhile, Mono here is going to be playing Wind. I believe he's actually on Wind Byakko here and will play a Gildas turn 1. Very powerful, but of course a little bit susceptible to being removed. But Jidan is playing Jin, so not really going to have allies in the early stages of the game to do that removal. Here is the Grand Crusaders ring now from Mono. We'll be able to play a 3 cost, get this Gildas balanced, and that is going to be... What is that card? Let's see what this card is. I believe it's a new RDO win card. And then we are also going to see Gildas come in for 4 damage into Jidan, which means that is going to be 5 damage total. Here is now Dilu coming in, which is going to be another 3 points of damage. So really putting on the pressure onto Jidan early in the game. Angelic Channeling now going to come in from Jidan. Let's see what is going to be. So we'll be banishing two extra cards as well as a Exalted Water card. I believe that should be Dynastic Whirlpool. Goes into Jin level 1. Let's see what else he has in store. There's a Dungeon Guide available in hand, and I also think that was Benediction Angel or Angel Attendant in his hand as well. So just doing a little bit of math. Does not want to take 12 damage here, I would think. So already took 8 on turn 1. Taking another 8 here would be pretty scary. So let's see what is going to be Jidan's response here. I'm still trying to find what this unique ally is. I think it's Ma Chao. No. It is... I will find out and let you guys know. Oh no, it's actually Avatar of Byakko. Yeah, that makes sense. Avatar of Byakko in a Byakko deck? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so there we are going to see what else Jidan has in store. But in case you, like me, have not seen Avatar of Byakko before, as long as you control a beast, Avatar of Byakko's base power is X, where X is the highest base power stat among beast allies you control. And by paying 2, you can sacrifice Avatar of Byakko to put 2 quest counters on your champion. Then you may also put a card named Fable, Emerald, Fatestone from your material deck or Banishment onto the field. These are both Gocha bonus as well. Avatar of Byakko is a 1/4, and once Byakko himself makes its way onto the board, is going to get +6, which is going to be crazy strong for sure. Now, Dungeon Guide here from Jidan, immediately just trying to get up to level 2, really wants to get that additional life total in order to be put out of danger zone for sure, because Mono is already representing 8 damage. And here is the Angel Attendant now. Sorry, Benediction Angel now. We'll do 2 damage into Mono, and then that will be turn. So overall, Jidan really wants to hit level 3 as soon as he can, so that he can start drawing additional cards. Here's the Sensor of Restful Peace. Mono staying at level 0 for a bit. And here we go now. Grand Crusaders ring going to be used by Mono. Maybe it doesn't have a 3 cost in order to try and balance this Gildas just yet. We're gonna see Dilu turn into the champion again, dealing another 3 damage into Jidan. Another Avatar of Byakko as well, dealing 1 more damage. What is going to be played here? There's going to be Dream Fairy onto the Dungeon Guy, not allowing Jidan to go for another one. And now finally, the Gildas comes in for 4. It is going to be balanced actually. Because Mono did play an additional card last turn, so that is why he does have 7 cards in hand right now. Going up to level 3 already, Jidan now will have the Angelic Channeling resolve. Let's see what order he decides to put these cards on the top. It looks like he's actually going to put 2 cards at the bottom and then 1 card at the top. So we'll recollect and draw into that. Now, the Benediction Angel is the only ally he has available on the board for now. But we'll see what else he has in store. 15 damage counters at the moment, but is now Jin level 3, so will be immortal. And remember, he does have this Spirit Fragment on the board still if he wants to draw into more cards. Lots of different options for him. Backup Charger now for the side of Mono will not be cracking it just yet. Instead, just going to continue the pressure with Dilu, the Dream Fairy, the Avatar of Byakko, and then let's see if he's able to balance this Gildas again. Actually, Backup Charger will balance it exactly. He will have 4 in memory, 4 in hand. So great play from Mono now. Always maintaining that balance on this Gildas to keep up the pressure. Power Cell token is going to be summoned. 4 damage into Jin. Again, now up to 24 damage counters already. And Jidan still only 3 cards in influence at the moment. Also won't be able to play that Breastplate just yet, because does not have any cards in memory unless he decides to play something here and now. Backup Charger is an option, but he really wants to clear this board if possible, I think. Maybe considering a fast speed action here. He does have the option to do the Sieving Intercession, which is a new RDO card, but looks like it's just going to be the Chalice of Blood, which is still a great option, already at 24 damage counters already. And is going to go for the Seething Intercession in the prereq instead. Pulls up a Angelic Channeling as well as an Enrage and a Regenerate. Not exactly ideal, but I believe he can challenge being at 35 maximum HP. This also means that he doesn't have to heal at the moment, losing the Dungeon Guide, which is great for Zidane. I'm sure he doesn't want to see that card for very much longer. Takes 3 damage, goes up to 35. I'm not sure if Mono is playing any cards that will be able to deal damage at fast speed, but he is definitely playing suppression cards, and you can see of course, the Emerald Phase Stone is on the board, which can immediately provide a threat of suppressing the breastplate during Zidane's end phase. So Zidane definitely has to recover at least, I want to say 6 damage in order to not lose the game during his end step here. And Mono is just having a bit of a laugh. I think he does recognize that he has that option to push for lethal during this turn. And suppression is going to be a good thing in general for Mono as well, because it does give him his quest counters. 1 damage now incoming from the Benediction Angel. Mono has a response. It is going to be the Fate Stone, one of the Fate Stones. I believe that is Cyclonic Fate Stone. What does this Cyclonic Fate Stone do? It is going to be something that I will tell you very, very shortly. But it looks like it actually just suppresses one ally, I believe. And that is why the Benediction Angel is no longer on the board. And there is the Men Flesh from Zidane. So it does go down all the way to 25. Cyclonic Flame Sword suppresses target ally you don't control. And then when you flip it, it becomes a 5/5 with Pride 5. So not very usable at the moment, but does give Mono his first quest counter. Terrafring now going to be the materialization for Mono, who will now flip this 5/5 Cyclonic Fate Stone so that the avatar of Byakko will now be 5/4, which is very, very powerful for sure. Mono is threatening a lot of damage on this turn. Dilu now coming in for 3. The avatar of Byakko coming in for 5 is going to be very, very scary. Here is Dream Fairy as well for 1. And last but not least, the Gildas. Is there a way to balance her? There is not. So just puts Zidane at exactly 35. And Mono passing with his full hand up. So lots of interaction available for him here as well. Going to be in a very, very scary position, all things considered. Dilu. Of course, Vigor does trigger, putting Dilu back active. So as a reminder, the Fabled Emerald Fate Stone costs 4 in order to use the suppression effect. So that's why Mono holding his entire hand up, making sure he can use that plus maybe another suppression in order to stay safe here. And we see Zidane here actually holding on to a Fracturize. So could actually get rid of the Terrafring in the end step if necessary, but may not be. So what is the materialization going to be for Zidane here? He is in a bit of a predicament already at 35 life total, so we'll need to heal at least 9 in order to come back from this. There is the Pearl Prayer as an option. We'll just go for the backup charger here. So Pearl Prayer, new RDO water card, will allow recover 7. Backup charger just going to be used first. Berserker Plate now going to put Zidane up to 38. Remember, it has to recover it all the way down to 27 in order to not lose on the spot. There is another Ceasing Intersection. Top 3 cards. There is a Regal Inquisition. That is going to be pretty huge. Also has a Hemorrhaging Rend, which will be a great way for him to clear the board. Cleaving 4 to this entire board is going to be very, very significant. The Dilu will be able to retaliate, I believe. But what is Zidane going to do here? First off, we are going to start with the Regal Inquisition. And in response, what is Mono going to do? Regal Inquisition does resolve. 6, 7 card hand from Mono. Does have the Reclaim. Does also have a Zephyr and a Veiling Breeze. So no real way of protecting his allies other than this reclaim. There's also a Lupe available for him. Just remember that Zidane is in still a little bit of trouble because I believe the 5/5 Wolf can still retaliate as well, even through this through this cleave. Draws into another ally. Only the Veiling Breeze is going to be removed by this Regal Inquisition. So what is Mono going to do now? What is Zidane going to do now is actually the more important question. There's the Enrage. So it looks like Zidane is going for it. So right now I have 46 points of damage, which means Enrage is boosting by 11. And let's see if there's anything else that Zidane can do here, because 11 is not enough just yet. We are going to go for the cleave now. Hemorrhaging Ren, 11 plus 4, 15. Actually, that is exactly lethal. Does Mono have an answer to this? No Veiling Breeze, he does not. And that's going to be Zidane taking it. Wow. At the very brink of losing, suddenly was able to find the lethal line. Exactly 15 damage into Guojia level 1. And that allows Zidane to win game 1 in this friendly fire matchup against Mono's win Guojia Byakko. A very, very close game, all things considered. I believe Zidane, if he did not win there, he definitely was not going to be able to heal out at the end of his turn. And Mono applying so much pressure, but just not able to finish because of that immortality from the Jin level 3. So powerful. But we saw how much value actually Mono received from this Avatar of Byakko and the Tilu, doing so much work. Now, let's look at the sideboards for both players. Mono, I mean, has a Viridian Protector Trinket that's going to still be kept because this is a water gen, but we'll be removing the Nullifying Lantern. I believe not very useful in this particular matchup. Beautiful baby Great Slime sticker on Zidane's life counter. And we're going to see what else is going to be making it into the sideboards. Zidane in particular was actually playing Jin at a recent store championship with a 67 card main deck. 6-7. I wonder why. His sideboard in that event contained a Crimson Prescience, as well as 2 copies of Glacial Binding and 3 copies of Dynastic Whirlpool. So we saw that he mained a copy of Glacial Binding earlier. So I wonder if those 2 other copies are going to come in as well. But there is a Sensor of Wrestle Piece on the side of Mono, so may not be that usable. There's also Expel the Departed probably in the sideboard, but I don't think that will come in this matchup. So I think maybe just the Crimson Prescience would be coming in. Could prevent something like Byakko from doing multiple rounds of damage, which could be very significant. We're just going to see both players shuffle up. Now, this is a pretty fast-paced matchup. So Zidane's already 19 minutes in only, already has taken game 1. I mean, Byakko, of course, did pressure him in order to almost take the game already. So very fortunate of Zidane to be able to find lethal there. Thanks to the C-Sing intercession, I think Sieving intercession, it was really powerful because he was able to cycle through his deck and find cards that he wanted, and then just not use the cards he didn't want, which is really powerful. Not to mention the additional 2 damage that he took from the Sieving intercession was also going to be the threshold that he needed for the Enrage to deal exactly plus 11. So very powerful, this new water Jin. We've always seen fire Jin as the primary element for this Jin deck, but he's actually switched spirits here to Kongming. It was Nico earlier, so I believe this is Serene. Spirit of Water. So it's playing dual Spirit Water Exergen here. So earlier we saw Fragmented, now it's going to be Serene. So I think this is a really great call, especially in such an aggressive matchup. Mono now is able to go first, so we'll again start off with that Gildas. Jidan, just a little bit of recoil, like, oh no. Now, we're going to see what Jidan has in store. He does have a Gentle Respite, which is a pretty strong turn 1 play, but is actually not going to be neutral here unless he goes with the Angelic Channeling on top. But this is very vulnerable to Censor next turn from Mono. So I'm not sure if this is the right choice from Jidan. He is still going to go for it. And there is going to be the... He is just going to go for it. There is going to be the Gentle Respite into Angelic Channeling. And Mono has a really great Sensor of Restful Peace angle right now. It's gonna remove Regal, as well as I believe that is... Oh man, all of these red cards. I want to say that's Hemorrhaging Rend, but it could also be something else. It might be Transfusive Aura. I'm thinking it's Transfusive Aura, but we'll have to see. Now, back to Mono. Rather than the Censor, he even goes for a Purifying Turbo instead, which is even better because he does still also get to balance these Gildas and also removes both of those floating permanently rather than just having a temporary reprieve from them, which I think is a great play from Mono as well. Jidan, on the other hand, while he was able to get minus, technically it was neutral, I would say. He used 2 cards, both of them drew into memory, kind of. But yeah, I think it was -1 effectively. Not ideal for Jidan for sure. Loses a Benediction Angel on the level up to Jin level 1. Does have a Dungeon Guide in hand as well, so might be able to use that later. But as of right now, just going to look at his hand and pass. There's 2 Dungeon Guides available for him. Here is now Gochia level 1. Almost puts out the Safeguard Amulet. That is not correct. And there is going to be the Emerald Fate Stone now hitting the board. What is Mono's play? He does have quite a bit of pressure still. He has both the Liu Bei as well as Gildas on the board. So if he can balance this Gildas, we'll be able to do another 6 points of damage at minimum. And putting Jidan at a pretty dangerous spot. But there's no Avatar of Byakko or Tilu this game, so that's a pretty big difference in the overall damage output that Mono is putting out. And he actually uses Verdigris Decree here to balance the Gildas, giving +2 to the Liu Bei as well. So very, very powerful turn from Mono. He is now going to see Jidan use Regenerate to recover some of that damage, as well as draw a card into memory, and then now, most likely, we're going to see Jidan go up to level 2 Jin. So really, really good curve so far from Jidan. I mean, of course, did lose 2 floating memory to the Turbo, but is no longer going to be worried about that. Jin Zealous Maverick now going to hit the board, and we're most likely going to see the level 3 Jin come down right after from this Dungeon Guide that Jidan has. Jidan also holding on to a Fracturize, but immediately put that down. Here is the Stifling Trap, not allowing this Dungeon Guide to resolve. 1 damage now into Mono, so taking the first bit of chip. And that chip is so important because we saw Mono only took 4 damage of chip last game, but that 4 damage was the difference between exact lethal. So might actually have to consider getting rid of this Dungeon Guide to prevent any more chip. But let's see what is his options. Mono going to use the Grand Crusader's Ring, looking for a way to balance this Gildas. And there is the Blanche now making its way onto the board, as well as the Oath of the Sakura. 3 unique allies on the board. Haven't seen this card in a while. There is going to be 3 buff counters now given to all of these allies, plus he also going to give all of them +2 more attack. So this Blanche is coming in for 4, this Gildas is coming for another 4, and so is this Liu Bei coming in for 5. Here is the Serene Spirit of Water forced to release for Jidan, and immediately will be put on the back foot, no longer able to use any of his water cards. But Jidan does at least safely make it all the way up to level 3, which is going to be a very big difference still. There is the Angelic Channeling now going to be resolving. We might see them both go to the bottom, not exactly the cards that he needs right now. We'll be looking for more recovery instead. Let's see what Jidan was able to keep in hand. Draws into nothing in particular, does 1 damage, passes turn. Jidan has survived for now. He won't be losing just yet, but he might lose in the coming 2 or 3 turns. So let's see what his play is going to be like now. Player is on mono, plays on mono to really make things happen here. The Byakko is not going to be coming out anytime soon. Getting the suppressions that you need in order to materialize Byakko is very, very difficult. But it, of course, is a very, very scary ally. So let's see what Mono is going to do here. Let's just get the Nullifying Mirror onto the board, and then it's going to push in his damage with his Liu Bei and Blanche. And now Gildas just coming in for 2. Small bit of damage here. And let's see what else Mono has in store. Actually, just going to be a full pass. Immediately just hitting the Nullifying Mirror. And I believe this means that the Exalted is turned off for any of these Benediction Angels and whatnot. So that's going to be pretty powerful. Here is the Seething Intercession again for Jidan. Finds the Fracturize, Probe Prayer, all of which he cannot use because he's already released his Serene Spirit of Water. So not exactly what he wants to see here. So just gonna recollect, he actually has the ultimate Jin spell in hand, but very, very far away from being able to activate it. It's 12 cost. Limitless Defiance. So right now we're gonna see what he does. Pearl Prayer, but he can't use it right now because he is released. So we are just gonna stop the activation. And right now I think Jidan doesn't really have options. He can use the Gentle Respite, I suppose, because Mono does have quite a bit of influence, and he doesn't really need to worry about losing right here right now. But in a bit of a scary spot, Jidan. I think Mono doesn't really have a way to deal 2 damage at fast speed, so I think he can just afford to Gentle Respite here. He will get punished, of course, by a Censor, but I think, all things considered, I think Jidan is just in a really scary spot. He really should want to materialize the... I think he's already materialized the Chalice of Blood last turn, actually, so only really has Quicksilver Grail left, I think, that he can materialize with 0 memory cost. I don't see the Paracel, so I guess he could go for the backup charger as well. But yeah, he really needs to find recovery, and Pope Prayer not being usable is a very big difference. So Liu Bei, Gildas, and Blanche all coming in, putting Jidan up to 33 damage counters now. Pretty scary spot, all things considered. Mono did met the backup charger. Oh, Dilu now on the board, doing another 3 damage, pushing Jidan all the way up to 36. And that's in range of lethal for Jidan for sure. Quicksilver Girl Shuangji could be a potential lethal line, but the Shuangji would just get suppressed. And I think that means Jidan loses. He doesn't have... I don't know what outs Jidan has in this spot. He will need to hit double Man Flash, I think, in order to recover enough here. Double Man Flash sounds like a pretty difficult spot. He would need to naturally draw into Double Man Flash. Jidan just going for the backup charger here, looking for more outs, looking for his options, looking for that Double Man Flash that he so desperately needs. Nullifying Mirror is going to prevent a Benediction Angel recovery. So Jidan, can you draw into Double Man Flash? It looks like he's drawn something. Thinking about his options. Might have to scoop it up. Does scoop it up. Doesn't find the out. And the Seething Intercession hitting double prayer was kind of strong. But then you realize he's already released his Serene Spirit. So not gonna be able to activate those. Very, very painful. So really great show of aggression from Mono. And again, the suppression just always available because of the Emerald Fate Stone. Actually very, very powerful in this matchup. And Mono basically was playing win allies. He had Gildas, he had Liu Bei, he had Blanche, and that was his allies the entire time. There's nothing like locked to Guojia Byakko onto the board, but just having that win Emerald Fate Stone, the Fable Emerald Fate Stone on the board threatens this Jin matchup so much. both offensively and defensively, you are able to suppress Breastplate, you're able to suppress Shuangzi, you're able to suppress allies with the Cyclonic Fate Stone. There's so many outs that Mono gains by being the Guojia here that is actually very, very interesting. Not only that, of course, I suppose it also gives you lots of options to defend your own allies, which is great as well. But round 2, going off really, really strongly. We're going to see Jidan again starting first this time. Does start with a Gentle Respite, which is a great starting card to have when you're going first. No Angelic Channeling this time. But he's just going to bottom 2 cards, keeps the remaining 4. And we might see him start off with that Gentle Respite that we were talking about. Really, really great card to have, of course. And since Mono is Byakko and not Seiryu, we're not going to be worried about a Beseech the Winds combo. But here is Liu Bei and Term. I think that's Term. And it's going to deal 4 damage. 2 ally starch. Very, very powerful. Immediately putting a threat of 4 damage per turn into Jidan. And that is not Term. It is a different Schwartz wind ally that I will have to check what his name is. But Jidan just going up to level 1. Very simple turn. Let's see what he's going to be playing. It is going to be the Benediction Angel. Sorry, this Angel Attendant, actually. Has Intercept and is a 0-3. So we'll take both of these attacks, which is pretty good. Let's see what Mono goes for. He just went for a GCR. So Grand Crusader's Ring gets to draw a card, which is great. And I believe that is enough. Vertigo Decree now. I'm going to suppress the Angel Attendant and then also just deal more damage to Jidan. Is imbued, so we'll also give the +2 onto one of his allies and push even more damage. Let's see what else Jidan has available. We'll go up to Jin level 2 and then now immediately going to have that Dungeon Guide as well. So we are going to see Dungeon Guide. Is there a Stifling Trap from Mono? No, there is not. So we'll allow that to resolve, allowing Jidan to go up to Jin level 3. So already in a significantly better position so far than before. I finally found the card is Roland, by the way. It's just the 2-3 unique ally. It doesn't have an additional effect. But because it's a different unique ally, you are able to, I guess, achieve your Oath of the Sakura a little bit easier. Now, Mono on the backup charger will get to draw another card into memory. Gets that Paracel as well, which is going to be really nice. Recollects and draws. Question is, what else does he have in order to keep putting out the pressure? This Angel Attendant is no longer Intercept as well because it was suppressed and came back. So, pretty good spot. Mono draws into the Stifling Trap a little bit too late. And doesn't have the same pressure that he's had so far. And there is the Avatar of Byakko now making its way onto the board. Is there an Oath of the Sakura to go alongside this? There is. That's going to be a very big turn for Mono now. All 3 of these allies are going to be getting an additional buff counter and also an additional 2 attack until the end of this turn. And that means Jidan's in for a world of hurt. That is 4 + 5 + 5 this turn. 24 damage already pushed into Jidan. Remember, he does still have the Serene Spirit of Water. And this also means that he is in Chalice of Blood range. So he can draw 2 this turn. The good thing for Mono is that, of course, he's not in danger of losing yet. He's very, very far away from lethal. But what can Jidan do to try and push a little bit more damage into Mono? He's already pushed 1 damage with this Dungeon Guide. There's the Chalice of Blood. And we're going to see the Chalice of Blood now being used pre-Recollection. Can Jidan draw into a Seething Intercession in the pre-Recollection? That would be fantastic for him. And no, he actually has it already in hand. So Seething Intercession now going to be made. Here is the Pearl Prayer and another Seething Intercession. Fantastic draw off of that top 3. I can hear him laughing from outside. He's pretty happy about that for sure. Seething Intercession now going to be able to be used from the banish as well, taking 2 additional damage, but allowing him to look at another 3 cards again. So very, very powerful for sure. He also has an Angel Attendant in the hand. Will not be using that just yet. We'll be using the Seething Intercession instead. So it takes 2 damage to use this Seething Intercession. Looks for another 3 cards and draws into another Seething Intercession. So fantastic. Gets to cycle that almost permanently. Really, really powerful. And now we might see him go for Pearl Prayer here to just recover. It's instead just going to go for the 3rd Seething Intercession. Taking another 2 damage. Another Seething Intercession! He's hit all 4 of them! That's insane! Jidan able to chain an insane combo this turn. All of these cards. Net neutral, by the way. Technically. Goes up to 30 damage counters now already. And there is another 3 cards, but isn't able to really dig for any win condition. Of course, there is a Hemorrhaging Rend there, so that is pretty powerful. We might see him just go for the Pearl Prayer here to just recover, because he is at above his health threshold. Okay, you're having a bit of a laugh. It is going to be pretty powerful. Here is the Pearl Prayer, not going to be used, just to recover 7. Effectively recovering 5, because he is going to take 2 damage first. So will still be very good for Jidan. He is in a pretty good spot right now, I think. Really popped off this turn. Was able to dig through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards of his deck, I believe, by using all 4 Seething Intercessions. What a turn for Jidan here on the Water Exia Jin. And he has a lot of great options on this Seething Intercession. You can see lots of interaction. You can see lots of recovery. There's a Pearl Prayer. I believe there is a second Pearl Prayer. There's also a Fracturize. There's a Dungeon Guide, which is never going to see light of day, but at least it's not in your hand, right? So Seething Intercession, really, really powerful. It's like a draw. It's technically a draw tree, but it's also not, in the sense that your influence doesn't go up unless you find cards that like actually make your influence go up. But I still think it's a really, really powerful card for this Jin deck. And I mean, you just saw Jidan dig through 12 cards of his deck, and even though not all of them are great cards, he saw 3 Seething Intercessions off of each other, and that let him chain them to continue finding cards. And that discount also so important when you're at such a low influence. And they're just arranging the 4 Seething Intercessions back to back in the graveyard. Yeah, I just gotta flex on Mono a little bit more, but he can't get too ahead of himself. He's still in a very dangerous position, all things considered. 25 total damage counters, and Mono is representing a total of 8 damage on the board now. We'll put it up to 33. And if he goes for the Breastplate, that will only put him at 35. And let's not forget that Gojia is already on the board. So that means the Emerald Fate Stone is also on the board. So Jidan does not technically have the full 35 life from the Breastplate that he wants. He only has Jin's 28. So he really has to be careful about that. But I think all things considered, Jidan is still in a relatively powerful position. Does also have the Hemorrhaging Rend in the Seething Intercession banish for a little turn. That's another Oath of the Sakura. That's going to be a huge turn for Mono. Now, just now I was saying he was representing 8 damage. That's plus another 9. So 17 damage going to come into Jidan right now. Going to put him all the way up to 42 damage counters. Oh dear, that is so much damage, and we don't know what else Mono has in store. He does still have enough hand, I believe, to use the Emerald Fate Stone. I believe he should still have 4 cards in hand. But Jidan, are you going to be able to find lethal here? Because if you don't have an Enrage, I don't think you have enough. And that might mean Mono has game here. Pearl Prayer only recovering 5. The Serene Spirit of Water recovering another 6. That is going to be 11. That's still not enough. You need 1 more Pearl Prayer, at least. Jidan needs to recover 15 in order to get out of this. Mad Flesh Pearl Prayer isn't enough because he takes 2 from the Seething Intercession. So let's see what he goes for here. It is going to be the Breastplate. Maybe forcing Mono to go for the Suppression, and then trying to heal on the stack of something that if he has it. Gentle Respite going to be removed from the memory. Here is the draw for the Berserker's Plate and draw for turn. Now, can he find lethal? Jidan giving a little bit of a look. Maybe he has an option. Maybe he has an out. He does have some Angel Attendance, Benediction Angels in the Seething Intercession as well, the Banish, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. Has a Regenerate in hand, that's also not gonna be enough, I believe. Poet Prayer might be the play here. It is going to be the Poet Prayer. Recovers 5 effectively, goes down to 40. Goes down to 38, sorry. It was at 43 earlier. Now, let's see what else Jidan has in store. He was at 42. He took 2. Then he recovered 7. He should be at 37, right? He was at 42. Am I wrong? 37, 42 plus 2, 44. Recover 7, 37. 36. There, I might remember wrongly, maybe. But let's see what else Jidan has. What else he's going to play. He was at 42. He took 3 from the Seething Intercession, and then he recovered 7 to 38. So yeah, Jidan should be at 38, I believe. So let's see if the judges can correct that, please. And now, what else is Jidan going to be playing this turn? He does need to recover another 12 health. That's a lot to ask for, honestly. Let's see what he has. He's putting 2 cards in Mem. Since he went for Pearl Prayer, that suggests that he's going to be doing something else. It is going to be the other Pearl Prayer in the memory. Plus 2 damage from Seething Intercession, minus 7. So actually that should put him at 32 if I'm not wrong. And then we're gonna see the Byakko. Oh no, Mono doesn't have 4 cards in hand. He only has 3. So Jidan was actually able to recover out of that safely. So that's pretty lucky, I think. So Jidan was at 42. He took 3 from the Berserker's Plate. And then after that he recovered 7 to he recovered 5, then he recovered 5 again. Yeah, so it should be 40, never mind. So I was wrong. They're right. So 40 damage counters now on Jidan. That is the magic number for Jin, by the way, 40 damage counters, because a lot of your things turn on at that threshold. And Mono pushing and pushing does materialize the Tariff Ring this last turn, the neglected to mention. We'll see what else Mono has in the tank. Already turned all of his allies sideways. But what else can he do now to guarantee that he doesn't lose the game? There's no Regal Inquisition. Angelic Channeling is just going to be used to deal more damage to Jidan as well as get a floating memory into the graveyard. There's no Sensor of Restful Peace on the board from Mono yet. And is Jidan going to cycle any more cards for this Angelic Channeling? Let's find out. Just gonna cycle 1 card away. I think that's Hemorrhaging Rend as well. Now, let's see what Jidan has in store for us. Going to materialize the Shuangji, maybe? Shuangji a sacrifice, deal even more damage to himself. I think that's okay. He could also go for the... Yeah, it is just gonna be the Shuangji. So we'll take another 5 damage. There's the Tariff Ring. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. There's an Exia available for Jidan as well. Prereq could use this just to draw an additional card. Could wait as well. Nope, there is just going to be the Exia Draws a card. Takes 3 damage from the Berserker Plate. Draw another card. Pre-recollection, nothing else. We're going to see a 1 cost discount on his next attack. On his next activation, sorry. Is there an Enrage? So right now the Hemorrhaging Rend. The Shuangji is very, very vulnerable to the Emerald Fatestone. So even though the Shuangji is plus 10, just a suppression will mean that it is going to no longer be relevant. Jidan just having a bit of a smile. Not exactly sure what his outs are here. How can he prevent his Shang-Chi from being removed? There was a link, a pole arm link card that did actually give the Shang-Chi Omni Shot in RDO, but it does not look like there is time to materialize that here, and I'm not even sure if it's in the deck for Jidan. He didn't have it in the previous tournament that he played, and it looks like the Enrage is going to be played now. Takes 4 more damage. 52 divided by 4 is 13. So Jidan now plus 13 on his next attack. The item I'm thinking of is the Tome of Abyssal Heaven. So there is plus 13, 1 tree, not 4, but 1 tree, 13. So 13 damage on this Enrage. Does Mono have enough to not lose here? Let's see. So 13 damage on Enrage plus Hemorrhaging Run coming in for 4. That should mean 17 damage. Yeah, correct. So we have exactly enough with the Dungeon Guide Swing. But we would need to pay quite a bit. 4 for the rent. Here's another Enrage instead though. So another 4 damage, which means 14 on this second Enrage. So this next swing is coming in for a lot. Does Jidan have the hand for it? Here it is, the Hemorrhaging Rend now. Paying for plus 2 for the Tariff Ring. And here is the suppression from Mono on the Shang-Chi. And then he scoops. That's it. That's the game. A massive swing from Jidan to end the game here. That's the handshake. Of course, this is a game between friends. Of course, these two have played against each other a lot in practice. So I'm sure they're both familiar with the contents of each other's decks as well. And it is just a very, very close game, honestly. Mono put in so much pressure with double Oath of the Sakura on his 3 unique allies, but just wasn't able to find the lethal line into Jidan. And that one turn when I thought he had enough cards to pay for the suppression, I think that would have been his out, but just wasn't able to find it. Unfortunately, just one hand card short from pushing Jidan over the edge at 29 damage counters plus, even with the Serene Spirit. So very, very unfortunate for Mono. It is very, very close, but still great, great game for both of these players. Now, we are going to go into round 3 in about another 10, 15, probably like 15 to 20 minutes. So make sure to stay tuned for them to play the following rounds in the tournament. As a reminder, today is the RDO Celestial Showdown, hosted by Apex Players Guild and Glimpse 6. Up for grabs are the very special Celestial Showdown playmat and sleeves, and also is going to be a $500 travel voucher for the Southeast Asian Nationals. So make sure to stay tuned to see who's going to be taking that home today. And I will see you next round. I forgot to put this in the content creator Discord. Is this mic live? Are we live? Oh no, we're live. Hi, hello chat, friendos and randos. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Apex Players Guild RDO Celestial Showdown Regionals. We are back with round 3 of Swiss with 2-0 players. We're joined by Ruby Zura and Raplagas. Both pretty renowned players in Singapore for their own reasons. We're gonna be in for a fantastic matchup today. Raplagas, known for his Fractals Alice. Wonder if we'll be able to see that come out today. Fractals Alice, certainly a choice. Meanwhile, I believe Ruby Zura is on Oblation CL. So this should be, for once, a matchup that I'm relatively familiar with. So let's hope I don't need to be scrolling index perma this game. So now, we are going to be going into the games. We're going to see normal Spirit of Fire, normal Spirit of Water. And I believe that means Raplagas is going to be going first as well. And we're starting off with a Fractal of Intrusion. Not the best Fractal to start with. Usually you want to save that for later. But still going to be a pretty good start. And as well as an Unstable Fractal as well. Now, we're going to see if there is any further plays from Ruby Zura's side. Here's a Creative Shock during the end step of Raplagas. And is there a Floating Memory discarded into the yard here? Let's see. It is going to be a Liminal Guide instead, which is still very, very powerful. Great start for the side of Jimmy, Ruby Zura here. And we'll just go up to level 1. Second Creative Shock discards a Library Witch. So no further Floating Memory still. Here is the Mastery, Servile Possessions. And the CL level 1. And the Liminal Guide now going to trigger on the CL level 1. So pretty standard but powerful start for Ruby Zura here. Now, Liminal Guide just coming in for 1. Let's see what Ruby Zura has for his next turn. So that's the Cremation Ritual on the Liminal Guide. So just a very quick draw 2. Very, very powerful as well. And you'll see that they have actually updated these CL decks with a brand new spanking 15 cost Arcane card. For Oblation, it's pretty nice to have additional 15 cost cards. This one is called Ionized Asceticism. It is just a 15 cost Arcane card. It doesn't do anything different from Advent. It's just an additional card with a different name. So this means Oblation can be a lot more consistent because you have more than 4 cards that have that 15 cost. Raplagas here now going for the backup charger. Has to tap 1 Fractal for this, but I think that's still pretty worth it. Generally, most people will take this trade. And he's actually going to full pass here. Not able to do anything else. Something like a Zhang Jiao is not possible at the current stage. And now we are going to see Flams for Cell from the side of Ruby Zura. We'll be able to draw and discard. So pretty nice. Just more cycle again. And does get the Golden Checkmate now also into the graveyard. So that's another 15 cost card that you can use. And the other nice thing about Flams Golden Checkmate is that it is a norm card and also advanced element. So it is both usable off of the Angels, but it's also usable for Topsy Decrease Imbue, which is really, really nice. Now we're going to see Ruby Zura go for the backup charger himself. And look at the influence building up for Ruby Zura. Lots and lots of cards available for him. It draws into another Creative Shock too, so we'll be able to use that later in order to go up to level 2, CL pretty safely. I think we are also seeing two undeniable truths in his hand. So a lot of CL decks are using this as the engine to draw more cards with the combination of Angel Attendant as well. Speaking of Angel Attendant, there she is going to make her way onto the board, imbue two advanced element cards, and then you will get to draw a card into your memory, and then also you will recover two. At the moment, rubies are at 0 damage, so that is not gonna be important. Sorry, this one is Angel Attendant, not Benediction Angel. So instead of the recover 2, it is just going to be on death draw a card, and also has intercept while it is on the board. It is a 0-3 instead of a 0-1 like Library Witch. Now CL going to add another Omen into the Servile Possessions. So instead of using the Golden Checkmate, he actually just adds a Advent of the Stormcaller from his hand instead. Now we're going to see Fracturize onto the Parcel during Replaga's end step. So this will give him his third Fractal, which is going to be used for Zhang Jiao later on. Let's see if he will be going up to level 1 just yet. Replaga's here. Going into the Prison Spire Scepter instead. So just going to go for more card draw. And you'll note that Replagas is not on the Looking Glass. So it will mean that he is going to have the option of using another Divine Relic instead. Rubizura are going to respond to the recollection of Replagas here actually. Using something like a Creative Shock would be pretty strong. And that is going to be play. Finds an Angelic Channeling. Can use that as a floating memory. Might want to save it instead though. We'll see what he goes for. Does instead just discard the Topsy Decree. This is a Fractals matchup, so that is actually very, very shocking. But we'll see what he ends up going for. Zhang Xiao now from the side of Replagas is not going to be able to do any damage because the Angel Attendant is on the board. But still allowed Replagas to draw 2 cards, which is really strong. Replagas just confirming, yes, that card does indeed have Intercept. So you do have to worry about that. But what else does he have available this turn? Might see more Fractals hit on the board so that Replagas can continue to build his damage maybe. Let's see what his option is. Puts 3 cards down. Might be a Frostborn Paladin because he does have that Fracturize in the graveyard. So we'll be able to use that. And instead it's just a Fractal of Refreshment. So we'll use that to maybe cycle some cards. We'll see. And there's a Sparling Cleanse and a Song of Frost going to be sent to the bottom of Replagas' deck. So really digging for more options. So far, only 4 Fractals is not a lot, but it is some amount. Undeniable Truth now going to kill the Angel Attendant, which will allow Rubizura to draw a card for the Angel Attendant as well as the Undeniable Truth. And then we might see an Angelic Channeling come out here as well for Rubizura. He is going to be placing 2 cards down. There is going to be the Angelic Channeling now. We're going to see what cards he will be putting out of his memory. And Replagas just checking how many floating memory is available for Rubizura. There is going to be a response here from Replagas. 2 cards here. There is going to be a Glimmering Refusal, actually not allowing this Angelic Channeling to resolve. So if it had resolved, Rubizura would have actually had a very safe level up. He wouldn't have to the good thing about Angelic Channeling is, other than the fact that of course it's net neutral unless you cycle cards, it also means it protects your advanced element cards from being banished by your level up. And you get to confirm them later, or as we saw earlier on stream by Jidan, you can just put the cards that you don't really want at the bottom of your deck instead, which is also very, very powerful. That means that Rubizura is just going to go up to level 2 here. And Replagas forced to use the Glimmering Refusal very early on. And loses another Topsy Decree. So Rubizura might have lost quite a bit of his defensive options against this matchup. Goes up to CL level 2. Doesn't have any floating memory or liminal guides to discard, which is a little bit unfortunate. Loses Library Witch, I believe, and will have 1 more discard and draw for the effect of CL level 2 due to the second Omen that Rubizura has available. And we'll discard just yet another Library Witch. So, again, a little bit unfortunate. No floating memory, no liminal guides. And Recollect and Draw. Let's see if he has a Dungeon Guide to go up to CL level 3 this turn. Replagas probably recognizing that the Angelic Channeling was probably more valuable to banish there and negate, because Rubizura's influence is so big. There's no way to prevent the dungeon guide anyway. So maybe valuing that angelic channeling negate first instead and trying to get some cards out of Ruby Zura's memory. Unfortunately, wasn't able to banish a key Exalted or Advanced Element card, but did get a Topsy Decree off that banish, which is still pretty good, I would say. Ruby Zura, though, does have quite an influence here. Started off really strongly with the Cremation Ritual and the Liminal Guide as well. End of turn, we're just going to put Golden Checkmate into the Omens now and just pass turn. So slight sequencing error, I would think, from Ruby Zura last turn, because he put the Advent of the Stormcaller into the Omens from his hand, and then this turn he put the Golden Checkmate, which was in his trash, into the Omens, but last turn, this turn, we also saw him like discard 2 Library Witches, so he could have leveled to 2 and then discarded the Advent and then put it into Omens this turn, and that would mean he would have +1 hand size. Ruby Zura third Topsy Degree in his hand though, so actually maybe the discards and the banish not that bad of a deal. We will see what Replagas ends up doing. Just goes for the Grand Crusader's Ring. Nothing else so far. Zhang gonna come in for 1 damage. Maybe has a second one to replace this with, to draw even more cards. We might also see something like a Frostborn Paladin. That would be really good for Replagas to be able to start applying even more pressure. Right now, Ruby Zura not really facing any pressure. Only 1 damage counter so far. It's not on a Serene Spirit, but still, 30 maximum life is quite a lot. Replagas lets us get a glimpse of a Refracting Missile that's in his hand. So, tapping 3 now, what is it going to be? There is that Frostborn Paladin. Good amount of pressure. And Ruby Zura actually has the option to Topsy Decree here to deny the buff counter and the draw, plus make Replagas discard a card. Replagas at 9 cards in hand right now, before the Topsy Decree, if Ruby Zura decides to use it. But using the Topsy Decree here would mean he doesn't have defenses later to Spell Shroud, so might be a bit risky. But it looks like he might be going for it. And this is pretty dangerous because Replagas could very easily just put a Floating Memory into the graveyard after. And this is non-imbued Topsy Decree. Replagas allows the Topsy Decree to resolve. Then on the stack of the on-enter of the Frostborn Paladin still is going to be able to use a Floating Memory here. Let's see whether it's a Refracting Missile that we saw earlier. That is going to be the Refracting Missile. 5 damage into Ruby Zura. And the pain doesn't stop here because the Frostborn Paladin gets to use its on-enter still. Gets the buff counter now, draws a card for Replagas and will deal 3 damage into Ruby Zura. Great line for Replagas here, honestly. I think this puts him in a very, very good spot. And I'm honestly wondering if Burst Asunder is almost there, because we're at 10 damage left. He's 6 plus 10. Okay. There is the Fractal of Refreshment. Burst Asunder maybe not available for Replagas, but also wasn't enough. Burst Asunder would be... I mean, before this Fractal of Refreshment would have been 10, so he needed to do another 6. Maybe just wasn't in the cards. But right now, with 5 Fractals, I think Replagas is actually in range. And Ruby Zura has used 3 of his Topsy Decrees. Let's see what Ruby Zura is going to be doing here. It's just going to be the Mandrum Armoire. So we'll have that as an option to pick up one of the Omens later. For example, if you had something like an Oblation. Not at level 3 just yet. And Replagas is at only 3 cards in hand, but that does still threaten a Glimmering Refusal. With 5 Fractals, that means that a Dungeon Guide can be negated here by Replagas. We'll have to see what his play is going to be. There it is. The Dungeon Guide is going to make its way onto the board. Raplagas immediately going to pick up his cards and going to threaten a negate here. There is the Glimmering Refusal, not allowing this Dungeon Guide to resolve. Rubizura just has to say, yeah, sure, no problem. Doesn't have an out there. And will most likely just have to end his turn here. Deciding whether he wants to add an Omen into his... put a card into his banish with an Omen counter, and might actually just put his Topsy Decree. So despite using 3 of them, he will be able to use the 4th technically by swapping his hand out, but right now doesn't have the hand size available to do that. So even if he uses Manjom Armor, only at 3 cards in hand won't be able to activate a Topsy Decree. So if Raplagas has Burst Asunder, I think this might be lethal already. Rubizura only at level 2 CL, 16 life. Raplagas representing 4 on the board. A double Refracting Missile will be enough to finish the game. Here is a Fire Resonance Bauble from Raplagas, the Revelfest alternate art with Gorgia on it. Raplagas now recollecting, does he have the Burst Asunder? We will take a look and see. Zhang Xiao coming in for 1, puts him at 10. Frostworn Paladin up now to 13. Burst Asunder threatening 12 for exact lethal. First off, we are going to see 2 Fractals tapped. Remember, Raplagas is not at level 1 yet, so there will not be a discount. Shimmering Refraction coming in for 5. Putting Rubizura up to 18 now. And with that, Burst Asunder is definitely lethal. Does Raplagas have it? There is another Shimmering Refraction instead for another 5. So we're 2 damage away from lethal. Rubizura, is there a response to this Shimmering Refraction? Raplagas still 6 cards in hand, 1 Fractal active. Rubizura just taking the 5. Doesn't have an option. Here is the Burst Asunder now. Has to pay the full 4. And Rubizura scoops it up. That's game 1 going to Raplagas already. Despite the really powerful start from Rubizura, it was just denied by those Glimmering Refusals. Not allowed to Angelic Channeling, not allowed to Dungeon Guide, not allowed to make his way up to level 3. But honestly, with the hand that Raplagas had, he would have still been able to finish off a level 3 Rubizura. I think Rubizura also just not representing enough defenses available. Yes, he had the Manjom Armor to pick up the Topsy Decree back from the Omens, but he didn't have the hand to activate the Topsy Decree, so I don't think there was really a purpose in having that up. That being said, it is just going to be game 1. There is still 2 more games in this round, and Rubizura can easily take this back. He's also going to be able to go first again this time, so if he has Creative Shock into more Floating Memory, it will be much more powerful. We did see Rubizura discard multiple Library Witches, so not a lot of Floating Memory available for him this game, which is going to be, of course, a little bit unfortunate. But we'll see what he has in the sideboards now. It looks like he's putting in 2 Umbra cards. Not sure what exactly they were. I do see an Announce Spell as well in the sideboard. That is going to be the Judge promo, so pretty nice. Alternate art. Might have a few more options. Doesn't look like there's any Regalia in the sideboard here for Rubizura, so maybe just not available for him. I wonder if he had a Safeguard Amulet, because I think that would have been a much safer call than the Mansion of Armor there. And it looks like he's just deciding to only cite 1 card in instead of the 3 Umbra cards. I wasn't sure what exactly it was. And I'm not sure if he's citing anything out. He might have just gone for a 61 card deck, which is legal. You can play more than 60 cards in your deck if you want to. But let's see what else is going to be happening here in game 2 of round 3 of the Celestial Showdown here. Raplagas taking a very solid win in game 1, not even going to level 1 yet. Just beating Rubizura with level 0 Fractals. He spent all his materializations on drawing cards. Backup Charger, Grand Crusader's Ring, Prison Spire Scepter. That's all. Now, going back to game 2, Rubizura are going to start us off with, of course, a draw 7. Let's see what he has. It's another Liminal Guide, but I don't see a Creative Shock. There's actually 2 Liminal Guides here. If there's an Undeniable Truth, he could go for a Liminal Guide into that. I also see a Library Witch available. But yeah, nothing else for the side of Rubizura. So it will just be a pass into Raplagas. Let's see how many Fractals he starts off with. Here's the Fractal Rain, non-imbued. As is usual for a Fractal deck. And there is the fractal of snow to pair alongside it. And is there a third? And there is going to be a third fractal. Very, very powerful. There is the fractal of insight, and we're going to use that to glimpse 2 as well. So this line, normally as fractals, if you're going second, you can actually choose to go for fractal of insight first and then decide whether you want to mill, because you only have one extra card in hand anyway. So you especially if you're Grand Crusader's Ring, right? You can just choose to do that. Like you can choose to imbue the Fractal of Rain after you've done the Fractal of Insight, but it's not necessary. Now here is the Angelic Channeling. For Ruby Zura, fantastic start. There's the Baleful Oblation just going to be put on the side there with the Angelic Channeling. And that Angelic Channeling is going to be used to go up to level 1 CL most likely. And there it is. Floating Memory going to be banished. Again, this is why this is such a powerful card. It is net neutral as a Floating Memory card. Of course, Floating Memory, there is a lot of ways to interact with the graveyard now. Sense of Restful Peace, of course, is a great example. But we'll see if Raplagas does end up going for something like the Sense of Restful Peace first, or maybe he just goes for the Grand Crusader Ring, because next turn he will be on one card in hand only during his Recollection phase. Now, I think Ruby Zura would like to put a card in the graveyard to put in the Omens here, ideally. We'll see what he has for us. There is a couple of Liminal Guides. So, first, we're going to see Library Witch. And this Library Witch version of CL is, I think, a little bit stronger into the graveyard hit meta, because Library Witch, unlike Floating Memory, you get the draw value immediately, so that's really nice. And Raplagas is still just going to use the backup charger, so this suggests that he hasn't drawn into a Zhangjiao just yet. So we'll just be totally fine with tapping these fractals. The other important thing is that by showing the backup charger early, you are able to more quickly fracturize and get a usable fractal. So we're going to see backup charger now from Ruby Zura. So we'll still stay at level 1 CL, draw into memory with that backup charger, and then get a Power Cell token as well. So pretty decent. Still really wants to level up faster if possible. I think he does have a Dungeon Guide in hand. So not able to go to level 2 just yet, but does, I think, drew into another Angelic Channeling. So could use that to go up to level 2 next turn. The key thing here is that Ruby Zura is not getting Omens in the graveyard, so will not be able to use his CL level 2 effect as of right now. Full pass, no Omen as well. So this does imply no 15 cost in the hand. Prison Spire Scepter now for the side of Raplagas, once again drawing more cards. Pretty standard start for the fractals, but has already 4 fractals on the board without even fracturizing this Power Cell. And Ruby Zura now, in response to the Prison Spire Scepter, might be going for that Angelic Channeling here. And no, it's 3 cost, so something else. Creative Shock instead. Draws into a Flamesource Cell and a second Creative Shock as well. So Liminal Guide gonna be put into the trash now, which is good for Ruby Zura. He also has a second Creative Shock and a second Liminal Guide in hand. So he might actually just go for that right now. So putting his entire hand down this turn. Which might be a little bit scary, honestly. Because he's only CL level 1. 2 Refracting Missiles and Burst Asunder is lethal here. With a fully tapped out Ruby Zura. Here is a Fractal of Insight. We're instead gonna glimpse 2. Looks like Raplagas just doesn't have the Burst Asunder yet. Immediately puts 2 cards on the top back down to the bottom. Just taking a second look, deciding again. Maybe don't want to be too hasty. There's still a lot of time in the round, so it's great to be decisive, but at the same time, you also don't want to be reckless, right? So great to just reconsider, and then after that, make your decision and then move on. And then Raplagas actually just gonna pass turn here, right after this. So no further plays from him. The thing here about Ruby Zura is that if he goes to level 2, he risks the Dungeon Guide in his memory. But I think he would like to go now, because if not, he risks Raplaga's materializing Sensor of Wrestle Piece, which is almost definitely a card that Fractal players have. So let's see if he gets the Dungeon Guide. He does. So Dungeon Guide now sniped out of Rubizura's memory, but he at least does still get to draw 2 cards from these Liminal Guides. So we'll draw 2 more cards. Does not find another Dungeon Guide. CL level 2 effect. There are no omens, so no CL2 effect here. Is there anything pre-recollection for the side of Rubizura? Another Creative Shock, perhaps? It's not. It is a Cremation Ritual. A lot of cards available in hand, so 9 total influence. Still not going to be able to pay for a Dungeon Guide plus Glimmering Refusal, though, so maybe just going to go for a Cremation Ritual here and then level up with that next turn naturally. Cremation Ritual on the library, which of course would allow you to draw an additional 3 cards, which is really, really strong. Raplagas in the meantime, still honestly in a pretty good position as well. 5 fractals on the board already. Rubizura showing the Cremation Ritual onto the Library Witch. As a cost, the Library Witch already is going to impede the trash. And there's also no response to the Cremation Ritual, so Rubizura is just going to draw a lot of cards here. So Creative Shock twice into 2 Liminal Guides, plus Library Witch Cremation Ritual is a lot of additional cards. Library Witch is neutral, the Cremation Ritual is +1, and the Creative Shocks are +1 as well. So +3 so far for Rubizura, a lot of influence available. Not sure if he was able to draw into a Dungeon Guide earlier, but I think in this position, leveling up Raw into level 3 with the 3 cards in memory from the Cremation Ritual is actually not too bad. We'll see what he ends up going for here. Putting 3 cards down, maybe he drew into a Dungeon Guide. Cremation Ritual again into the next Liminal Guide, so another +1 for the side of Rubizura. Still drawing cards again and again. There's another Creative Shock, but no more Liminal Guides or anything like that. Let's see if he ends up going for something else here. I think Rubizura is kind of reading that Raplagas just doesn't really have the out. Like, he has no negates or anything. He's kind of letting him pop off. So we might just see him go for the Dungeon Guide here. If he drew into it. I'm not sure what he drew. Another Cremation Ritual will go crazy. It would draw so many cards. It is a Creative Shock instead. Again, allowed to resolve that. Draws to Topsy Decrease. And there's the Advent of the Stormcaller now put into the graveyard. So we'll have that as an omen next turn. So very, very nice position now for Rubizura, I would say. Very, very scary because Rubizura can very easily level up to 3 next turn. Just pick up that Baleful Oblation from the Angelic Channeling and immediately fire that. So I think Raplagas must level to 1 or be ready to negate a bajillion card hand CL's Baleful Oblation. I want to say that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards CL. We'll go down to 9, draw for turn 10. 10 cards CL Baleful Oblation. There's the Chang Xiao from Raplagas now. Rubizura probably doesn't have a response to that. Yep, there is going to be the draw 2 for Raplagas. 25 damage needed to beat Rubizura here. 5 fractals on the board. Burst Asunder representing 12. So double Refracting Missile, Burst Asunder is lethal, but I don't think Raplagas has the hand for that, especially because he's not level 1. The Burst Asunder costs 4. Here's another fractal. 6 fractals now on the board. That does mean Baleful Oblation plus 6 is 10 cost. Rubizura can pay for that. He needs 1 more fractal. There's Jianyu. Jianyu, what does the Jianyu call here? I'm going to assume it's Baleful Oblation. In this deck, Rubizura are actually going to respond to the Baleful Oblation here with an Angelic Channeling? It is going to be an Angelic Channeling. Okay, so Baleful Oblation into Angelic, Jianyu into Angelic Channeling for the side of Rubizura. Raplagas has the option to negate this. And it is going to be Frostbite. No cards available for Rubizura. No angelic channeling allowed. Jianyu going to be calling, I'm assuming Baleful Oblation. We'll find out very, very shortly once the judges update that onto the board. But that does also mean Replagas is hands down. Oh, it's actually calling Full Awakening. But Replagas is hands down. Is this... Doesn't this mean Rubizura has a free Oblation? Replagas is hands down, right? There's only 2 cards in Replagas' hand. Here Rubizura goes up to level 3. The Angelic Channeling now puts the Baleful Oblation on the top of his deck. Full Awakening taken out of the memory for the level up. Golden Checkmate as well as the Library Witch as well. CL level 3 now. Angelic Channeling puts Baleful Oblation to the top of the deck. Rubizura recollects. Draws that exact Baleful Oblation. And I assume fires it immediately? And here's the Lost Providence going to be activated from the material deck. The Liminal Guide should come in for 1 damage first before the Baleful Oblation is fired, but let's see what he's going to be doing here. Baleful Oblation is pretty safe here. Baleful Oblation now going to be cast. And that's it! Replagas! Maybe an overstep the previous turn, negating the Angelic Channel and calling Full Awakening on the Jianyu instead of the Baleful Oblation. And that's game for Rubizura. Replagas only at level 0 the entire game. And pays the price. Even at level 1, you would have lost to the Omen at the end of the turn. The 2 damage from the Omen, because he was at 2, would have taken 15 plus 2, 17. But Replagas is just not able to find the Burst Asunder, not able to find the Refracting Missiles, the Shimmering Refractions, and therefore not able to find Lethal onto Rubizura like he did in game 1. And now we have a series on our hands, 1-1 at round 3. Of course, in a regional, you never want to lose any games at all. I think any time, any event you go to, you never really want to lose at all. But in the early stages, it's even more important to win every single game because it does affect your tiebreakers as well. Bubbling in and out is going to be a very important thing as well. Now, Replagas does lose, so we'll get to choose to go up to go first this game. And sometimes in the Fractal deck, that is what happens. You just draw all the Fractals. You have 6 Fractals, but you have no killing spells. You have no damage. And you just end up losing before you can win. And that is going to be a very sad case here now. Replagas is going to pay 3, maybe a Fractal of Refreshment. I'm going to use that now. Not using the on-enter and just playing a second Fractal Refreshment. And once again, not using the on-enter. So very happy with his hand, it looks like. Had 2 opportunities to cycle up to 6 cards and chose to just keep all 5. So very, very strong starting hand for Replagas. We might see him go for that Grand Crusader's Ring next turn because he doesn't have the ability to pay for a backup charger. And now we're going to see an Imbued Angel Attendant, I believe, for Rubizura. It's going to show a Baleful Oblation as well as the Flamsword Cell. And we'll see what else he has available. Angelic Channeling here would be very powerful as well for Rubizura, but it looks like he may not have it. Has a Cremation Ritual instead, so we'll just go for that. Draws 3 cards immediately on the turn 1. So, great start for him. Drawing into Angelic Channeling here would be very, very powerful. Instead, just draws into Flamsword Cell as well as a Top Sea Decree. And I believe another Angelic Channeling, another Angel Attendant as well. Chooses not to use it this time though. Now, back to Replagas. His first mat of the game will be the Fire Resonance Bauble. So once again, looking for more cards, more Fractals. Of course, Chang Xiao would be ideal. We'll get a Fractal Snow onto the board, and maybe another one. So we'll just full pass here with 1 Fractal on the board. This also implies he doesn't have Fracturize, because if he had Fracturize, he would go Backup Charger and then Fracturize during the end step of Rubizura. And then the following turn, then he would go for the Fire Resonance Bauble instead. But we're gonna see Ruby Zora now go up to level 1. There's a Baleful Oblation in there. So this is a pretty risky level up, I would think. Ruby Zora can choose to Creative Shock, I think. He has a Creative Shock in hand. So just deciding what to do here. Goes for a backup charger instead. So next turn he has a pretty safe Angel Attendant level up again. And that is going to be the play. Backup charger first, draw into memory, get a Parcel onto the board as well. And then recollect and draw. So crazy amount of influence now for Ruby Zora. +1 of the Angel Attendant Cremation Ritual play, plus another one off of the backup charger. So it should be at 11? 11 cards in hand right now. $11 cards in hand. I believe 11 cards in hand. Now we'll see what Ruby Zora plays. Might be another Angel Attendant here. Could also be... I don't think you would use Flamethrower until you're level 1 at least. So, logically speaking, it should be the Angel Attendant, I would think. Yep, there it is. Baleful Oblation plus Flamethrower once again revealed. Angel Attendant, draw one. On death, draw one card. So, just gonna pass back over to Reblagas. Here's the backup charger now for Reblagas. Pre-recollection. Is there a Fracturized pre-recollection as well? There is 3 more cards in hand, I believe. So, backup charger is allowed to resolve. No response here. And then recollect from Reblagas. Is there a Changqiao? Can we see a draw 2 this turn? No, it's just more fractals. So here's a Fractal of Insight. No on enter. No response from Ruby Zora as well. Fire Seal, not known for their responses at level 0. There is going to be the on enter for Reblagas. We'll get to Glimpse 2. Look for that Burst Asunder. Crucially, needs a way to find damage into this matchup. Both cards sent to the bottom immediately. And that's just another pass from Reblagas. So pretty slow start from him. Always Fractal and pass so far. Ruby Zora, 1 in 2 chance of losing Baleful Oblation, does lose that Baleful Oblation. And there is the CL level 1 now, making his way on the board alongside the Servile Possessions Mastery. 8 cards in hand. Is there going to be anything else prereq? There is not. Now with his 10 card hand, what will the play be before he goes up to CL level 2? Does need to put down at least a couple of cards, and we do know that he has a Flamethrower Cell. So he is going to put the Golden Checkmate into the Omens from his hand. Here's a Fracturize onto the Power Cell. Just checking hand size now. 5 cards in hand for Reblagas. Ruby Zora considering maybe the Flamethrower Cell here. Does he have another 15 cost in hand? Because that would allow him to draw an additional card. He has a Creative Shock instead. So we'll be going for that Creative Shock. Looking to draw into a Floating Memory, maybe. There's that 5. There's the Advent of the Stormcaller. And that is going to be the discard, I think. Nope, it's just going to be a Library Witch here. Ruby Zora is not done with his turn though. Gonna pay 2 more for Flamethrower Cell maybe? Yeah, Flamethrower Cell. Going to draw 1, discard a Advent, and then draw another card, because that, no, that is the Ironized Asceticism. And then passes over to Reblagas. Reblagas carries on with his turn. Fracturized his Paracel. We'll get to materialize something here. Maybe the Prism Spire Scepter, or maybe we'll finally see Reblagas go to level 1. It is instead the Grand Crusader's Ring, allowing Raplagas to draw another card and pre-rec nothing else, recollect and draw. Pre-recollection, Raplagas deciding to Shimmering Refraction for 5. Ruby Zura at CL level 1, so only 15 life remaining. Could be susceptible to another bit of damage. Here's a Refracting Missile now for 6. And I vaguely remember Ruby Zura drawing into a Topsy Decree, but might have put that down for the Flamesword Cell. Might be an error that is going to cost him the game here. Because Burst Asunder now is lethal. With the 5 fractals on the board, he does take the 6. Raplagas recollects. Raplagas draws. Does Raplagas burst? Raplagas bursts! And Ruby Zura, does he have the Topsy Decree in hand? It looks like he put it down. And if so, that means that Raplagas takes the game already. And look at that hand, Genry and 2 Glimmering Refusals. That's insane. Even the Topsy Decree wouldn't have been allowed to resolve. With so many cards available for Ruby Zura, a 5 Topsy Decree would have definitely been lethal, and Ruby Zura once again loses the game at level 1 CL. What a quick and decisive victory from Raplagas game 2. Game 3, sorry. Game 2 wasn't able to find the spells that he needed to finish the game, but game 3, wow. Just simple fractal gameplay. 1 fractal pass turn, recollect, draw a card, materialize a Regalia that draws you another card. Staying very, very healthy in influence-wise and trying to slow down your opponent. And in this case, although Ruby Zura had so many cards in hand, he just wasn't able to pay for lethal. Had plenty of options to prevent damage as well in terms of the Crystallized Destiny. He had Topsy Decrees, all of that available, but still wasn't able to find a way to stay alive long enough to go up to his level 3. And game 2 was a great example of what this Baleful Oblation deck wants to do. In general, you just want to oblate all over your opponent and then deal 15 to their entire board. But I guess it just wasn't in the cards for Ruby Zura in game 3. Definitely, even if he had kept the Topsy Decree in hand, the Glimmering Refusal would have definitely denied that. So Ruby Zura maybe just trying too hard to draw too many cards and not recognizing the imminent danger with 5 fractals on the board at only 20 maximum life. Something to definitely take note of. Raplagas though will be happy to move on to the next round with a 3-0 finish. So far, fractals level 0 fractals. Maybe he's still on that Alice level 1. We haven't been able to see his material deck. So not having the Tiao Chan, just having a bunch of draw cards instead. And we saw all 3 games, his pattern is pretty straightforward. Fractal, fractal, draw, fractal, fractal, draw. Zhang Xiao, fractal, draw, draw, draw. So find your kill piece, use the kill piece to win the game, and that's fairly strong for sure. That being said, that is round 3 of the RDO Celestial Showdown. I believe after this round, we will be going for a quick lunch break. So make sure to have one of your own, have a quick lunch break as well, have a nice little meal. We will also be doing the same here. And thank you so much for tuning in so far. Make sure to come back in about an hour when we're all full and ready for even more Grand Archive. See you later. Let's go. It's slow rotom, which means it might be bulky, but it took 80 from. Wait, since when it's faster than my Archarodon? Just now it moved after my Archarodon. Oh, we're speed tying. That's fucked up, bro. Holy shit. Well, then I made a good choice with the. Okay, so slight problem here. I need to protect next turn to get one more turn of. He's 50%, so I protect next turn to get one more turn of leftovers, and then I will, and also to stall out the fake out. And then he close combats me, and I pray I survive. Are we live yet? And we're back with round 4 of the RDO Celestial Showdown hosted by Apex Players Guild and brought to you by Glimpse 6. We are going to be looking at Abby and Tyrion on stream right now. Both pretty well-known players, I would think. Abby especially, known for many Ascent Spirits, most recently on the Wind Goja Seiryu. He is going to show off that Kaze Spirit of Wind as well. So it might be still on the Seiryu. That's what my initial guess is, at least. And just planning out his turn right now. Let's see what he has in store for us. There's Tyrion with a creative shock during the end step. It's actually Razor Gale from Abby right away. So Abby used to be a pretty known Razor Gale player as well. Tyrion, creative shock into Cremation Ritual. Not what you love seeing. And during his main phase now, we'll be going for a backup charger first. Sorry, this is pre-recollection. Backup charger first, then recollect and draw. So it looks like Tyrion was actually going to start us off on the play. Just did the usual fire element thing. Pass turn, nothing else. Then we are going to see what else Tyrion has here for us. Will be just a turbo charge, going to draw even more cards. So really building up that influence. And it looks like he is on the CL because does have those Umbra cards in hand. We're going to see if there's anything pre-rec for the side of Abby. This might be the Razor Gale Arizona with the Essence Crucible. We might have to wait and see what that is going to be after Abby goes up to level 1. We'll need 2 more materializations to really get that online. But already with a turn 1 Razor Gale, is still going to be able to get a lot of chip damage into Tyrion. So what does he have here to start proccing this Razor Gale? Something like a Windmill Engineer would be, of course, the really standard play. Allow him to draw a card into his memory. Later on, he can reclaim it to go up to level 1 or to materialize that Essence Crucible, go up even more influence. And I do think I saw the reclaim there. Here's that Windmill Engineer. I'm going to show another Windmill Engineer as well as the Speed Potion. So does have a potion to brew later on to buff up that Essence Crucible. We will see what he has left this turn. And as of right now, might be a pass turn here, and that is going to be the end for Abby. Tyrion, in the meantime, going up to CL level 1. Very shiny deck, loses a Resolute Stand, not super relevant in this particular matchup. And there is a Sylvie Grading Service graded Servile Possessions alongside the CL level 1. We see Full Awakening and a lot of purple cards in the hand of Tyrion. There's also a Golden Checkmate there. So that is just going to be added to the Omens from the hand at the end of this turn. Most likely wasn't drawn earlier or would have probably been taken from the Creative Shock. Here now is the Arizona level 1. Going to lose another Windmill Engineer. Not too big of a problem. Going to gather 2 herbs now. The type of herbs in this deck don't really matter that much. Essence Crucible Arizona, kind of happy as long as you just have a couple different couple of them. You don't really, it doesn't even need to be like the same or different herbs, because most of the potions aren't very picky. They just kind of say 2 herbs, and that's the ones that the deck tends to use. We already saw Speed Potion from Abby, and that is most likely going to come out next turn. This turn, most likely not yet, because we'll need that Essence Crucible on the board first before you start brewing any of these potions. In the meantime, is there any other plays that Abby's going to make here? Not so sure yet. But he does have to worry a little bit about Baleful Oblation. Right now, Abby does have 19 health total. So we'll not lose to Oblation plus 1 Omen, but we do see Tyrion with several Full Awakening in hand, which is definitely very, very scary. Abby has lots of hand cards, lots of options. We saw a Reclaim earlier, but oh, there's the second Razor Gale Calling, and that's only 2 costs because of the Cleric class bonus. Really, really powerful now. And now, suddenly, Abby's damage is going to scale very, very quickly, quadratically, basically, because after the second Razor Gale comes out, they're already doing 1 each, and Tyrion has to use a Resolute Stand in order to level up. So definitely not what you love to see going up to level 2. You would always prefer to have net neutral cards. Loses a Cremation Ritual and a Full Awakening, but crucially gets up to CL level 2. We'll be able to cycle 1 card to discard and then draw 1 card into memory. And is deciding to lose a Baleful Oblation. But will recollect and draw now. Less than ideal start for sure. Is there a dungeon guide available for the side of Tyrion? I don't see a Stifling Trap in Abby's hand just yet, and might have missed it. And there is a dungeon guide for Tyrion. I think he's 1 hand short to use the Baleful Oblation right here, right now, though, because of that Resolute Stand. If not, he would be able to Baleful Oblation here. But because doesn't have it, there is the dungeon guide now. We're going to let Tyrion banish 2 cards. There's a Golden Checkmate, another. I think that's Nocturne's Oblivion, actually. Which is an interesting card to lose, because you usually want to keep that to deal with the Essence Crucible. And now the Lost Prophet is going to make its way onto the board. I'm going to see what else is in store. Here's a 1 damage swing into the Champion of Abby. And end of turn, we're going to see a... Honestly, I'm thinking we add Baleful Oblation to the Omens and then pick it up with Man's Dome next turn, because that would threaten lethal. No Reclaim here. Gonna deal 2 damage into Tyrion. This Windmill Engineer, it makes its way back into the hand of Abby. And Abby will now most likely bring out Essence Crucible. Yep, that is going to be a very, very strong play. Essence Crucible now going to allow 1 draw for Abby. And is there anything pre-recollection? There's not recollects now, and immediately I think we're going to see that Speed Potion. Or if he has some Distilled Water, that would also be very, very powerful. 2 Distilled Waters would definitely be better, but I don't think that that's an option now. So here is the Speed Potion. Immediately going to brew that potion up. Here is the Essence Crucible now, plus 1 counter. And both of these Razor Gales immediately start doing 4 already. On enter, the Speed Potion allows Abby to draw another card. 20 more damage required though. He would need to only use 5 cards actually, if you think about it. With two Razor Gales doing 2 damage per ping. 5 cards would be enough. Here's a 3rd Razor Gale Calling. So that's 4 already. And now each win card Abby activates is 6 damage. 3 cards is going to do the trick. Here's a 4th Razor Gale Calling! 6 damage here! From the 3 Razor Gales already on the board. Abby, do you have it here though? The speed, he might just elect to use the speed potion first, return the 3 cards into his hand at the end of his turn, and then on the stack of Tyrion's materialization, then he goes off. Could be the play. Could also just do it immediately after the agility so that the Lost Providence doesn't wake up. There's going to be a pretty big difference. Only 3 cards left though in Abby's hand. Can he find 2 cards to use? Here's the speed potion now being cracked. Agility 3 now given to Abby. Agility is going to trigger now. End of Abby's turn. 1 card remains in the memory. The remaining 3 return to Abby's hand. Does he have 2 cards to use for lethal right here, right now? Can he finish the game with all of this? Scout the Land is going to be the first card used. 6, 7, 8 damage now from the 4 Razorgale pings. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards on the top. Can we find something powerful? There is going to be... he doesn't have to show the card, so we won't figure it out until a little bit more. Here's the Fairy Whispers now, and that is going to be game 1. Abby, 4 Razorgale Callings with an Essence Crucible. Everything you could ever want. And wow, look at how fast that game ended. Xiao had 30 maximum life, and yet it's still not enough in the face of this Essence Crucible Razorgale Arizona deck. But you have to admit, that is a generational high roll from the side of Abby. Razorgale turn 1. Windmill Reclaim. Speed Potion. Everything you could ask for. Literally. And Tyrion, of course, also not having the best of starts. Needing to use the Resolute Stand to go up to level 2. That's definitely not what you want to see in any deck. Let alone a deck like Ciel, where as a little bit more influence would mean he could have used the Baleful Oblation just a little bit more, and he would have been able to use Baleful Oblation plus the Full Awakening and dealt a grand total of 21 damage, which is way more than Arizona's maximum life. Unfortunately for Tyrion, that is already going to be game 1 in the series, and Abby has just ran away with it like a bandit. 10 minutes only, and we've already cleared Tyrion's 30 health for the first time this series. And not just, he actually did 36 damage total, because it was at 28 and he did another 8 from the Razorgales, and he still had cards in hand, so he could have definitely done even more damage. Tyrion just didn't have the outs there. And Abby had everything. Sometimes in the card game industry, that is how the cookie crumbles, that is how the deck unfolds. We will see if Tyrion is going to be a little bit more fortunate on the second game. A very powerful start with the Creative Shock, Floating Memory, Liminal Guide into Cremation Ritual. Any of these would have been better. So we're going to hope for that as well. Not to mention Tyrion now getting the sideboard in some Fantasia hate. That's going to be pretty important. I do see the Expel the Departed, I think, making its way onto the deck, which is going to be a great option for getting rid of those Razorgale Callings. And of course, Abby will be playing things like the Cyclical Breeze, but there is no guarantee that he will draw both a Razorgale and a Cyclical, and also be able to maybe remove a Nullifying Lantern from Tyrion if he's playing that. And then also continue to keep up the pressure and also be able to live through the Baleful Oblation. So you do have to still try to slow down the Razorgale as much as possible. It is going to be a very fast deck. It is going to be a very powerful burst. If you can get a turn like Abby did just now, where he just popped off with 2 more Razorgales to add on to his first and second Razorgale. But what an insane game 1 to start off round 4 right after our lunch break. And I think Tyrion is probably just confused, like, wow. I Creative Shock non-float, and I Resolute Stand to go up to level 2, and my opponent draw 4 Razorgale? Not how I wanted to start my post-lunch game, definitely. But we are going to see what happens next. The good thing about this game as well is that Tyrion is also a judge, so you probably won't see any odd judge calls or anything. That will keep the game moving smooth and quickly, which everyone loves to see. And of course, we also have a very dedicated stream judge table, stream table judge, which is going to be covering us for the rest of the day as well. Here is now the Kaze Spirit of Wind, once again making its way onto the board for Abby. Going second again this time. Just double checking. Can't find the counter to reset the counter, but Counter is now reset. We are on to game 1. Here is the Angel Attendant. Sorry, no, this is Benediction Angel. Wait. I keep missing... No, that is Angel Attendant, right? Yeah, I keep mixing the two of them up, especially on the camera from this far away. But that is, in fact, the Angel Attendant. Maybe I should just allow them to resolve. And if I don't see them draw a card into Mem, I know it's not the Benediction Angel. Here is an Imbued Eternal Magistrate, which will deny any dungeon guides from the side of Tyrion. Imbued is going to be very, very powerful. Of course, 2 Scout Lands are going to be revealed for this by Abby. And then we have a Francine Imbue card, Imbue token. Because Tyrion has the metal token, but I guess we don't have more than one, so the Eternal Magistrate just gets a piece of paper. We do also have a Reclaim in hand to protect this Eternal Magistrate if we need to. So pretty good start. Backup Charger again for Tyrion. We'll be hoping to draw more cards. Maybe he has a Turbo Charge again like last game, and that would be pretty strong. Does draw into a Creative Shock, which is great. But I don't think I see any Floating Memory here. There is a Golden Checkmate, which he can immediately just put into the graveyard, which I think is great. Here's the Imbue Dice, now replacing the Imbue Paper. Just a little bit of back and forth on token choices, but that's no big deal. We're going to see Creative Shock main phase, maybe? Oh, he has Expel at the front of his head. Devastating Blow. He's thinking of Devastating Blowing on the Eternal Magistrate, which could be crazy. Could be a crazy start. And there it is. Devastating Blow into the Eternal Magistrate, not allowing the Eternal Magistrate to stay on the board. But we might see the Reclaim now from Abby. Has that as a great option. Reclaims the Eternal Magistrate, puts it back into his hand, allows him to still keep 3 cards in hand for the backup charger if he chooses to go for that. Could also just level immediately or play that Essence Crucible. Here is the backup charger instead though, allowing Abby to draw cards into memory. You don't really have to worry about Censor of Restful Peace when playing against a deck like CL. They are too reliant on their own floating memory in order to do it. And there, the Eternal Magistrate makes her way back onto the board with a Scout the Land. Again, imbuing with those 2 Scout the Lands. And still can't swing because of the Angel Attendant on the board. So Tyrion saving himself 2 health total already, which is great. Abby no longer has a Reclaim in hand, but does have a Fairy Whispers and a Scout the Land, so we'll be able to look for one if Tyrion tries another cheeky Devastating Blow into the Eternal Magistrate. Here is CL level 1 now making its way onto the board, and once again, the Sylvie Grading Service Servile Possessions. Dungeon Guide now banished for the level 1. Normally you don't love to see that, but I mean, the Eternal Magistrate is on the board, and Tyrion doesn't really have an out for it for now. So we are going to see what his options are. Might go for the Creative Shock into the Golden Checkmate so that he can put that into the Omens. Tyrion is just going to pass here, actually. So now Arizona level 1 will make its way onto the board. And it's just going to roll a couple of different herbs again. Level herb as well as a recover herb. Not too big of a deal. Abby will be able to pre-rec Scout the Land, so showing a 3rd Scout the Land, not including the 2 that are already in the memory. When it comes to using all of your wind element cards in Razor Gale, sometimes you actually don't want to use all of them too early, because then when you're actually using the Razor Gale, there's not enough things for you to proc the Razor Gale with. But I think maybe Abby just hasn't found his Razor Gale just yet. He just wants to look for cards to set up his following turn. Abby does finish the Scout the Land, might choose to use the Fairy Whispers again if the remaining 3 cards on the top are not too great. But looks like he just goes for a Recollect here. And we might see a Razor Gale, because when you do level up to this Arizona level 1, you do get that class bonus on the Razor Gale Calling like we talked about in the previous game. So only costs 2 instead of 4, which is usually what makes it so expensive. But here's the Dream Fairy now, allowing allowing Abby to start dealing damage to Tyrion. But there is an undeniable truth here, and that truth is that Tyrion can get rid of this Angel Attendant with that. So we'll allow Tyrion to draw 2 cards, which is going to be much better than just allowing it to get Dream Fairy. And now the Dream Fairy and the Eternal Magistrate can start dealing some chip into Tyrion as well. Tyrion also has a Creative Shock now, so we'll be able to use that to try and level up to CL level 2, but he might just wait another turn. He could also chill and just go for a something like this. Nullifying Mirror would be pretty interesting to deny some Windmill Engineer draws. He could also go for something like the... He does have the Chalice of Blood as well. I don't think he wants to level up here, because I think ideally he wants to get rid of this Eternal Magistrate, but I just don't think he has the option to. So it has to materialize Terrafring against Razor Gale. Right now, there's no Razor Gales available, so not too pressed about that, but we'll still want to do this Creative Shock prereq, and then I assume we're going into Golden Checkmate into the trash pretty shortly. It does draw into a Turbocharge though, which is going to be very, very nice for Tyrion. Will very nicely put 3 cards into his memory for this. And actually found the Angelic Channeling as well, which is going to be really, really nice for sure. And Tyrion might be going for that Angelic Channeling right after this Turbocharge, giving him a pretty safe level up, all things considered. And of course, not only that, allowing him to cycle his hand, which is so, so important. And Tyrion draws into another Expel the Departed too. So once the Razor Gale does come onto the board, Tyrion has a lot of answers. He also has a Topsy Decree available for him. And we're going to see Library Witch make its way onto the board as well. Just protects Tyrion from 1 more point of damage, which is going to be, of course, nice. And also lets Tyrion cycle a card away. If Abby wanted to, he could Dream Fairy this again, but I don't think that that's really worth it. So just giving Tyrion the +1 HP is still okay. Abby now can consider the Essence Crucible, but if he doesn't have his Razor Gale available or potions in hand yet, probably isn't the best play. So we'll see what he goes for. Backup Charger, of course, already used, so may go for something like the Purifying Thunderbolt instead, but there's no Floating Memory available for Tyrion just yet. So it is going to be the Essence Crucible anyway. It's still a draw 1, so I think no complaints from the side of Abby. Another Eternal Magistrate is going to be banished, which is great. You don't need more than 1 of these typically. And Abby actually finds Break Apart, which is really interesting. So there's another Scout the Land for Abby, looking for that Razor Gale, finds another Eternal Magistrate instead. I believe that's a Stifling Gyre as well. There's a 3 Visits going to be added to the hand of Abby. And we might see him use either that 3 Visits or Fairy Whispers in order to get rid of those cards on the top. Because I did see less than ideal cards. There is an Aeson Protector, so he could use that to return this Dream Fairy, put in more pressure. So I think that's a pretty valid option as well. So we might see him go for that. There's the Fairy Whispers. And there is the Aeson Protector he did put on the top of his deck and is most likely going to be revealing that as well. And there's the Aeson Protector. Tyrion now in a much better position, I think, than in game 1. And Terrafring is actually going to be immediately cracked here. So the question is, does Abby even want to clear this Library Witch, or should he just play down the Aeson Protector and keep the remaining cards in his hand up? Because it is always going to be a little bit scary to put your hand down, but Tyrion doesn't have the option to Dungeon Guide next turn, so honestly, it might be okay to just hit into the Library Witch and then play the Aeson with your Dream Fairy, but we'll see what he ends up choosing. It is just going to be the Aeson into the Dream Fairy back into hand. And actually, Abby could Dream Fairy this Library Witch, but I'm not sure if he wants to do that. He could save it for something like Kata later, but no, chooses to just pass turn, which I think is fair. He's the 3rd Scout the Land in hand that we saw him imbue earlier. Scout the Land, a little bit worse than Fairy Whispers because you aren't able to move like unfavorable cards to the bottom. So here's the Golden Checkmate removed from the memory, and there's a Baleful Oblation, and there's also a Nocturne's Oblivion as an option, but don't know which one he will end up choosing. Looks like it's just going to be those 2 sent to the Banish temporarily. And we'll see him go up to level 2 now, I think. So one floating memory from the Angelic Channeling loses one card at random from memory. Interestingly, chose to only banish 2, because Angelic Channeling does allow you to banish up to 3. But I think that's still not too big of a deal. And loses another dungeon guide for this level up, which is honestly no skin off his back, I think. Once again, that Eternal Magistrate has not moved, so and Turn doesn't really have an answer to it at the moment. So staying at level 2, I think not too big of a deal. Ciel using his Omen effect now though, level 2 on enter effect, sorry, to put a card into the graveyard and then draw a card into memory, has the option to remove this Creative Shock, but might want to keep that as a guaranteed way to level up to 3. So we'll see. It does actually lose a Topsy Decree, and we'll see Terran go up and Recollect for a turn again. So draws into another Creative Shock. Doesn't really have a way, again, to deal with this Eternal Magistrate, so has to hard level. And Abby has done a great job of controlling Tyran's pace of play. I mean, there's another devastating blow for Tyran, but using that on the Eternal Magistrate again and potentially walking into another Reclaim is really, really scary. Plus, Abby also has things like Zephyr doesn't help with the Eternal Magistrate, but it is just going to allow Abby to scout the land again for the third time this game, once again looking through the top few cards of his deck. And he also has a Protector Raccoon here, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool tech, for sure. Abby's going to take one card and then put the remaining cards on top. I wonder if he's going to 3 visits here to cycle some of these cards away. Here is the Orb of Sealing. Really cool tech for the CL matchup. And no 3 visits from Abby, so won't be removing any of these cards on the top of his deck. Just keeps the Dream Fairy again. Eternal Magistrate now will swing into the Library Witch. Does Tyrion have a response? He does not, but will draw a card for that, which is cool. And now draws into a Liminal Guide, which is great for him because he does have the Creative Shock. So I think it's a very nice little bit of extra pressure and also card draw, which Tyrion will be definitely happy with. Abby still no Razor Gale Calling though, or I might have jinxed him. This might be it, 2 cost. Could it be the Razor Gale Calling finally making its way onto the board for Abby? It may not be. Looks like it's more than 2 costs. It is going to be another Aeson Protector, maybe. 4 cost, of course. It is going to be the Aeson. Abby's just deciding now, hey, I could remove my Eternal Magistrate and allow you to Dungeon Guide now. But, or he could just replay the Eternal Magistrate. He has a lot of hand cards. Could very easily do that, and that is going to be the play. Just gets another bit of damage out. Dream Fairy and 3 Visits are going to be the reveal, and Abby has revealed both of these cards to Tyrion before, I believe. So no new information gained, very important. A player at Abby's level, of course, knows how to control this information. Creative Shock now, going to be used for Tyrion. Once again, did draw into that Liminal Guide, so very happy to see that, for sure. Creative Shock does resolve and allows Tyrion to just do that. And CL level 3, Omen Bringer now finally hitting the board for the second time this series. 18 minutes into game 2. Liminal Guide now going to trigger, and Angelic Channeling will also be done here. And we're going to leave. I believe Tyrion would want to keep the Golden Checkmate because now that Abby has revealed Orb of Sealing, I mean, you can always just replace the existing one. Like, you can just draw it and play it again. So maybe he doesn't need to keep the Golden Checkmate, but he does choose to keep the Golden Checkmate in hand. And I suppose it's good to have extra copies still, because, for example, Abby, after using the Orb of Sealing, Tyrion could use a Full Awakening to put the extra Golden Checkmate into his Omens. Creative Shock now used for Tyrion, and draws into that Oblation and Golden Checkmate, as we mentioned. And the Checkmate is going to make its way into the trash. So will be used most likely as an additional 15 cost Omen. And pre-recollection, Tyrion, considering the Baleful Oblation, but Orb of Sealing right there on the board, not really an option for Tyrion right now. But the Nocturne's Oblivion could be a good play. He could Nocturne's Oblivion right here, right now as well. Get rid of that Orb of Sealing, no longer threatening the Baleful Oblation anymore. It depends what Abby has in response to this though. And there it is, the Nocturne's Oblivion onto the Orb of Sealing, I believe, is the target. And Abby can actually Zephyr his own Orb of Sealing. And that would protect it for this turn. It would come back during the end step. But that will open it up to an Oblation plus Full Awakening right here, right now as well. And that is definitely not what you want to see if you are Abby. However, Abby will lose 2 Baleful Oblation plus Full Awakening plus end step. 1 Omen, 21 damage, as we mentioned, is going to be more than 19. However, actually Abby has 3 visits, so he will actually live that combo. Considering he has a healing herb, but with the Dungeon Guide's attack, he no longer will. So Abby maybe overcommitted a little bit with this Aeson Protector, because he's got exactly 1 health, and that Liminal Guide is going to deal the 1 damage. And this might mean Tyrion has lethal here if he has the Full Awakening. We'll have to see. Nocturne's Oblivion used on this. Here is the Full Awakening Baleful Oblation combo. We might see it right here, right now. Tyrion putting the cards down despite having such a rough start earlier, but no, it's going to be Carter first. You're going to clear the entire board. Carter. Still 4 cards left in the hand of Tyrion, but now if he tries to do Baleful Oblation, he won't be able to do the Full Awakening. And that might be the opening that Abby needs. He could Zephyr this Carter, prevent. He'll live with 1 HP after the Carter's attack. But it is kind of scary still. You do want to be worried. You do want to play safe if you can. I think that might be the best play here. It might be the right call here to Zephyr this Carter. And there it is. Going to suppress it. And with the Carter suppressed, there will be no recovery from a Baleful Oblation. Lost Providence is going to make his way back onto the board. They're just wondering if he should fire the Baleful Oblation right here, right now, but he may not feel that there's a reason to, because it doesn't finish the game. It will save him 7 life total, because it gets rid of both the Aeson Protectors and the Eternal Magistrate. And Abby is also hands down for the first time. So it feels like it's one of Tyrion's best opportunities here. Abby, in the meantime, hasn't drawn a potion and hasn't drawn the Razor Gale Calling either. So a stark contrast from game 1 where he drew all 4. Right now, sitting on 0 Razor Gale Callings. About 20 minutes into game 2 of this series. Let's see what Abby is able to do right now. He does have a Polaris in his material deck, as well as the Sensor of Restful Peace and the Nullifying Lantern, but not really needing this, I think. Here, end step, we're going to see Omen and then Carter. Carter returns to the board. Omen is added to the Omen counters, does 2 damage to Abby. And again, Tyrion could Baleful Oblation, but he's just a little bit short. He had 1 more card and he could Baleful Oblation plus the Full Awakening, and that would be lethal. Abby didn't have any hand cards available to use something like Topsy Degree to give him Spell Shroud or Innervate Agility. Here now, Grand Crusader's Ring for Abby. We're going to wake up, and here is the Baleful Oblation during the pre-recollection. So just seeing what happened first, and then moving on with the Baleful Oblation. Carter using its effect, and Abby now all the way up to 18 damage counters. No Razor Gales, no potions. What is he going to be able to do here to try and finish off the game? Last turn, maybe that Ace Protector was a little bit of an overstep. Right now, only at 5 damage counters on Tyrion. Firstly, we're going to do 3 visits. Going to recover a little bit. And also look for our outs. Right now, just not really finding it. There's a tender land. He's going to scoop. Doesn't find the Razor Gale. And that is game 2 for Tyrion. Now 1-1 in the series. But more importantly, Abby now gets to go first. Still a very, very close game and series because there is 25 minutes left in the round. And we are going to game 3 in this series. Razor Gale calling Crucible Arzana versus Oblation CL. And you can see the thing about Oblation and why it's so powerful. 15 damage board wipe. So much pressure, and it's very, very hard to play around as well, because what can you do if your champion is at 19 life total? Not much, to be completely honest. 19 life total, not a lot of things you can do. But that being said, still is going to be in an okay position. Starting off into game 3, wanting to draw. Abby trying to give himself a more thorough shuffle. In game 1, 4 Razor Gales. Game 2, 0 Razor Gales. I think he'd be happy with the in between in game 3 and 0 Razor and 2 Razor Gales in between. Let's see what ends up being the case though. In card games, there's always going to be a little bit of variance, so you do have to be able to stomach it. And if you don't like being unlucky, and card games are probably not the best avenue for you to relieve stress. But we're gonna go shuffle up into game 3. I don't think anything else is gonna be sided in. Here is the Spirit of Wind Kaze once again hitting the board. You know, I wonder if we'll be able to see any more fancy spirits. Yes, just now in round 2 we were able to see 2 different CSR spirits from RDO. We had a Nico Fragmented Spirit and a Kongming Serene Spirit. And now it's the, once again, Eternal Magistrate turn 1. Showing a Dream Fairy as well as a 3 visits. So no Scout the Lands this time. Tyrion, a lot of purple in that hand. I think one of those purple is Angelic Channeling at the very least, so actually is able to make use of some of this purple. And Abby immediately just goes Sensor of Restful Peace, not allowing Tyrion any reprieve at all, especially when he's doing a full pass kind of turn. Here is the Scout the Land though. So I was just saying no Scout the Lands, but there is one for Abby, and there's also another one on the top of his deck. Let's see what Abby ends up doing here. Of course, gets to draw and not show the opponent what he picks up. And there's also a Fairy Whispers, so if Abby doesn't like the look of the 3 cards on top, he can elect to throw them away. And there is going to be the Fairy Whispers right away. So we're expecting at least 2 of these cards to not be very useful. And it is going to be the Stifling Gyre just picked up. And while Stifling Gyre is going to be picked up, there's already an Eternal Magistrate on the board, so it might be a bit of a overkill to call Dungeon Guide here. But I think it's probably the only thing worth calling. It could also be Academy Attendant. I think it's Dungeon Guide. I read Abby's lips. I think he said Dungeon Guide. But this is very safe because this means that even if there is a D-blow onto this Eternal Magistrate, Tyrion is not going to be too worried about this. Here is a Baleful Oblation as well as 2 Carters now put into the Banish for the effect of Angelic Channeling. Will allow Tyrion to draw 3 cards into memory, and then Tyrion actually has a Turbo Charge again, so might actually choose to go for backup charger, but no, just going to level up to CL level 1 again. He is going second this time, so we'll lose a turbocharge. Has another one in hand, it looks like. And then Library Witch Cremation Ritual. Very possible. There's a distilled water in the hand of Abby as well. There is the Library Witch, and here is the Cremation Ritual. And the Witch is burnt, and we draw 3 cards. And a second Library Witch is actually drawn, so we could also just use that and prevent another 1 point of damage. But that is going to be a Baleful Oblation to put into the memory, and that might not be ideal. So we'll see what Tyrion ends up deciding. It is just going to be the Attendant here instead, because that is just Library Witch but better. And now Abby is walled off from dealing damage for a bit. So there might be a world where actually Stifling Gyre calls Angel Attendant instead of Dungeon Guide. I'm not sure. I haven't tested this specific matchup enough times, but based on my theory, this does seem like a possibility. And Tyrion just going to add a Cremation Ritual to the Omens here. Then a backup charger now materialized for Abby. We'll draw into memory. Recollect and draw for Abby as well. Does he have the Razor Gales? Because that is going to be the key difference between Game 3 and Game 2. In Game 1, he had 4-4. This game, he has 0 so far. Game 2, he also has 0. We will have to see if he can find it. Because the entire deck's concept really revolves around that. Razor Gale calling, and no, he does not have it, but there is a Dream Fairy, which will deny this Angel Attendant's protection from Tyrion, and then 2 more points of damage come in. And slowly but surely, Abby's chipping away at this 30 life total. CL at the moment still at 20, but still very, very far away because very simply doesn't have that much. And that says Angelic Attendant, which is not a real card. It is in fact just Angel Attendant. We're going to see Abby now pick 2 cards out of the memory for a turn to go up to CL level 2. Loses another turbocharge as well as, I believe that was Nocturne's Oblivion. And Tyrion recollects. It's going to be able to use that CL Champion on enter. Can get rid of this Golden Checkmate, which is perfect. Will allow him to put it back into the Omens later. And then recollect and draw for Tyrion, who draws into 2 Top Secret Keys. And once again, maybe it's time to deblow the deblow the Eternal Magistrate. Is it really time to deblow the Eternal Magistrate again? We could see he has, I think he has enough hand to deblow Dungeon Guide? No, he's 1 short. So yeah, he can't deblow plus Dungeon Guide? I believe he's 1 short. Yeah, he's 1 short. So just has to consider what the options are. I think it's a bit difficult. But I think Tyrion just deciding, yeah, it's not worth just giving this Eternal Magistrate a swing and then maybe walking right into a reclaim like he did in game 2. So just going to be patient. I think, ooh, there's 2 Razor Gales. So We are back. We are so back. Like we said earlier, we found the middle point. Two Razor Girls this game. Previously was four. Now we're at two. I think happy to have that happen. Abby now recollecting and drawing. And let's see if he decides to play the Razor Girls this turn or saves them for next turn when he's Arizona and therefore has that 2-cost discount, which is a very big deal. Now, Abby just deciding. I think Razor Girl is here is pretty okay. It's Razor Girl. So that's the first one. But Abby still needs quite a bit to really go fully online. He still needs to go Arizona 1. He still needs to go Essence Crucible. But Abby is choosing to play pretty safe. Goes for the Orb of Sealing instead, just to make sure that he doesn't lose to a random Oblation for 15. Tyrion, of course, can play around this with Dimensional Armor, but hasn't hit level 3 yet because of this Eternal Magistrate. So I think Abby is able to buy that 2 turns that he needs. Tyrion just in the tank a little bit because can't really go up to level 3 in a very efficient or great way. He could Topsy Decree now, but yeah, wouldn't really be that helpful, I think. So here is the thing. What is Tyrion going to do? And he's thinking. I mean, honestly, backup treasure here is pretty okay. He could also just use that to do the level up, but I think most of the time you just want to find a better card to use for your level up instead, and that is exactly what Tyrion's gonna do. He did lose 2 turbochargers, I believe, in order to go up to level 2, so it's gonna be missing that quite a bit. And it appears that my lunch has arrived, which is awesome, because unfortunately for us, our lunch actually went missing earlier. I think Abby ate it in order to get the power to draw 4 Razor Girls. But that being said, Tyrion just gonna have a bit of a tough turn here. 13 minutes left on the clock, and it's still anyone's game at this point of time. Tyrion has taken 5 points of damage, but that's not really a lot in the grand scheme of things, especially with a 25 life champion. Here's a reclaim now going to be used on the, I want to say EM, yeah. Eternal Magistrate is going to be back in the hand. Now we're going to use the reclaim to go up to RE1, and we're going to gather some herbs. Let's look at that. 2 and a 4. 6 and an 8. Who do we appreciate? That is going to be herbs. Arizona. Hineas and Herb. And let's see what Abby ends up doing here. Pre-recollection, he only has 2 cards in hand, so it could only really be Fairy Whispers. The Reclaim did ping 1 point of damage with the Razor Girl Calling. And is there anything from Tyrion's side? He might consider going for a Topsy Decree here, and that is going to be the play. So it does reveal that Angel Attendant, the Dungeon Guide, and I want to think, yeah, another Library Witch here. So choosing, I believe, Spell Shroud, and I want to think discard from memory. And there is a Tree Visits, which is a great option to just put in the graveyard. It's technically it's not really I mean, it's minus, but it feels a lot less bad, I think, to lose that. And oh, we're rewinding. Oh, sorry, this is before the level up. This is gonna be used before the level up. And he loses the distilled water. Oh, because Censor of Restful Peace is on Abby's board. Right, so they had to rewind the reclaim. And that's actually a very big deal for Abby. Not having this potion is going to be massive. Oh dear. This might have been an unforced error by the side of Abby here. Oh dear, that's really really unfortunate. But it is already post lunch. This is what Abby gets for stealing my lunch. I'm kidding, Abby. If you're watching the stream later, you're cool. We're cool. Well, let's see what Abby has left for us now. He does have a second Razor Gale, so we saw him draw into that earlier. But now he's lost his distilled water, so he won't be able to use that Crucible very well. And not only that, we've also taken our EM off the board. And now we have to replay it. So, what else can we do here? Let's not forget that Tyrion is spell shrouded this turn, I believe. So use the Topsy Decree, denied Abby a card, gave himself Spell Shroud. So we'll also get some chip because he forces Abby to target himself with this Razor Gale. We might see Abby go ahead and play the EM again, but again, now that he lost his potion, that's really rough. 10 minutes left in the round. The guy who delivered my lunch did not put it near enough to me. Had to reach over for a bit. Now we are gonna see CL level 3. Abby is actually just playing nothing. Tyrion, I think it's okay to not replay the EM here because Tyrion already looked like he was positioning to level up. I don't think he would have went for the Dungeon Guide anyway. He's gonna show the Nocturne's Oblivion and the two Carters. Question is whether he puts them to the top or the bottom. I think Carter doesn't seem that necessary here because there's not that many allies on Abby's board, unlike the previous game. So we're actually going to leave them on top. And let's see what the play is. Because Abby does have the Orb of Sealing on the board. So Terran needs to do both Nocturne's Oblivion and the Baleful Oblation in order to really get rid of it. And let's not forget that Tyrion also needs to bring out his own Orb of Sealing because he does have 2 3-cost cards in the Omens as well. So Abby last turn only just developed his second Razor Gale, which is, I mean, I say only, but that's a pretty significant, it's double the usual damage that you would put out. And Abby now, hoisted by his own sensor, does go for the Essence Crucible, but will need to find another potion now because he lost his distilled water on enter, deciding whether he wants to glimpse first. Let's see what he ends up doing. There's only 7 minutes left in the round. Tyrion already actually taken 7 points of damage. That's quite a bit of chip over the course of the game. But we did see him in hand has another Topsy Decree. And Tyrion also forgot to put out his Lost Providence. May have forgotten that the EM is no longer on the board. Here is the 10 land. Just gonna gather once and draw a card. No complaints there. It's a 3, I believe. Oh no, it's a 4. Okay, so we got a pair. We're not RE2, but it doesn't matter. Healing Herb is still nice to have. Healing is the only real like permanent way to prevent damage from Baleful Oblation. Well, no, from the Omens, I suppose, because Baleful Oblation is preventable damage. Now let's see what Abby has to do here. He does 1 damage with the Dream Fairy. And what else do we have here? Tyrion holding on to that Topsy Decree. No norm cards in hand though, so will definitely be a non-imbued one, but still pretty significant. Here's the Windmill Engineer showing a Dream Fairy and a Cyclical Breeze. Tyrion deciding, is it worth it? He is going to just go for the Topsy Decree now on the activation. But this puts him very far away from Nocturne's Oblivion, Baleful Oblation, I think. Not imbuing, just being clear. Abby says, okay. 3 visits on the stack. So that he does get some damage onto Tyrion first. And also recovers a little bit, which is great. Let's see now. Windmill Engineer does resolve. And Abby's just gonna pass here. So still no potion for Abby. So that Essence Crucible is not online. Tyrion now looking to materialize maybe a Mansion Armor. No, it's actually the Grande Sonaire. So we're looking to do some big damage here. The Grande Sonaire, of course, is a weapon that deals additional +2 if you have 10 plus cost in your omens. And right now Tyrion has 21. So actually extorting Blackjack might be an option here as well, but I don't know if Tyrion plays it. We will have to see. I don't see it in hand. I do see the katas. Kata not that useful. There's no option here. Here is now Tyrion going to turn his champion sideways. I think this is a pretty safe turn to Orb of Sealing. And remember, Grande Sonaire is a static effect, so you can Orb of Sealing in response to this. And Tyrion does have the Nocturne's Oblivion to ensure that the 4 damage comes in, but here is the response. Orb of Sealing. Tyrion, are you going to do anything? He will not. He puts down the Topsy and the Cremation. Still comes in for 3 though. 4, sorry, because there are 3 omens. So Ciel gets +2 when there are 3 or more omens, and then +3 when there are 5 or more. And also gets to draw a card into memory. Tyrion now gonna grab this Topsy Decree and put it into his omens. And only 3 minutes left in the round. And Tyrion is looking like he's in a bit of a dangerous position here. Will need to materialize his own Orb of Sealing. So what Tyrion needs to do here is materialize his own Orb of Sealing, then Nocturne's Oblivion Abby's Orb of Sealing, and then later he needs to seal the remaining Cremation Ritual and the Topsy Decree in his omens now, and that's how he will be able to win. But because Tyrion has put a 4th omen, he's now threatening full awakening into CL level 2 lineage release, which is, I believe, 8 damage. 8 damage is not enough right now to defeat Arizona Master Herbalist. So we will see what ends up being the play here. Sorry, she is actually not Master Herbalist. That is actually Herbalist Prodigy. I got the name wrong. But yeah, it is still going to be Arizona. There is the Grand Crusader's Ring, the Divine Relic finally making its way onto the board. And there's no Topsy Decree here for Tyrion. There's no Full Awakening. His hand is nothing but Umbra. And a Devastating Blow. And we're going to see now if Abby can deal 19 damage. So here's 1. Here's 2. 17 to go. That's 8 procs of Eraser Gale Calling. He does have a 3 visits in the graveyard, so could use that. That's a free proc, basically. And of course, I think he would love to have a potion. The thing about the potion is that there is a Nocturne's Oblivion for Tyrion to get rid of the um, Essence Crucible. But then Tyrion may not be able to win the game because the oversealing will just stay on the board. He could still win the game. Like he has the Grande Scenario, but the Grande Scenario is never going to do more than 2 damage in this matchup. I mean it's 4 damage with the omens 3 omens effect of Servile Possession. And we will see what is left in the tank. We're going to time out pretty soon. So that will mean there's only 3 more turns. Tyrion needs that exact line that I mentioned earlier. Nocturne's Oblivion, get rid of the oversealing, materialize his own oversealing, Baleful Oblation, goodbye Abby. Meanwhile, Abby just needs to play 8 win cards. And if one of those 8 cards is a Razorgirl Calling, that reduces the number of cards he needs to play significantly. Here now 15 damage. Here's the potion. We're gonna brew this potion. 5 minutes counting down now. First, we're gonna brew the potion with the level herb. He's actually gonna use the level herb, yes. So that's want to keep the recovery herbs if possible. And we're going to see the Nocturne's Oblivion, I believe, onto the Essence Crucible, which makes the most sense here. But again, this means that it's going to be very difficult for Tyrion to win the game. He's going to not lose, which is going to be pretty important. The question here is there an obscure offering in Abby's deck? Because that is going to be the most important thing here. Essence Crucible is going to be removed, so no draw, but Distilled Water is still a free cycle, basically. You just get to sacrifice that to draw another card. Can he do 8 activations with only this many cards in hand? And that was another Distilled Water at the top of the deck, so good thing Tyrion had that Nocturne's Oblivion. But now what? Can he finish the game? 12 more damage needed. No Baleful Oblation available. Passes the turn with 6 cards in hand here, Abby. Going to play a Nullifying Mirror here. Denies a Veiling Breeze. And now Abby has to think, do I want a Veiling Breeze right here, right now? Is there a point? Because what does he die to? He dies to double Full Awakening, right? If he takes 4 damage from this Grande Scenario, double Full Awakening is 4 plus 4, 8. That's exact lethal. But Abby does have the 2 healing herbs still. Carter now, drawn again. Devastating Blow is an option. Lost Prophet is now going to be cracked, allowing Tyrion to draw another card. Advent of the Stormcaller, not useful at the moment. But the Devastating Blow might devastate Abby right here, unless there is a stealth, unless there is an Innovate Agility available. I do see it, but I don't know. Yes, there is an Innovate Agility available in the hand of Abby. So I think he's safe here. Tyrion now is holding up the Devastating Blow. Might have to fire it. 0-1. This is second last turn, I believe, for Tyrion. Putting his hand down, though, is so risky. But he doesn't have any other option. Here's the Devastating Blow. Swinging into the face of Abby. And Abby will have the response, will have the Innovate Agility, will be able to dodge this move by Tyrion. And I think that means next turn he should be able to find the damage he needs to take the game. Here now we're going to see the Innovate Agility putting Abby at 2 health again. Recovering no longer Arizona, back to Kaze Spirit of Wind. 2 points of damage from the 2 Razorgirl Callings. The Devastating Blow is no longer going to connect. And that devastates Tyrion instead of Abby. Abby now has 3 visits in his hand. Will be able to use that to recover 2. He uses the Omen to deal 2 damage to the Dream Fairy, which will be enough. End of turn, we're going to put 2 cards down. Face down again in the Omens with the Orb of Sealing. Going back to Abby's turn. First end step still, we are going to 3 visits. Deals 2 damage to Tyrion, 19 total, using from hand, so will not be able to use this from graveyard anymore because he's no longer a cleric. But he could very easily go back up to level 1. Abby here, lots and lots of options still. There is a speed potion here, which he can brew. He can go up to level 1, brew this speed potion. End of turn will give him basically 3 more cards to play with, which might be the cards that he needs. He does keep both cards on the top. We will see what he goes for. What is going to be the play? The speed potion left on the top of the deck. The speed potion is not class bonus. So he does not actually have to go up to Arizona 2 to use the speed potion's agility. So maybe we just go for a draw Regalia here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Abby, you need to speed up. 11 seconds left only. He does go back up to Arizona 1, going to level up again. Once again, get those herbs. Does not actually do that. Goes for the Purifying Turbo instead. Recollect and draw. 18 seconds just left on the clock. So little time. So many things to do. 1 damage in from the Windmill Engineer. 5 more cards to use. He does have a Cyclical Breeze. He cannot use the 3 visits. What can he do though? He does have the Distilled Water to draw 1 card, but I don't think that's going to be enough. There's a Veiling Breeze. There's 2 Veiling Breezes. That's 2 card activations. Here's the Cyclical Breeze first. Are they going to let Abby finish the turn? Because he might have had lethal there. Cyclical Breeze would have done 2. 3 Visits would have done 2. That's 4 total. Then Veiling Breeze for another 2, 6. I don't think that's enough. I think if he had the speed potion, he would have been able to finish. It's just so close. If he left the speed potion on the top, I think that's a missed lethal. But it's so down to the wire here. Speed potion on the top. I think we're calling it. We're calling it time. We're calling it a draw. But that was really close. I think Abby may have had it. If he had left speed potion on the top, played it a little bit quicker during his end step, he would have picked up the 3 cards. I think he had lethal. I'm not sure, because okay, so he had 3 visits, speed potion, Veiling Breeze, Cyclical Breeze. I don't know if he has enough hand for that. I have to look back at the clip, but a very close game. Both players just playing to not lose, and I mean neither of them lost, but it was a draw. And unless there was a scoop, I don't think there was a scoop. I think there was a draw. So very close game. Well played by both players here. I think the Ciel and Razor Gale both are very difficult decks to pilot at this level. So maybe the draw here is as good as we are gonna get. That's why a lot of the Razor Gale Arizonas are actually on Obscured Offering in the sideboard in order to protect your Essence Crucible, because it is such a powerful multiplier. Because we saw Tyrion take 20 damage, and if there was 1 stack on this Essence Crucible, I mean, it's such a big difference. But I think the crucial misplay here is Abby forgot about the Sense of Restful Peace, and then because of that, he lost his Distilled Water, and then took very long to find him another potion, and that gave Tyrion enough time to just very safely Nocturne's Oblivion, the Essence Crucible. That being said, still a very close game. I think it was very entertaining still. It was very fun. And I hope I will see you guys in the next round. It won't be too long of a wait since we did go all the way to time this time. So maybe we'll see you in like 5 minutes. Score's not updated, right? They're 5-0. No, round 6, right? Oh, no, round 5. Oh, no, round 5, yeah, you're right. Oh, we're live? Hi, chat. Welcome back to round 5 of the RDO Celestial Showdown. I was eating. But today, we're joined by Pro-An and Awize Q. I believe this player is from Japan. They're wearing an Evo shirt. They're doing the lucky draw outside, so we'll listen to them first. 11712. I believe this player is no. This person is from Japan. From Singapore. Yeah, they're from Singapore. But they are wearing an Evo shirt, so that's pretty cool. Maybe it's just merchandise. I don't know. So Spirit of Fire. Pro-An is on Sabrina, Spirit of Water, also graded by the Sylvie grading service. Fantastic. And we're gonna see them start off 6 from Pro-An and 3. So Pro-An does get to go first. I have privileged information that Pro-An is on Water Aether Wing Diana. And I will find out what Awize Q is on very shortly. I hope Awize is how I'm supposed to say that name. And it's CL again. Let's go. So once again, we are going to be watching Oblation. Pro-An is going to do the classic turn 1 pass into distant on your opponent's end step. And Awize is also going to do the classic turn 1 pass into Creative Shock on your opponent's end step. But Pro-An is going to start off with a, let's see, that is Undercurrent Vantage, I think. So we are going to see that. And then giving us a big yawn. Pro-An's already bored. It's turn 1 of the game. He's already bored of playing. Yeah, Undercurrent Vantage is going to let Pro-An get distant. Also lets him glimpse 3. And is also a class bonus floating memory, which is cool. I believe he sends all the cards to the bottom and then levels up using a refreshing charge from his memory. Now, Diana makes his way onto the board. Not graded by the Sylvie grading service. Champion is distant though, which is cool. And there we are going to see the Prudence Knock now going to be used. That's a free calibration. Looking at the top 4 cards of the deck and then putting a Aether charge into memory. There is a Cheshire Cat, which is pretty strong. Let's find the Prudent Knock and put stat into the memory. Pretty good card as well. Cheshire Cat is going to stay on the top. I believe there's also a Frostmourne Paladin on the top, but can't remember. Yep, it is going to be the Frostmourne straight away. Here now, we're going to see him glimpse again for this 3 damage attack. And a refreshing charge is going to make its way into the trash. And this Cheshire Cat, 2 Cheshire Cats now, could be a lot of bursts for Pro-An, but he's choosing to just send one of them to the bottom, which I think is pretty fair. It's a bit greedy to hold on to both. But now we're going to see Pro-An go for this Frostmourne Paladin, I think, unless he has a Crystalline Archer in the back. He does not. So there is the Frostmourne Paladin will allow Pro-An to draw a card, which is great. Getting the convert floating memory into card draw is always a nice little benefit. And already 6 damage done onto Awize Q. Awize though, what is his end step play going to be? Is there a Creative Shock? It's not. It's Flamethrower Cell, which is a little bit less than ideal. But at the very least, it is still net neutral because of this Liminal Guide. And losing Nocturne's Oblivion here, getting CL onto the board. So, trading 1 damage in with the Liminal Guide. and passing turn here. Liminal Guy half out of his sleeve, representing his etherealness. Half alive, half not alive. And there is the Ranger Strikes being picked up because we did see Pro 1 previously already had the Cheshire Cat. Here's the Prudent Knock, draws into Mem. And now Pro 1 might go for a very big turn. He was considering the reposition there, and there's a Resolute Stand available for LEZQ. 14 damage is going to be enough to finish the game for him, for Pro 1 here. So Resolute Stand is going to be the play. Pro 1 nods. I wonder if that is going to be all she wrote for this turn and allow LEZQ to go up to level 3 fairly safely. But Pro 1 is holding on to a Frozen Dismissal, so I don't think he's in that much of a rush to push LEZQ here. He can deny the level 3 pretty easily, and now no more Resolute Stand. So yeah, Pro 1's just gonna say pass over to you. LEZQ now. Gonna lose 2 cards, go up to CL level 2. No on enter because there's no omens, and we'll recollect and draw for turn. And we're gonna see now the Dungeon Guide to go up to level 3. The thing about this is it sets LEZQ in a very dangerous position. But I think he just kind of has to send. And send he will, so there is the dungeon guide. Here's the Frozen Dismissal now, immediately not allowing the Dungeon Guide to resolve. And then I think that means Pro 1 is going to send a very big swing next turn with a Inert Sword, Cheshire Cat, double Ranger Strikes into LEZQ's face. So Inert Sword represents 2 damage additional with the Ranger Strikes with Distance Diana and the Cheshire Cat. Compared to the Aether Wing right now, it's actually the sword is actually the same amount of damage. Pro 1 just needs to decide what to put into memory for this Frozen Dismissal first. Let's see. What is his play? I think he hasn't paid the full cost for Frozen Dismissal. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Ron just in the tank a bit, deciding on his materialization. I think he needs to decide if he wants to use reposition right here, right now. The thing is, Ewise is at level 2, so we'll be able to use a free Resolute Stand. We know that he doesn't have it, but he's still representing it. And there's Charge the Soul, now removed, and there is the Quick Step Threats, which is going to be really good because you do deny any other interaction, but not super relevant since Resolute Stand is a replacement cost. But we're still going to make Diana distant here. Recollect no. And drawing for turn. No problem, going in for 3 with the Frostbound Paladin. Does connect. Double Ranger Strikes is +8. Right now, Diana's coming for 3. +8 is 11. It's still a little bit off. Yeah, we're still a little bit off of lethal. The cat does come in for 1. And now we need 4 more damage. So here is Cheshire Cat Strikes plus, what is this one? Take aim, I see. So it gets +2 plus range 2. So that should be lethal. And Pohan just casually sends a 15 damage swing with Water Aethering Diana into the face of LEZQ. And take aim. A fantastic card to boost your damage by 4 here. And Pro 1 thinking, okay, well, if you have Resolute Stand, it's fine. I'm still putting you to 22 out of 30, and you also have no cards. So I think that's a very, very powerful showing from Pro 1 of this Water Aethering Diana deck. Still very, very strong, even without Capstone Coda. And take aim, a card that normally wouldn't have made its way into the deck, but now post-ban, You no longer need to play your Carp Storm Coda. You no longer need to play your Toad Troll, so you have more space in your deck to actually play cards that boost your normal combat win plans, game plans, and that is going to be what lets Pro-An win round 1 here. The question now is what comes in from Pro-An's sideboard and similarly from Q's sideboard, and it looks like he's already done with the siding. Deciding. And Pro-An also going to be done with siding pretty soon. I think this is just a pretty negative matchup for Q. It is pretty difficult for CL to last, especially if you don't open any Angel Attendants like Elize did in this game. So let's see what Pro-An does this time. Pro-An, not to forget, your Seeker's Aetherwing is your Aqua Mirage Whisper is still on the board. So both players have sided, have shuffled. We're getting ready for game 2. And that first game was done in 9 minutes. 9 minutes is crazy. Now both players are packing up, getting ready for their second game. I think we're gonna hope for a better start from Q. Seeing things like the Angel Attendant, of course, will be very, very crucial in order for him to not die so quickly, because that's gonna be a very big difference maker. But other than that, we'll see what else is available for Pro-An here. Okay, so let's look at the starts again for Q. This time he does have the Angel Attendant, which is going to be much, much better. Pro-An just gonna pass turn as usual, and then here's the backup charger for Q. Will allow him to draw a card into the memory. And then, of course, Parcel. Then we're gonna see what Pro-An has here. It is gonna be a Cerulean Decree to draw a card into memory. So pretty bad start, all things considered. And there's the Diana. And we're gonna go Diana on the stack, Weaving Mana Stream, which is very, very interesting. No, this is Undercurrent Advantage again. So Cerulean Decree was actually used to negate the Cremation Ritual, I believe. And if that's the case, the Cremation Ritual should be in the Banish, I believe. Now, Undercurrent Advantage for Diana to level up to 1. Aqua Mirage Whisper, of course, makes its way onto the board. So Pro-An making a pretty good use of the Cerulean Decree to deny the +2 for Q. Here's the Etheric Calibration now. Charge the Soul now being added to Pro-An's memory. Now the question is, does he have a way around this Angel Attendance? Because 0-3, very annoying to deal with for sure. You'd want to do a Frostmourne Paladin here if possible, but no, just gonna have to punch into the Etheric Angel Attendant. And Pro-An able to glimpse 4, hoping for a floating memory. There is a Tactical Retreat. Frostmourne Paladin at the top as well. And that might just be the discard here. Tactical retreat could be useful in the later stages of the game, but for now, not super relevant. So yeah, bro, I'm just gonna drop that into the trash. Allow him to use that as floating memory to materialize something like the Ranger Strikes next turn, maybe. And puts 2 cards on top and 1 at the bottom. The Q now going for a level 2/1. Does get the card back. Abnegation came in maybe from the side deck. Would be very crucial in this matchup. Recover 8. Big deal. And there is now the Liminal Guide coming onto the board. Ephemeral Liminal Guide. Coming in for 1 into Pro 1. Now taking 2 damage total. Both from this 1 Liminal Guide. Here's a Library Witch. Once again, denying Pro 1 of a free swing into his champion. Pro-On is not going to be happy about that. Does go for the quick step threats here, actually. So does want to deny interaction as much as possible, especially now while LEZQ does not have the option to freely use the Resolute Stand at level 2. And we did see Pro-On actually have a Charge the Soul earlier, so he can use that to ping this Library Witch and open the way for his champion and for the Frostborn Paladin he will eventually play down. So let's see what the play actually is here in the end. Because while you could use the Charge the Soul to ping this Library Witch, you also kind of want to keep it in case EZQ is on Crystallized Destiny, which is such a crucial card to prevent those big, like just now when Pro-On came in for 15 damage. If you Crystallize Destiny that, then you're in a very good spot. But it looks like that is not the case. So Frostborn Paladin is going to make his way onto the board first. That does eat up the Undercurrent Vantage, allowing Pro-On a draw. And we're just going to clear the Liminal Guide here, actually. And we're not allowing EZQ to draw from the Library Witch. Say if you want to draw, you gotta do it yourself. And now EZQ is at level 2, which is a lot better than last game. And we're in the same position as last time. Does he fire the Dungeon Guide here and walk right into a Frozen Dismissal? Because Pro-On is holding cards up in hand. And he's not going to do that. So may just go for a Creative Shock instead. But no floating memory available for him. Here is the Weaving Mana Stream. Such a crucial card for this Diana deck. Makes the champion distant and is a floating memory that gets loaded into the Alchemist's Whisper. There is the Ranger Strikes now being played. Weaving Mana Stream loaded into the Alchemist's Whisper. Is there a Cheshire Cat? For Pro-On, I believe there was pre-recollection. We're going to charge the soul, get rid of that Library Witch, allow a draw for EZQ. But is it going to be enough? First off, let's go with the Frostborn Paladin swing into the champion. Pro-On, a little bit messy in his hand now. Taking 3 damage. EZQ, no Frostborn Paladin just yet. Remember, there is going to be a swing from the champion here. No Ranger Strikes. Correct. No Cheshire Cat either. Just going for a 5 damage swing and allowing Pro-On to glimpse 6. Really strong. And other than that, the Charge the Soul going into the graveyard allows him to draw another card with another Frostborn Paladin, because that is going to be floating memory, which is great. A lot of options here. Repositions, Frostborn Paladins, Fracturize, all pretty decent for Pro-On. 2 swings left on this Aqua Mirage Whisper too. There should be 1 more swing. This is the 2nd swing already. Pro-On making a very pained face. Needs to decide what's the play here for him. What is going to be the play? I mean, glimpsing, when you're glimpsing so many cards, it really is hard to decide what it is to leave on the top, what it is to move to the bottom. You also get to mill one. Obviously, you want to mill floating memory if you can. Let's see what it is. Yep, updating the Aqua Mirage Whisper as you should. And Cheshire Cat, going to be put into the memory here to play something. Maybe a Frostland Paladin. There's Crystalline Archer, which is also very good. Another 4 points of damage and a lot of pressure. Tactical Retreat Ethan. And Irige Q does have an abnegation this time. So can stave off quite a bit of damage later. But actually, it's going to be Chalice of Blood here. Irige Q, very crucially also, will be able to pay for a Frozen Dismissal this turn. Oh, Flame Reef Call. That's pretty massive as well. Will deny a lot of damage. Here is the dungeon guide. And I think Pro-An should probably still fire the Frozen Dismissal here if he has it. Because it will force Q to be hands down, and that's a pretty big deal. But it looks like he does not have it. Only has the Cerulean Decree, which he could still fire off here. I think it's still probably worth it. Ron also has to make a tough call here, because forcing him two hands down is a pretty big deal, honestly. And there it is. He's going to use the Cerulean Decree. He shows a Frostbind as well. And Irige Q holding on to Abnegation plus 1 card in hand plus 2 can use the Chalice of Blood as well. Loses the Flame Reef Call. Flame Reef Call would have been nice to get rid of this Crystalline Archer, but it's not going to be possible now. I mean, he could just get rid of it with the Omens, so I think that's probably the case. Golden Checkmate makes its way into the Banish with an Omen counter. Dungeon Guide puts 1 point of damage into Pro-An, and reposition now for Pro-An to go distant. Weaving Mana Stream now going to be used to materialize a Flash Grenade. Another draw 1, so pretty good still. Pro-An might have to... I think he could still consider holding on. He doesn't have to press the button just yet. The Chalice of Blood, the interesting thing about this is that Pro-An could do 15 damage in one swing again, and then the Chalice of Blood won't ever get the chance to activate. And let's remember the quick step threats as well. So Abnegation would cost 4, I believe. Which means that should be lethal. Yeah, it would cost 4 for Abnegation. So I think Pro-An is actually in a really good spot here. Yeah, Abnegation would cost 4. Even if he was allowed to... Oh, second cat? Second cat coming in for 1 more, putting Irige Q at 17. Now, 3 Ranger Strikes, range 12, swinging in for 15. Yeah, that's game over already. Pro-An. So much damage. 2-0 in 20 minutes. And thank you, Pro-An, because now I can take a delayed lunch break as well. But very powerful. I think this Water Aetherwing Diana deck is still very strong. Even with the ban and restriction list hitting it very specifically, you can see the power of the Cheshire Cat Ranger Strike. It's still so strong. The main thing that's different is that, of course, Diana now is very reliant on combat damage, whereas in the past she had to do both combat. She was able to do both combat and non-combat damage, which is a very big difference, because now you can actually play around it. But unfortunately, Diana also has the ways to play around the ways you play around it. So things like your intercepts, your taunts can be smoke bombed or removed by her powerful allies. If you want to Resolute Stand or Crystallize Destiny, you better hold up your entire hand, because she also has negates, and she now has Quick Step Treads, which will make all of your interaction cost more as long as Diana is distant. So still a very powerful deck, especially in this meta where a lot of level 3 decks are running around. They're, of course, very happy to have Angelic Channeling, very happy to see Cards on Coda gone, not happy to see Cheshire Cat still in the game. So very powerful deck still, this Water Aetherwing Diana. I'm sure you will see more of Pro-An on this deck. He is having a lot of fun with it, to my understanding. and hopefully continues to get to have some more fun with it. That being said, that is going to be round five. You guys are in for a bit of a break because we ended so quickly. But make sure to take a long and good, well-deserved rest. Go have a walk, take a drink, etc., etc. And I will see you guys in about 40 minutes. See you. And are we live again? We are in fact not live. Okay, all's G chat. Okay, I'm just going to yap as if we are going to go live soon because it does appear we are going to be live. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the RDO Celestial Showdown Regional, proudly brought to you by Apex Players Guild and Glimpse 6. Make sure to like, share, subscribe to both channels on YouTube and all other platforms. Now we have a 4-1 table, round 6. 5-1-2, I believe, is guaranteed top 32 at today's tournament. So this is going to be the battle to see if you are ready. And there is a Spirit of Wind, I believe, plus a Spirit of Water on Orange Porridge's side. And here's the fist bump, and we're off to the races. So let's see what we're gonna start off with. I believe that looks like Luxem on the left, so that should be Seiryu Guojia. I do see an Angelic Channeling, so pretty powerful starting hand. Scout the land, yeah, there's a Besiege Face Stone, yeah, that's definitely Seiryu Guojia. So, with the Besiege Face Stone as an option, that's going to be the turn 1 play for sure. Here it comes. And let's see what Orange Porridge ends up sniping here off of the Besiege Fatestone. Meanwhile, he is on the Spirit of Fire with a Looking Glass. So that could be any number of champions. So it doesn't reveal that much just yet. Confirming the material deck. And what is banished but the Fates, the Luxem Fatestone. This one is destroy target item or regalia, I believe. So very interesting tech that a lot of Guojias have been moving on to now that there is no longer going to be any baby green slime. So pretty interesting as well. We will see a Stifling Gyre also get banished, which is pretty nice for the Orange Porridge side. I would assume you would like that to not be in the deck anymore if possible. And I'm trying to find the name of the Face Stone. Face Stone of Heaven, actually. Destroy target non-champion object with memory cost 1 or less, or reserve cost 5 or less, yes. Meanwhile, Orange Porridge, as the fire deck, usually you would turn 1 just pass, but let's see what they end up doing here. Holding on to 3 cards, so it might be something like a Liminal Guide or a Creative Shock. And it is just going to be Cheshire Cat, so it might actually be something like a Crux Lorraine here for more aggression. So the Cheshire Cat's on the board now. Spell Shot Stealth, very, very powerful unit. Will be able to increasingly get more dangerous as time passes. Tanguna on the board will give one more quest counter to Lysithium. And Lysithium now could do a very powerful Angelic Channeling this turn. So Angelic Channeling would allow for this Harness Lightning to get banished. Not that necessary of a card right now. It gives him a very clean line to go into level 2. The thing about Guojia is that they don't usually want to go use Floating Memory because you want to banish cards from your memory instead to go up to level 3. But they also do have now the Auspicious Manifestation, so we'll be able to get quest counters that way, even if they do lose quest counters from using Floating Memory. Auspicious Manifestation, of course, one very, very powerful ultimate spell. There is the Angelic Channeling going to be used now. And speaking of the Auspicious Manifestation, that is going to be banished for the Angelic Channeling alongside the Heartless Lightning. And you do see a Dungeon Guide drawn for Lysithium as well, so fantastic so far. And end of turn, we're going to see the Azurite Fatestone now used. Loses that Dungeon Guide, but Lysithium, I think, not too pressed about that. We'll be able to level to 2 next turn with the card in memory plus the Angelic Channeling. Orange Porridge now going back to his turn we will be able to go up to our level 1 here. I'm going to assume it's Lorraine. I have never seen this card before. It is... Oh, it's Fire Diana. Okay. So, Fire Diana. Very strong deck as well. It will immediately reposition on the stack so that you will be able to get that Aether charge, Aether Wing onto the board. The Aether Wing of choice here is most likely going to be Trivariate Dream, and that is going to make its way onto the board. Yep. And I believe the card that was banished is Infernal. No, it's Flickering Cinder, right? Flickering Cinder, deal 1 damage to target unit, and your champion becomes distant. So yeah, that is Fire Aether Ring for sure. Trivariate Dream is one of the most powerful cards in this deck. If you aren't aware of what it does, it is if you have exactly 3 Aether Charge cards in this attacker's intent, this attack gets +3. So if you have 3 Aether Charges, usually they go for either 1 or 2 damage. So let's say 1/1/1, then Trivariate Dream comes in for 7, which is a lot of damage. But Goja, not known to be super squishy of a champion, honestly. So we might see them still be okay here. Second point of damage comes in from the Treasure Cat, and the key difference here is that Orange Forge went Treasure Cat on turn 1, so he doesn't have the hand to play a bunch of Aether Charges pre-recollection like you usually would on this deck. And that is pretty significant. But I think this deck really wants to be able to get rid of Seiryu, if possible. But with Auspicious Manifestation, that becomes very, very difficult. So we are going to see what Orange Porridge decides to do here. Lots of options with this Seiryu Goja. It is going to be a prudent knock. Just draws into memory. Also loads itself into the Trivariate Dream. What else is in the cards for Orange Porridge? Might be another one of this. It is a Charge the Soul, so just dealing 1 more damage here to the champion. And now we're going in for 4 damage here. We're not going for the Trivariate Dream. So pretty interesting that this is not going to be making full use of the damage. Just getting whatever damage you can get in early. Maybe a bit worried about the Seiryu flipping the following turn because Goja is already at 5 quest counters. So it is definitely a threat that you have to worry about. But I'm not sure if that's usually the play here for the Fire Diana player. Here is now the Angelic Channeling going to be banished alongside another Auspicious Manifestation from the memory. And that will allow the Siphium to go up to level 2. And if he has a Dungeon Guide, will allow him to go up to level 3. But it looks like there is not either of those things. So just going to be Scout the Land here. And it appears that this Diana list, this Goja list is a bit on the ally focus side now because they lost the Baby Green. Royal Oathguard is also in the deck. Not usable right now because it is an exalted card. But very strong 3/4 intercept. Also, without the Unmake duality, Influence Dragon is no longer a very playable archetype, I would think. And that's why you're seeing the return of cards like the Besieged Fatestone. The Siphium gets to stack the cards. Prereq now going for that Portentous Tangu. So going up to 7 card influence and actually has the option if he wants to Besiege Fatestone up to Goja 3, but instead there's actually a Dungeon Guide available, so obviously that would be the better choice here. And that might in fact be the play. Goja 3 making its way onto the board after this. And this also means Seiryu can make its advent um, at the end of this turn, like during this turn actually, because the moment Goja hits level 3, that's going to be the right amount of quest counters. And it also means Auspicious Manifestation can go to the top of the deck here. And this Goja list is playing Tri-Castles as well. So if if Goja got that active, this Fire Diana list would basically not be able to play the game. almost almost like I think 2/3 of the deck is fire element after all. Now are we gonna flip the Seiryu here? So the thing is, Seiryu flip is very much a viable option. Um I don't think Generate and Power is available. We're gonna see the angelic channeling happen now. And the Scythian will put the auspicious manifestation to the bottom actually. I think not super threatened because he does have innovate agility in hand. So Lost Providence is gonna make his way onto the board as well. And then I wonder if Seiryu will flip here. So Seiryu flipping here will do quite a bit and allow the Scythian to recover down to 2 damage counters. Not to mention will deal some damage to Orange Porridge. 1 damage now from the Dungeon Guide. We could also flip the Panda, but I don't think that's happening. Because that would put Lascivium in a pretty vulnerable state. And here is the Dragon. Seiryu make its advent onto the board. 4 damage swing. Generates an Arcane Blast CSR into the banishment of Lascivium. And I believe he put Harness Lightning on the top of his deck as well, so we'll be able to use that next turn for a very, very big swing. Harness Lightning would allow Lascivium to empower 4, then empower 4 more with Serious Swing, and I believe that would mean that there's a free Arcane Blast. So the Ranger Strikes are not going to make their way onto the board, and I think that means Orange Porridge recognizes he needs to go here. The Seiryu is rested, so there is no taunt. But can he pull 18 damage out from nowhere here? With the Ranger Strides, it is definitely possible, especially with a cat on the board. But remember, the Scythian has that Innervate Agility. So Orange Porridge would need Reveal the Hidden or something like that in order to give himself True Sight. Distant plus cat plus strides is 8, 9 extra damage. Trivariation is 10. If he loads 3 Aether Charges, that's 17. There's still 1 short unless one of the Aether Charges is a 2 damage Aether Charge. So he would need to go distant plus 3 Aether Charges, and one of the Aether Charges must be... Oh no, they can be 1 because there's a cat on board. So yeah, he would need exactly distant, Aether. So we need to see what is going to be the play here for Orange Porridge. Starting us off, we have a... What is this card? This is a new card, I believe. This is Evasive Positioning. It's not a new card, but it makes Diana distant and also prevents 2 damage. And Evasive Positioning lets Orange Porridge be distant. Oh, he found another cat! He found another cat. That's 5 damage. The cat represents 5 damage. That means 1 from the cat that's currently on the board puts the Citium at 8. Another cat comes in for 1, puts it at 9. That's double cat for 8. It's 12. Orange Porridge just thinking of the play here, the line that's available for him. And it looks like we might have a judge call. Not sure what it's going to be about, but we will see. So I will try and get info on what this judge call is for. they might have done something wrong. I'm not sure. Might have had to deal with the Arcane Blast. Ah, I see. So it looks like the issue is that the Arcane Blasts are all in the wrong sleeves. They aren't in the same sleeve as the main deck, and that is a problem. So we are going to force that change now. I believe the Lycitium will have spares of that. So Arcane Blast now re-sleeved into the same sleeve as the main deck. Just a very simple resolution. For those of you who are also still playing Seiryu Goja, make sure you do that properly. Your generated tokens need to be the same sleeve as your main deck, and that's why the Siphium is going to be fixing this. Now, it is a very simple fix, so that's a good thing, but we are gonna, of course, spend a little bit of time doing that. That being said, let's see what else the Siphium. Well, Orange Porridge is the one that is the action is on right now, so let's see what he does. And Orange Porridge, again, considering the math of this, and he can also just kill Seiryu with the double strides play, but the issue is that last turn, because he put the Siphium at 7, now there's a chance that Orange Porridge isn't gonna be able to win because of that innervate agility. So let's see. First, the cat comes in for 1. The Lycitium goes to 8. Cat effect now is going to be used, copying the Ranger Strides to give Diana ranged 4. Now, total ranged 5 on this Diana. Second cat going to hit the board as well. There it is. Cheshire Cat again. And that's another point of damage into Lycitium, going to 9. And now the cat will once again be banished, putting Diana at ranged 9 total. And let's see how many Aether Chargers we're going to be able to load in here. Looks like only 1. And I think that's Mana Streak. You do have to forgive me, all of them look the same. Yeah, that's Mana Streak, right? It is Mana Streak. So deals 2 damage, 3 damage actually, and then also loads itself into the Aether Ring. So 3 damage will be dealt to Lyciphium, putting him up to 12. And with only 1 Aether charge, Aether Wing, this 5 Aether Wing Diana deck is threatening 9 plus 1 plus 1, 11. So that's still not lethal. He's too short. He's 2 damage short. Oh, but he does have the other range right? Yeah. So there it is, the commit. Range 13 now. And then there is the Innervate Agility in response to the Ranger Strikes banishment. And Orange Porridge has no cards in hand to use anything like a Review the Hidden or Take Aim. And I believe that means he is cooked. So we'll pass the turn over to Lycitium, who will now probably just go back up to Goja Tree. Just to recover Tree. May actually prefer not to do that, but the term we use here in Singapore is liao gas. Or out of gas is what Orange Porridge is right now, because of the fact that he no longer has the Ranger Strides, and he also burned 2 Cheshire Cats for this. So his strongest 3 attack ally and also his Cheshire Cats are now gone. The one saving grace is that Trivariate Dream is still loaded, because the Siphium used it on the stack of the boots instead. And yeah, Goja Tree now makes its way back onto the board. We're gonna see Goja recover, and then Lyciphium will now Seiryu's command and show Orange Porridge a real big swing. So Harness Lightning Seiryu's command is going to be lethal for sure. There it is, Harness Lightning. We're gonna go +4 onto Seiryu. And let's see Seiryu's command. And we'll go generate empower. And so empower generate. And goodbye. So empower 10 and arcane blast for 11. And that's game 2. Great start for Lysithium. That's as good as it gets, I think. Besiege Stone into Angelic Channeling into Harness Lightning Stadius Command. Not much you are gonna be able to do to beat that. So let's look at what they will sideboard now. Because I think on the Diana's end, the only thing you can really side in is overlapping visages. Lava Storm is a really great new card to answer Sabriel, but you're only gonna use that if you're level 3, and Fire Eater Wing Diana is very notably not a level 3 deck. I do see Lysithium leaving the table, so there might be something going on. I will figure out what's going on. So Lysithium needs to go buy more sleeves, so he will go do that, and then he can generate more arcane blasts. Because right now he only has those two. So in the meantime, you guys can watch Orange Porridge decide on his siding. The Fire Eater Wing Diana deck does a lot of damage, but may be a little bit difficult for him to really find it into this matchup in particular. And you can see Lysithium here has now bought more Guojia sleeves. So it's a good thing that he is using official Grand Archive sleeves because that makes it very easy to replace his generated Arcane Blast with the correct sleeve. The good thing is also that Grand Archive sleeves are very pretty. Guojia is a very, very nice art. So I think no harm, no foul. Adding more sleeves there is great. And the quality of Grand Archive sleeves have been really good recently. Especially after the first batch. I feel like I guess personally I've used the Mordred recollection sleeves, and I think those are really good. Like they have a real nice feel to them. They're very matte. They don't feel very sticky, and I think that's very valuable as a card game player. You don't love when your cards are sticky and you can't like shakapachi very well. And that's not what I'm about, if you know what I'm saying. But let's see how quickly we can unsleeve and resleeve these arcane blasts, including the CSR arcane blasts, which I assume Lysithium always tries to use that one to finish the game off. He only has one. He needs to invest in at least two more, I would think. On average, he would generate 3 arcane blasts in a Guojia game. But they quickly paused the timer as well in order to allow Lysithium to rectify the sleeving issue. And now that he's done sleeving those arcane blasts, we will see him side his deck. He will sideboard now. So let's see what they have. So we're putting things back where they belong. I'm not sure if there's anything in particular that Guojia usually sides for these aggressive matchups, because the deck, the material deck space in that deck is not very flexible. A lot of it is just the stuff that you need to survive, and then you also have things like sensor. You also have things like your backup charger sometimes. Maybe nullifying lantern, but that could be helpful actually in this specific matchup. Fire has a lot of Kindle related things. So you never know. We will see what ends up making its way back into the deck. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the shuffle up porridge. Just getting ready for game two. Of course, lost game one. Maybe just premature because if you think about it, he didn't have to swing the first time into Lesifium, and if Lesifium was only at 3 damage counters, and like from the cats, he wouldn't be able to innervate agility, and the Trivariate Dream would have came in for 4 plus 3 plus 1, so it's 8 plus 3 cats plus distance, so it's 9 plus 12. That's 21 damage. I think it's one no because of the mana streak. Because of the mana streak, it's 4 damage. 21 is exact lethal. So yeah, I think Orange Porridge didn't have to swing turn one if he saw that, but I think he didn't have the second cat in hand at that point. But it's definitely a line you need to consider, right? Like, if you're going to plan on double cat as your win con, and you also want to dodge innervate agility, putting the Goja at 4 and then hitting 21 in one bullet is pretty strong. Trivariate Dream for 8 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 1. Yeah, that's exactly though. So yeah, take aim or Cheshire Cat plus cat plus strides is 21 damage. So that's a line that you really need to know. My gosh. As the Fire Diana player, that's something I wouldn't have considered until I just said it out loud here. And to note, right, you also would have to like not swing with the cats if you're gonna mana streak there. I suppose you could use a different attack, like a different Aether charge instead of mana streak then. Um, but yeah, you just need to make sure they're at 4 exactly, and then cat strikes is exactly 21. Trivariate Dream cat strikes is exactly 21. So that's really powerful. And that's also assuming there's no 2 attack Aether charges. Because I believe there is 1 2 attack Aether charge. I believe that is totally wrong. There is no 2 attack Aether charge. The 2 attack Aether charges are the Astro ones. The Fire Aether charges just do damage plus are a Aether charge. So that's what I was thinking of. So starting us off again, Orange Porridge. We'll just pass turn as usual for Fire Diana. Meanwhile, the Siphium does start us off with an Angelic Channeling in his hand as well. But let's see what he ends up going for here. The previous game was really, really smooth, but I don't think he has a Besiege Fate Stone this time. And he indeed does not look like he has one. So, we're gonna see what he has here. I think that's Angelic Channeling, or it could be Windmill Engineer, or Benediction Angel. I'm not too sure. We'll see. Oh, it's Besiege the Winds. Okay, that's still very strong. In this Goja matchup, you really just want to get as much life as you can. On the stack of the Besiege the Winds, we're gonna go Angelic Channeling. I think the error here is Lucifian said Besiege the Winds and Orange Porridge said okay. And if so, then Lucifium cannot do something on the stack. So if you wanted to do Besiege the Winds Angelic Channeling as the Guojia player here, you need to say Besiege the Winds holding priority and then you do Angelic Channeling. So slight error from Lucifium may have cost him a key card like this Harness Lightning here. But honestly, that card going into the banish is not that big of a deal. It's you kind of want to put arcane cards in the banish anyway. So yeah, I think he's okay with that. And then we might just go with the Angelic Channeling here anyway afterwards, which is okay too. And there it is, Angelic Channeling now going to put cards into the... Oh my, that's 3 new cards. So Harness Lightning, Serious Command, and a Regal Inquisition all put into the banish. And this Angelic Channeling very, very powerful for Guojia because Guojia as a deck wants to use all of these Advanced Element powerful cards, but you will have to banish them early if you're going to be playing this deck. Since you will want to banish and cycle many, many times. And you also go very quickly up to level 2 or 3. And now you're able to do that in a much more controlled way, which is really, really good for the Guojia player. Now, Orange Porridge will be able to... He already has a Cheshire Cat. So we'll be most likely going for the classic Distant into level up into Trivariate Dream. So let's see what his play is. I already see the Mana Streak, so that is going to be quite a powerful spread damage move. That I meant Mana Flare Barrage, by the way. So it gets some pretty good burn off. And this is one of the best turns for Orange Porridge to try something because Lithium is 2 cards in hand, and that is very, very little. You can basically not use any interaction at level 1 Guojia with 2 cards in hand. So Orange Porridge might be thinking of pulling the trigger here. Cheshire Cat now into the memory. Just counting out the combo, and there it is, the Cinder. Flickering Cinder now going to make the champion distant. Does also 1 damage to Guojia. So progressing that game plan again. Leveling up to Diana 1. Here is the Trivariate Dream now alongside her. On enter, here comes the Aether Wing, and now here comes the Aether Charges. In the pre-recollection step, I do see Ignition Draw, and that is going to be a huge, huge play. So top 6. Let's him look at 2 Aether Charges and then put them in the banishment. And then also gets to activate those banished cards until the end of this turn. So if there's any at fast speed, he's basically just gone +1. Being able to pick and choose exactly the ones you want is really good as well. And there is the Mana Streak, as well as a Charge to Soul, which is very, very nice. That's a lot of burn damage. That's 3 + 1. That's 4 more damage. So that means we're going to look at 4 damage from these 2 Aether Charges, putting the Siphium at 5 damage counters. And it's actually going to be Aetheric Calibration first. I don't think Orange Porridge has lethal. Even if he draws a Blazing Throw or something like that, which I do think he does not. I think the card there is another Mana Streak or Mana Flare Barrage. It looks like Mana Streak. So I think he found another Mana Streak, but he's found his next turn's options. He's actually sending everything to the bottom. Put the Mana Streak again on... Did he put everything at the bottom, or did he just put the Mana Streak on the top? I couldn't see very clearly, but he will now go into his turn, and we're going to see him use the 2 Aether Charges from the banishment, I believe. First off, we're going to start with the Mana Streak and do 3 damage to Guojia. And then we will use the Charge the Soul and do 1 more damage to Guojia. And we actually have 2 cards in hand to Blazing Throw if we have it. So here we're coming in for 8 + 1. So yeah, 8. So 3 + 1 + 1 + 3. That's 8, yes. So 8 damage from the Trivariate Dream. Not in range of Blazing Throw actually, but very, very close to just ending Lasiphium's game right here. That being said, Orange Porridge down to 5 cards in hand only, so still kind of scary, all things considered. We're going to use the Floating Memory as well as a card from the memory itself to go up to Goja 2. We're going to get 2 quest counters, and then let's see if we have a dungeon guide. Pre-recollection, nothing else going to be paid. Draw, Stifling Gyre, not exactly what you want to see. And looks like we're just going to recollect and draw. Oh, so I guess he did choose to draw with Goja 2, my bad. Now, what is going to be Lysithium's play here? He just took 13 damage in one turn, so I think he has to be wary of another similar 13 damage turn. Orange Porridge is holding 2 cards in hand, so that could be another Ignition draw very, very easily. But Orange Porridge is not distant at the moment, so that's a pretty big difference. And he actually has a Zephyr here. So could target the Triveria Dream on the load of the third Aether Ring. Third Aether Charge, sorry. And we're going to see Stifling Gyre actually used. I'm not sure what he's going to call here. in this matchup? Maybe he's just putting it down so he can level up. what allies does this deck even play? I don't think it plays any allies actually. Like Cheshire Cat, and that's it, right? Yes, it only plays Cheshire Cat, so maybe he calls Aeson Protector. I'm very curious what the Stifling Gyre is gonna call. I'm really assuming he's just using it to level up, but then couldn't he have just used the Resolute Stand? But yeah, I mean that's okay, I guess. And now he will use the Dragon's Face Stones effect to Cheshire Cat. Wait, does it affect activated abilities? I thought it was only on enters. Stifling Gyre. Stifling Gyre. Does it work on Cheshire Cat? Well, calls Cheshire Cat. Well, I laughed at it, but I could be wrong, so... yeah, it's only on enter. So... yeah, I think he just leveled up, just played it for fun, so I laughed correctly. I'm not an asshole. We're gonna see now what is going to be Orange Porridge's play. He really wants to be distant here if possible, I think, because most of the good Aether chargers need you to be distant to deal the damage or deal additional damage, and Orange Porridge just doesn't really have that as an option right now. So what's it going to be for Orange Porridge? He does have floating memory, so could go for something like the Ranger Boots or the Ranger Strides here. And we also, I don't know, we saw him banish the cat for level 2-1. So I don't think that's on the cards anymore. But here's the Ranger Strides, using a Charge the Soul to level up to level 1. And now, pre-recollection, are we going to be able to make Diana distant? I really like that both water and fire Aethering Diana are viable decks. It's pretty interesting that they are both like aggro decks, but with like very different flavors of aggro. And here is the Mana Streak. So deals another 2 damage to Goja because he is not distant right now. And let's see what... oh, he is distant. Wait, how did he get distant? Oh, that was Cinder. Okay, that's my bad. So he did the Flickering Cinder again, deals 1 damage to Goja and makes his champion distant. Effectively, 2 damage card. Does not load into the Aether Wing though. Now, what else is going to be the play? Here is a 2-cost 4 fire cards in the graveyard. Could go for a Kindle. Is not going to be that though. Now is the Mana Streak. And this Mana Streak does 3 damage to the Siphium's Goja. And now we also have a +4. So this means 5, 6, 7 damage coming in from the Mana Streak plus Diana Swing. Is there going to be any more Aether charges? Orange Port still 3 cards in hand. Judge Call right now. Wondering what it's for. Let's see what Lysithium's checking with the judge here. Something with privileged information. And it is going to be 7 damage, right? Yeah, 7 damage. That means Resolute Stand is exactly anti-lethal. Unless Orange Porridge has a Charge the Soul. Let's see if that is the case. Here is the Resolute Stand now going to be played for free. Preventing 3 damage here. I believe that means that he still takes 4. I couldn't see the cards in his hand that well. I think I saw Burning Aether Charge or Ash Wound Shot. I can't tell. Ash Wound Shot would have been good last game, but it's not very good right now. And unfortunately for Orange Port, she's just 1 damage short of lethal, and that is going to be a very big 1 damage short because next turn Lysithium is going up to Guojia Tree. I mean, if I were him, I would choose to recover Tree, and then now he's probably safe. He's 25 maximum life. He is 18 damage counters, so 7 damage would still do the trick. Let's see what he ends up going for. And there's a serious command on the top of this deck, by the way. Oh no, he's going to not recover. So he's still in a lot of danger right now. Yeah, I think this Stifling Gyre play might have cost him a lot more than he thinks. Because although it was net neutral, it means this turn he can't draw for turn. And now, Lysithium doesn't have a way to put cards in hand down to flip Seiryu. Oh wait, no, he went for crest counters, so he can flip Seiryu, so never mind, ignore what I said. But he is still susceptible to 2 Infernal Mana Streaks or something like a Blazing Throw. So I think this is still a pretty scary position. I think Recover Tree here was probably stronger, perchance. But I'm not sure. Lysithium might have thought of the lines better than me. So we'll see whether it ends up being the correct play. I feel the line that he chose is a bit vulnerable to double Mana Streak, Mana Flare Barrage, etc., Blazing Throw. A lot of ways for Orange Porridge to deal 4 damage non-combat wise. So this is kind of scary. Here is the Enfeebling Orb. And that is fine by me, I think, says Lysithium, because with 2 hand can't really do much. Although I have seen some of the lists running the 1 cost interaction, which is I believe called something. It's the new Exalted 1 cost interaction. Let me look at what it's called. Because it is escaping me. And it looks like we're flipping Seiryu on the stack of this Mana Streak. And we have put Lysithium at 24 damage counters now, which is very, very scary. Imperial Countermeasure is the card I'm thinking of, by the way. And Orange Porridge is just not able to find the last point of damage that he needs in order to finish the game. Very, very unfortunate, I think. Here is the Reliquary now going to be used. Lysithium gets to draw into that serious command that he had earlier. Won't be able to use it pre-recollection, but I think it might be enough still. Generate, Empower won't be... It depends on how many arcane cards are in the banish right now. If he left the Harness Lightning on the top, I think it might be enough. He did not. So only serious command on the top right now. I think interestingly, you could use in Gorgia specifically. I believe you could use angelic channeling to get more arcane into the banishment. Yeah, and then you could use that to get a better empower on your Sadio. And we're just counting. We have one. We should have two arcane cards right now. So I think generate, empower should be enough. Empower generate is 6. Sorry, empower generate. Empower generate is empower 6. So arcane blast will cost 2. That would be 4 plus 11. I think it's not enough. Harness lightning and power generate would be enough. So if Lasifium had harness lightning here, I think he would have had lethal. Orange Porch goes for quick step threats here, so we're going to try and prevent more interaction from Lasifium. As long as Diana is distant, so currently not distant. So just showing the quick step threats here, using the reposition to materialize it. Right now, not able to do anything just yet. But the Resolute Stand will be able to be played for free. So let's see. Shaking the head here. Just really needs to find 1 damage, but can't find it. Here is the... Oh, Mana Flare Barrage though. Will be able to deal 2 to everything. And this is what I'm saying. I think it's not enough. Angelic Channeling put into the grave. He's looking with Scout the Land here actually. So looking for an out. I'm not sure what the out might be. Veiling Breeze perhaps. So Orange Porridge. Oh, Innervate Agility is found, but its Spell Shroud is not going to be enough. But Recover 5 will put Lasifium at 19. This mana streak does 2. Diana is not distant, I believe. So I think Innervate Agility is just enough. There it is. Innervate Agility now going to be used. There is the Ash Wound Shot. Cannot be used here because Innervate Agility is going to be used before the Ash Wound Shot. Recover is a cost. Orange Porridge cannot use Ash Wound Shot now. He should have used it right after the mana streak. You cannot respond to Innervate Agility with Ash Wound Shot to prevent the recover. So Innervate Agility going to be used now immediately. Let's Lasifium live with 1 life again. And Orange Porridge, you can see he's maybe just not super familiar with that specific interaction. And unfortunately for him, that just means that it's not enough unless he can make his champion distant. And I don't think that's going to be possible with his hand right now. And that's really, really frustrating, I'm sure. And that's just how the cookie crumbles. 2 damage now from the Mana Flare Barrage. And Lasifium goes to 21 again. The good news for for Orange Porridge though is that there is a Under Fire in his hand. But the longer this game drags on, the further and further away Lasifium is going to be out of range. And now up to Guojia 3 again. We're going to see Lasifium recover down to 18. Now very far out of the range of any burn spells and Aether Chargers from Orange Porridge. He really needs Lasifium to just kind of carelessly turn Sadio, because I do see in Orange Porridge's hand there is an Under Fire, would allow him to be stealthed. But Lasifium drew into Byaku's command, so we'll be able to set Sadio active again. But let's see what is going to be Sadio. Sadio's command, is that going to be the call here? How many arcane cards are in the banish? It looks like there is 2. right now empowering for 4. Seiryu's command is going to be active here. Seiryu's command. Orange Porridge now immediately able to respond with a under fire, but chooses not to. So Seiryu generate empower now. And that is going to deal 4 damage. We're going to Arcane Blast now for 11. Byaku's command set Seiryu active again. Here is the under fire if he has it, but he isn't going to use it. Maybe it's not under fire. And that is going to be the 5 damage he needs to finish the game. Generate empower. And that is game. There goes Fire Eater Wing Diana taken down by Lecifium on the Wind Goja Seiryu. And still a very, very powerful champion, no doubt. Wow. That was very, very strong. I believed that he had under fire there, but maybe I was wrong. I thought it was going to be under fire there for sure. But unfortunately for Orange Porridge, just couldn't find the lethal, and also really just didn't know the Ash Moon Shot Innovate Agility interaction. And that really cost him there. Just really unfortunate there that he was not able to, you know, do that. So it is what it is. Orange Porridge twice, twice in this game, 1 damage short from beating Lecifium and going 5-1 at the RDO Celestial Showdown and being that much closer to the travel voucher to the Southeast Asian Nationals. But just a little unfortunate, and that's all it takes to not win in a game of Grand Archive, in a game of any card game. That being said, thank you for watching so far. We have another 15 minutes or so left in the round, and we will catch you guys later in around 15-20 minutes. See you for round 7. Walao, Jonathan Gui! Hey, Eugene too tall already. You need to point his camera up a bit. Okay, I'm ready. Alright, chat. Welcome back to round 7 of the Radiant Origins Celestial Showdown Regional here in Singapore. Proudly brought to you by Apex Players Guild and Glimpse 6. Once again, if you haven't yet, make sure to like, share, and subscribe the stream and to both of these YouTube channels. Now, on stream, we have a treat for you. We have Eugene Neoniclex on the left here. He is a well-known player on stream and in Singapore, one of Singapore's many Spirit winners, one of the few Spirit winners outside of Apex Players Guild's own players as well. And here, of course, looking to hopefully finish strong today and pick up that travel voucher to finish off today's event. Very, very long event so far, already 7 hours in, but honestly, the time has really flown by. All of these games have been so entertaining to watch. And it's a 6 for Neoniclex, 11 for Chris L on the right here, who will be starting us off in this game. So let's take a look at who is going to be going first. Now, let's see what's up for these players. Chris L showing Water Spirit plus Looking Glass. So could be a number of things. We did just see a Water Aether-Wing Diana, but it could also be Fractals, and that is going to be an Aether-Wing Diana. We do see the Tactical Retreat immediately, so I think that should be enough to know what this is. And that's immediately going to be a pass. Pretty standard start for the Water Aether-Wing Diana. Now, it is going to be Neoniclex here. Fire plus Looking Glass could be anything, but it is Neoniclex, so you can count on him to be on that Fire Merlin. And indeed, 2 Ghosts of Pendragons already in the starting hand. Very, very powerful. Chris L now going to go into the Weaving Mana Stream, setting his champion as distant. And we're going to see him go up to level 1 and get that Aqua Mirage Whisper onto the board. Tactical Retreat is going to be used in order to level up to 1. The Aqua Mirage Whisper now hitting the board. Now let's see how many Aether Chargers can we put in here. First, we'll start with an Aetheric Calibration. That's actually prudent to knock. So go straight into the Aqua Mirage Whisper. Only 1 charge so far. How much damage will Chris L be able to put out this turn? And next turn, there is going to be a Weaving Mana Stream charged into the Aqua Mirage Whisper as well. Neoniclex responding with a Creative Shock in response, discarding this Gentle Respite. And let's see if there is a Resolute Stand here to prevent the damage. And there is. Resolute Stand now prevents the 3 damage from Diana here. And Neoniclex, I believe only 1 card in hand though, so could use a Cerulean Decree here. Let's see if he is going to do that. Pretty potent Cerulean Decree here, I believe. Would give him quite a bit of value. And it is going to be that Cerulean Decree draws into memory, does 3 damage. Clicking the wrong side of the point counter. And then now will do 3 damage to his opponent, showing a Frostbind, as well as a Fracturize and a Frostbound Paladin. All pretty powerful cards to open with as well. And now let's look at the Glimpse 4 plus Mill 1 with this Aqua Mirage Whisper. Frozen Dismissal, very powerful card to have in this matchup, will be allowing you to deny a Dungeon Guide. But I think what's more scary for Chris L is that if Neoniclex is able to Dungeon Guide up to level 2 here, we'll be able to very easily deny that Weaving Mana Stream from the side of Neoniclex. So here is Lorraine level 1 and Sword of Shadows, because we do not have enough hand to pay for Inner Sword. And let's see if there's a dungeon guide available. Because denying that Weaving Mana Stream would be very, very strong. And there is not, but there is a Creative Shock. We could find it. And we do! Top deck of the top. There's the dungeon guide, and I think we are gonna fire it immediately. Incarnate Majesty is the last card in hand. Neonic Lights put 2 Ghosts of Pendragons down for this. But this is going to be worth it, I'm pretty sure. 2 cards now going to be stolen from his memory. Merlin, Memory Thief, making his way onto the board. Does lose one of those Ghosts of Pendragons, but does have another. Here is a Turbocharge also being used. And now, Neonic Lights will eat that Weaving Mana Stream and very happily accept that free level counter. Deal 1 damage with the Dungeon Guide, call it a turn. I think Neonic Lights very, very happy to have top decked that Dungeon Guide of this Creative Shock. Fantastic draw. Honestly, you love to see it if you're the Merlin player. Not to mention the Pendragon already in hand, so really, really good position, all things considered. Now, Chris L still has Floating Memory in the yard, so I think would like to use them if possible. So we might see the Ranger Strikes. Neonic Lights is actually hands down here, so in a pretty vulnerable position, I would think. So if Chris L is able to find something like a cat, actually goes for the Quick Step Treads here instead, so maybe it doesn't have that as an option. Here is the Prudent to Knock now being loaded into the Aquamarch Whisper again. Chris L maybe just not seeing the lethal line yet. He of course did glimpse the top couple of cards, so maybe he knows that there's no lethal in the cards, and therefore just wants to play a little bit slower. The Neonic Lights actually level 2, so it is representing a residue stand for free. It's not going to be the case. Just going into attack for 2 damage and then glimpses 3. It's actually not a good thing to keep putting so much float into the yard though, because then Neonic Lights will be able to eat them all. But I believe right now it's only going to be the Tactical Retreat that was just milled, and therefore will be also used up for this Frostborn Paladin. So that is going to be the Frostborn Paladin here. Going to do another 3 damage. Putting 8 damage counters onto Merlin already. And that is going to be enough, I think, for Neonic Lights right now. And he's actually going straight up to level 3, I think. So does he lose the other Pendragon? Very big difference. He does. Unfortunately, no Pendragons here for Neonic Lights, but I think just wants to start drawing additional cards every turn, and that is going to be pretty important. Merlin, level 3, Kingslayer now on the board. Not to mention the additional power, of course, and this is going to be a 3/4 attack because of the Sword of Shadows base power being up. And let's see whether this first one is going to go down. It is. So maybe milling that Tactical Retreat, not the best, but it's going to do 1 now to Chris L with the Dungeon Guide. I'm paying 3 now for a Creative Shock, it looks like. Maybe holding them up, also an option. Could also just go for the Cremation Ritual here. Lots of potential plays that Neonic Lights can do, but chooses to just pass the turn here, holding up all of his hand cards. Grisel on this Water Diana only needs to push 20 more damage. 20 sounds like a lot. I said only, but for this Water Diana deck, honestly, very, very possible. I believe that's Backstep. Alternate Art Backstep. Very, very nice. And now, Etheric Calibration for Chris L. Finds the Cheshire Cat. Finds 2 Cheshire Cats, actually. And that is a lot of potential damage. So, how much could that be with the... how much could that be with Ranger Strides? We know that double Cheshire Cat is ranged 8, Strides range 12. 13. 13 with distant. The Aether Mirage is 14. So it depends um how many Aether charges he can load. With just the calibration, he's already representing 15 damage with double cat. But we need to do another 5, and that is actually quite a bit. Crystalline Archer. Oh, there's Charge the Soul, so we only need 3 more damage. The Frostborn Paladin will actually do the trick here. That's of course not including the Residue Stand that is currently in the hand of Neoniclex. So the biggest damage burst is still to come. Oh, that's their Seeker's Aether Wing. So just having the backup Aether Wing here for Chris L. Not going for the strides just yet. Just going to swing again with this Aqua Mirage Whisper. And Neoniclex, once again, he can just Resolute Stand here, but Chris L just keeps going in for these 3 damage pokes. Very, very annoying, I think, for Neoniclex. Puts him up to 11 damage counters now, and then we'll let him glimpse 4. Here's the cats. Here's the Fracture Eyes as well. Bottom's a different card, which I didn't get to see too clearly. And let's see if there's a Crystalline Archer or a Frostborn Paladin here to finish out this turn. Would be very, very good, of course, to be able to do those things. Neoniclex denying this Weaving Mana Stream was so crucial, actually. Because forced the Cerulean Decree out of Chris L. And was able to steal a Floating Memory, which is why Chris L may be having a little bit of an awkward time right now. Doesn't have quite the influence he's looking for. Mills out a Reposition. And wants to pick up the Fracture Eyes instead from the top of his deck. So maybe planning in advance for something like the Tariff Ring from Neoniclex. Here's the Frostborn Paladin. Is going to eat the Floating Memory and then get a buff counter. Come in for another 3 damage here. Could actually also stay active, but I don't think it's really necessary. 13 damage. Double Fireball actually represents 17 damage to go lethal. Double Fireball next turn at the prereq represents 7 plus 7, 14. That's actually lethal on board. Yeah, Double Fireball is lethal on board. So maybe we keep Frostborn Paladin active if we're worried about that. But no, we are not. If you have Double Fireball, you can have Double Fireball. And I don't think I saw Double Fireball in Neoniclex's hand, but I did see the Majestic Spirit, and that is a pretty scary card as well. And now we are going to Backup Charger instead. So in Neoniclex here, going to pay 3 for this Backup Charger. Drawing into memory. And with level 6, the Incarnate Majesty will cost 8, I believe. So that means, no, it costs 6. Plus, he will get to move this Sword of Shadows to the banishment this turn. So, could make it cost 5. Oh, there's the Ghost of Pendragon. So finally found the 3rd copy. Frozen Dismissal would actually be kinda good here, I think. A double negate would be really powerful. But I don't think Chris L has it. He sent the first Frozen Dismissal to the bottom of his deck. So we'll have to see what else he has here. Pendragon going into the side here. Of the Frostborn Paladin. Crystal has to decide whether or not he wants to respond to this. +1 allowed to go down. And there is the swing, putting the Sword of Shadows into the banish. Weaving Mana Stream now, putting Diana as distant. The Onyx holding 6 cards in hand, so we'll be able to pay for a Resolute Stand through the Quick Step threats if you wanted to pay naturally instead of with the alternate cost. We'll also be able to pay for a Crystallized Destiny if it has it. The Onyx here actually also has a Topsy Decree, so could eat this Floating Memory from Chris L if he so chooses. Now, what is the play from Chris L? I would assume the Ranger Strides should make their debut here. Seems to me like it would be a pretty powerful line to just go Ranger Strides into Cat here. 14 damage is the threshold needed for Chris L. We do have to, of course, play around Resolute Stand, so that would be 17. Good thing is Neoniclax does not represent double Resolute Stand, because he would have to pay 7 cards. 5 plus 1 plus 1. 5 meaning 5 costs for the Resolute Stand, and then the 2 different Resolute Stand cards as well. So Chris L, just doing the math here for the lethal. 8 cards right now, 9 after the draw from the Ranger Strides, 10 after drawing for a turn. Double Cat. Double Cat would be pretty scary. But right now, without the Strides on the board, Double Cat is not really an option. So we are just going to be able to see Cat plus Inert Sword. We're just going to see Cat. Chris L in the tank. Neoniclex, too big for the frame. Look at him, just towering over the frame. A very, very tall man with the original Kanto starter trio on his shirt as well. That's how you know he's an OG. And there's the Palvor Sword. So we'll be using that and not playing out the Strides just yet. Chris L maybe doesn't recognize the threat of Incarnate Majesty just yet. But we'll develop a 2-attack weapon here. Still fairly powerful. Diana is distant as well. Let's see what his play is going to be here. So Cheshire Cat is pretty reasonable. Something like more Aether charges would also be reasonable. There's the Charge the Soul. And we are going to charge the Soul for 1 into the Pendragon, and then also going to shoot the Pendragon for 4. Pretty interesting line here. Because the Cheshire Cat would have been able to take it out too. But maybe he just wants to take control of the board for now. Chris L. Floating Memory no longer being able to be generated because there's no Akamara's Whisper. But still putting in a lot of pressure with this Seeker's Aether Wing, I think. So here is the Cheshire Cat, I believe. And there she is. Notably, next turn, Neoniclax is on 4. Level counter, so we'll be able to go Sword of Seeking and then punch this cat. So the timing here may be a bit off. But no, just going for the Terrafring, which I think is also pretty reasonable. Neoniclax draws an extra card for Merlin even level counter. And then Creative Shock Pre-Recollection as well. If he discards a fire card, can do 2 damage to anything. It's going to be a Heavenly Guide. In the main deck, by the way, not in the side deck. So we'll most likely be coming out next turn, but pretty interesting to see that there. And then I think he's in he's got a very cheap Incarnate Majesty now. He's level 7 plus 1 sword, so 4 cost. And the goat makes its way onto the board, and that has True Sight Vigor, so this cat is Goat food. Yeah, Incarnate Majesty now gonna make its way. Gonna be used. And Eugene Neoniclax really happy to have the goat hit the board. And just a little bit unfortunately, but Neoniclax able to take out this Cheshire Cat, and Chris L was not prepared for that at all. And now, if Chris L wants to go through this goat, he needs to remember he needs to clear the goat, or if he stealths the goat, he needs to deal 22 damage, so that if it's rounded down, Neoniclax takes 11, and that's a very tall ask. So let's see what Chris L is going to do here. Honestly, in a much worse position, because I believe Neoniclax has stabilized fairly well here. And we're actually... Oh, that is evasive positioning on the Cheshire Cat, not allowing Chris Neoniclax to take care of it so easily. Neoniclax passes turn here. 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide into Champion, and then Vigor lets the Majestic Spirit set itself back active. But Chris L here now, what are you going to do in order to get out of this spot? Because once this goat hits the board, it is very difficult to get rid of it. And I don't think there might be floating memory in the graveyard of Chris L. But I don't... Oh, there is a Mana Stream. So he could go for Strides here and then just kill the goat with a Sword Swing, and that is going to be the case. Here's the Strides. Mana Stream loaded. Diana not distant yet. Terraforming going to be cracked. The cat might have to be used here. Right now, Diana is threatening 2 damage plus 4 with the cat, plus 4 more, so 10 damage with the cat. The good thing for Chris L is that Neoniclax has used 3 of his 4 Pendragons. Well, he's used 1 and banished 2. So there's only 1 left in the deck, which means it's going to be harder for him to cycle. But as the game progresses, Neoniclax draws 2 every other turn, and Chris L still has to draw 1 only. So it's still a pretty difficult position, I would think. There is a second cat available for Chris L, but an option here is to play second cat and crack it, and just go for a 10 damage swing into the Majestic Spirit, but this is really vulnerable to Resolute Stand. The good thing is that that line lets you keep the Strides to use later. Chris L though needs to think. 5-1, important line. Chris L actually, I think, just passes the turn, wants to wait out this Terraforming, but Neoniclax, if he has a Fireball, this could be lethal already. That's level 8 on the Merlin. Fireball comes in for 9. On the board, representing 5. So here's 1. And here is the Fireball, maybe 2 cards down into the memory. 1 and a 2. And a 3, and so it's Cremation Ritual instead. So just gonna draw more cards, looking for the Fireball instead. Maybe doesn't have it just yet. Into the cat again. Retaliate for fun. Doesn't really do anything. And passes turn with his entire hand up. Majestic Spirit set itself back active. 4-10 wall. And Chris L not able to push through this just yet. The Mana Stream also not set back into the graveyard, so won't be able to use that for free. But if he has a second one, that would be pretty strong. In order to go through Resolute Stand, I believe Chris L needs to do 28 damage. I believe he needs to do 28 damage. I could be counting wrongly. Let me think. Okay, here's the smoke bombs. So we're gonna go through the Majestic Spirit. Smoke Bomb's pre-recollection now. The residue stand will prevent the damage from the Cheshire Cat later that comes down. So it depends how many Cheshire Cats we're able to pull out of our hat. First, there is a Crystalline Archer as well. The residue stand again will be very, very crucial here for Neoniclex. And he's got so many hand cards. Here is the Cheshire Cat now. 1, 2, 3. Paying for this kitty. Let's not forget the quick step threats on Chris L's board. So we'll be able to use that to deny too many interaction from Eugene Neoniclex here. 3 damage coming in from the Cheshire Cat. It is rounded down to 1. So only 1 damage coming in. That means 20 damage is the threshold that Chris L needs to do with his Diana champion in order to win the game here. Crystalline Archer would come in for 2 damage. Could help to alleviate some of that requirement. But 20 is a tall order here. But Chris L already used the Smoke Bomb, so he has to commit, I think. Cat here puts Diana at range 5. Strides puts it at range 9. Right now that means representing 11 damage with the 1 Aether charge in this Seeker's Aether Wing. But more importantly, that is still 9 damage short. And the moment Neoniclex uses that Resolute Stand, he is immune to basically anything that Chris L plays, unless there's another cat, and it looks like he's actually just gonna scoop it up. He recognizes, yeah, the game's over. We need to go quickly into the next couple of games. It's already 26 minutes in. And Neoniclex, very, very safe play, was able to make it out alive here. Slowed down Chris L enough that he wasn't able to find lethal. But maybe Chris L could have found it if he had gone for the Ranger Strides earlier, taken advantage of Neoniclex not having enough interaction on some turns, but chose to go for the quick step trends instead. Maybe was punished. We're gonna see both players go for their sideboards now, and they would really like to end this game on a win instead of a draw, I think. I actually think if they went 5-1-2, they would still be locked into top 32, but I don't think anyone wants just top 32 at the RDO Celestial Showdown because of the nature of the pricing. If you are first or second place, you will get a very lucrative $500 travel voucher to Taiwan, which is the venue of the Southeast Asian Nationals. So let's see what they will side deck now. I am solo casting, so do be kind to me if I take a long break to drink some water, especially in between the games when I can't see what the players are siding anyway. But I think this matchup is actually meant to be normally favored to the Diana. I think Chris L maybe just a little bit unlucky. Most of his swings were coming in for like 3 damage only. And that's not what you want to see as Diana, I think. Diana is a very deceptively difficult deck, I would say. Many people think it's like, oh, cat, strides, kill. Oh, so simple. But especially with decks that, like Arizona actually, have a lot of glimpsing. It means that it's actually pretty difficult to decide, hey, I need to plan my next 3 turns, I need to decide whether this card is useful this turn, next turn, or I should just send it away and not worry about it. And I think it's a really important skill to learn. So Chris L hopefully will be able to demonstrate that skill in the following game. I see a Crystalline Archer, it's a pretty nice start. You do want a distant giving card, and I think Weaving Mana Stream is exactly the card you're looking for. Chris L immediately passes the turn, not wasting any time. Neoniclex has a reprogram, and Gentle Respite not super usable right now. Especially in this matchup where he will usually just go and use one card anyway. If there's an angel here, that would be pretty nice. I can't really see clearly if there's one. But Neoniclex is holding up 2 cards as an option. Did draw a Ghost of Pendragon and a Crystallized Destiny, so that's pretty powerful. And will imbue the Angel Attendant here. So 0-3 Intercept, very, very nice to have for Neoniclex. Crystal here. Weaving Mana Stream, best possible floating memory to have. Does have to worry about Dungeon Guide from the side of Neoniclex again. But there is the Aquamirage Whisper, and now we're going to see a maybe Charge the Soul into the champion, so dealing 1 damage to Neoniclex's Spirit of Fire. Collecting, drawing, and swinging 3 into the Angel Attendant. So on death will allow Neoniclex to draw a card, and also prevents 3 damage, which is really, really great. And there is a Frostmourne Paladin on the top. We're gonna put a couple of floating memory into the yard here. Here's a Tactical Retreat. And if there is a Frostmourne Paladin, that would be a great play here as well. But I think it is going to be the Crystalline Archer. And there is the Crystalline Archer now doing 4 damage, managing that Tactical Retreat, drawing a card, and putting Neoniclex at 5 damage counters already. 5 damage counters. It's reprogrammed on the stack to prevent 1 of that. So he goes up to 4 damage counters. And passes the turn. So think they may have forgotten about the Charge the Soul, so 4 damage. Just discussing that again. So yeah, Charge the Soul did 1 damage. Yeah, they're like, yep, okay, yeah, I forgot. But yeah, you do forgore sometimes, and that's okay to forgore. But Neoniclex, I think, immediately should just fire the Dungeon Guide here again and go for a cheeky little eat on this Weaving Mana Stream. The issue here with that play is that then he won't be able to trade into the Crystalline Archer, because you would love to hit the Crystalline Archer for 2 here with your champion. But if you do that, then you won't be able to eat this Mana Stream. So let's see what he values here more. I would think that Dungeon Guide is still good. Maybe you Dungeon Guide and leave the Mana Stream for next turn, which doesn't seem realistic. So I'm leaning Dungeon Guide and just leave the Archer, but that sounds kind of risky. Whoa, 2 Crux cards lost here. So that is the Incarnate Majesty and a Ghost of Pendragon lost for the level up to 2, which is a lot, honestly. That's quite important cards. I wonder what else was kept in hand to make that worth it. We'll see. There's a Snow White in the hand of Chris L. So pretty interesting. 4 cards available. Chris L now going to use this Ignite the Soul, Charge the Soul. Ignite the Soul is a fire card. So Charge the Soul will allow Chris L to materialize something like the Quick Step Treads or the Ranger Strides. Both would be good options, I think. Let's see what he goes for. Chris L. Taking some time. Every choice matters in Grand Archive. It's going to be Flash Grenade, which is pretty interesting. It is still going to be a draw 1. But maybe use this as a way to preserve the Crystalline Archer, and we've made the Crystalline Archer now -1. So pre-recollection, I'll charge the soul again into champion of Eugene. Putting him at 5 damage counters now. Neoniclex has chosen to Neoniclex has chosen to reprogram the Crystalline Archer. Here we're swinging 3 with Diana. She's not distant, so it just comes in for 2. Charge the Soul is sent to the graveyard, and we're gonna give 3 here. We might go for something like a Crystalline Archer swing into a Frostbound Paladin, which would be a pretty good way to establish some very high power threats on the board. Grisel here, in a much more commanding position, I think. I'm not sure if denying the mana stream is worth eating another 4 damage from the Archer. And now we're gonna swing into Champion with the Crystalline Archer. Oh, I believe the interaction is that the Crystalline Archer can't swing because it is 0 attack right now. So Drawn in Aether is going to be put into the graveyard. No floating memory there, unfortunately for Crystal. Now Frostbound Paladin going to swing 3 into Neoniclex, and Neoniclex I don't think will go up to level 3. Wow. But the important thing here is that he can immediately clear the Frostbound Paladin. But Crystal actually has the Flash Grenade. Maybe he prepared for this. Pre-rec, recollect, draw. And there is a Ghost of Pendragon, I think. For Neoniclex, we're swinging 4 into the Frostbound Paladin here. Actually, it's option to fracturize this Inert Sword, I think. Does he have Frostbind for this? Frostbind would be really strong here. Neoniclex just firing this Ghost of Pendragon with only 1 card in hand. Very, very brave. And maybe that's the bravery you need in order to finish games. Crystal maybe just too conservative with his Ranger Strides. Really not using them as much as I would think is necessary. Here is a Glimpse tree with a Aetheric Calibration. Another Charge the Soul so far has done 2 damage with this card into Neoniclex already. He's not distant at the moment, and there is no floating memory. So if Chris L wants to materialize the Ranger Strides, he has to guess what he's gonna open, and I'm not sure if that is okay. But let's see what he ends up going for the materialization. Still 22 minutes left in the round. That is a little bit off. We're going for the Seeker's Aether Wing again. So Chris L, once again, just dealing 2 damage with this Aquamarsh Whisper. Really happy to just get in that little bit of chip here. And does see 2 Treasure Cats off the top. That could be huge. The following turn represents so much damage. Of course, Neoniclex does have the Resolute Stand. So, what is the play here for Chris L? 2 cats on the top. 1 cat on the top. Fracturize sent to the graveyard. And is there another Frost one? There is. But this Frost one is not long for this world with the current board. Unless we get rid of this dungeon guide, the Frost one is going to die. There's another 3 damage onto Neoniclex. And we might see him go for Terraforming. No, this is a backup charger actually. And then we're going to use that pre-recollection with the 3 cards we have. Gets to draw a card into memory and then recollect and draw for turn. Now at quite a big influence, honestly. 7 total is quite a lot. And draws into another Pendragon too, so we'll be able to do 3 to this Frostform Paladin. We could Flash Grenade it. We could make it distant. We could Flash Grenade it, I think. Because Flash Grenade... Am I wrong? Flash Grenade is any distant unit, so he could have protected it, but there is another Ghost of Pendragon, and you don't love to see that if you are Chris L. And I think here actually the Fracturize may have been worth it to get rid of the Ghost of Pendragon and get a Floating Memory into your graveyard. But instead it is just going to be a pass here. And let's see how many Aether charges we can load into this Seeker's Aether Ring now. Chris L needs to get this Ranger Strides on the board. Needs to get his champion distant. Needs to do a lot in order to take this last 13 life off of Merlin Kingslayer. And right now, the first thing we're doing is, I believe, recollecting. Well, no, the first thing we're doing is waking up our champion and then materializing something. And I would like to think it's the Ranger Strides, but I could be wrong. It is the Ranger Strides, okay. So, Cheshire Cat is available. Ranger Strides is on the board. We are capable of a ranged 9 attack, but right now, ranged 9, no Aether Charges, not very meaningful. Cerulean Decree now lost to the Banish. Draws a card, Chris L, getting ready for his lethal turn, maybe. The Ranger Strides has made their debut. But Neoniclax has a lot here. He has to charge the soul as well. Chris L might want to save that. Is going to reposition pre-recollection. Might have been better to use that last turn then, during the end step, but it's not going to be the case here. Diana is now distant. Maybe he has a different plan. Crystalline Archer into Cheshire Cat, for example, may be very, very strong. Let's see what is going to be the play. First off, one card in memory. Might be Charge the Soul here, but I think would have preferred to keep that for the Crystallized Destiny if Neoniclax had it. And I don't actually see it in the hand. I think there's just the Resolute Stand. Neoniclax takes the 1 damage, 12 damage to go. 2 cats. 2 cats represents ranged 9. 10, 11 needs 1 more charge. And this is exact lethal right now without any interaction. Only 1 card available in the hand of Chris L. And if he's trying to send it here, he's going to be disappointed once this Resolute Stand hits the board. Here is the Resolute Stand now. Denying Neoniclax. Denying Chris L of this damage. This crucial lethal turn that he's built up to. And with only 1 card left in hand, he will pass turn with the free cost of the Resolute Stand. Here is the Drawn Blade. No Sword of Seeking, which means this Treasure Cat is not going to be dying this turn. But it may instead be Chris L who's dying, because look at the board. That's 7, 8, 9, 10 damage represented already. Here's a Flared Iridescence. Flared Iridescence again. Neoniclax now. That's gonna be lethal. He has so much damage on the board. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Goodbye and good night, Chris L. Neoniclax taking the game against the Water Aether Ring Diana. Being able to just stall it out, use Pendragons, draw cards, and that's enough. And the Resolute Stands, of course, always going to be a clutch card in this matchup, being able to deny multiple instances of 3 damage and really, really keeping a life total that is reasonable. Not to mention the total 28 life is going to be very nice. Both players are just having a bit of a laugh, I think. Very, very friendly game, all things considered. Even with the stakes at hand, we're always happy to play some card games and yap a little bit with each other. That being said, that is going to be round 7, the penultimate round of today's Celestial Showdown. Make sure to keep watching, because we do have one final round which will decide who is going to be walking away with the travel vouchers to the Southeast Asian Nationals, as well as, of course, be crowned as the first champion of the RDO Celestial Showdown. held by Apex Players Guild and brought to you by Glimpse 6. That being said, we will see you in about 20 minutes. Bye bye. Alright, last round of Swiss. Let's go. I say Swiss as if there is top card. So CW versus Yongkang. Yongkang. Let's see. Are we live? We are live. Oh no. Hello, Reynolds, and everyone else. Welcome back to the Apex Players Guild RDO Celestial Showdown. Proudly brought to you by Apex Players Guild as well as Glimpse 6. We are in the final round of Swiss for today. Currently, the first seed, I think, is Pro An at 700. We've seen him on stream earlier today on that Water 8-wing Diana. But right now, we're going to be watching a win and in game with CW Sorin versus Yongkang. Both players here at the 4-1-2 scoreline. That is 14 points. A win would put them at 17, and that would be a guarantee. And that is going to be CW Sorin winning the dice roll, going first here. And let's see what is going to be the case now. So we are gonna wait a little bit before we can start the round. But we are also going for the lucky draws at the moment. If you are in the venue, you are going to be receiving lucky draw prizes as attractive as CSRs or even the sleeves that are specially made for the Celestial Showdown, commissioned by an artist done by Apex Players Guild. And now we are going to head into the matches. It looks like we've started the timer. CW versus Yongkang. Let's see how this goes. You sound so tired, Lamau. No, I'm perfectly fine. It's round 8. Honestly, time has really flown today. Solo casting is pretty interesting in the sense that I'm kind of just making 8 YouTube videos, I guess. But it's really fun. The event has really felt like a real breeze. I think the event has been managed really nicely. The rounds have mostly ended and then jumped into a new round pretty quickly. So I think I'm pretty happy with everything so far. No cap, no glaze. We're gonna see CW Sorin starts off with a Brissa Spirit of Wind. I believe this is bot. I don't recall CW winning a spirit before, but still very shiny spirit, committed to the craft. Yongkang now going to draw for turn, and then now we are going to see Spirit of Water without any Looking Glass. So it might be something like a Genbu Guojia, which we haven't seen all day, but has actually made a bit of a resurgence recently. And here is the Lunar New Year Scout the Land. Beautiful card. I've actually not been able to see this card in person before, but gosh, that is very nice. And now we're gonna see if it is in fact the Razor Gale. Here's the Water Resonance Bauble going to be popped now for the prereq collection, and then let's see what else is going to be played here. Is Richter's Tiding, which might be kind of crazy. Here's the Acquiescing Rejection. CW probably is just gonna have to take the L here and trade the +1, because allowing this Richter's Tiding to get negated would also result in him losing the +1, and that is going to be worth it in my opinion. Yongkang, Acquiescing Rejection. Here is Cyclical Breeze plus Ace Protector. That's 4 + 4 is 8. Quick math. Very good little pickup for CW Sorin. And now we're just going to scout the land again, and let's see if we can hit another Richter's Tiding. That would be crazy. Don't you think so? And I believe CW is actually on Razor Gale Kong Ming instead of the usual Arizona. This is his, I think, signature champion. I've seen him play this champion for like ages at this point. It is going to be the Windmill Engineer. Very, very shiny deck. That is going to be the Nats Windmill Engineer from, I think, 2 years ago. So quite a nice card for sure. Very shiny. Look at that influence. Oh my gosh. And an Asian Protector here would actually go kind of crazy, you know, because he did pick it up off of the Richter's Tiding. Asian Protector, bounce this Windmill Engineer, continue dealing some damage. Yongkang, quite a number of cards in hand. Is threatening another Acquiescing Rejection with the 5 cards in hand. But I think it's relatively safe still to go for this Asian Protector play. We want to push in the damage, ideally. And that is going to be the Asian Protector. Is there a response from Yongkang? He does have the second rejection, I think. Going +1 here again would go kind of crazy too for Yongkang. It is going to be the second rejection. Yeah, Yongkang, sure, you can go +1 again. We're both +1ing, but I am putting in damage and you are not. Here is 3 more damage from the Asian Protector and passes over here from CW. 3 cards left available in the hand to make whatever play he wants. Let's see if it's really the Genbu Goja. And no, it's actually Luxem Xander here. And banishes the Shade Mist something. I forgot what it's called exactly. I can't find the card, but we will see. I believe that one allows you to recover more. I could be wrong. We will see again if I can find the card. But it is going to be Yongkang to recollect here after the 2 Acquiescing Rejections, and he will actually just fully pass the turn, allow CW to backup Charger here, get his Paracel on the board, draw a card into the memory, and then recollect and draw. So far already did 4 points of damage, now another 3 with this Asian Protector again. So really good value, and Windmill Engineer makes his way onto the board again. Ensnaring Fuse and Dream Fairy now revealed. 1 more point of damage, 8 out of 19 now on this Water Luxem Xander. And let's see if there's another Windmill Engineer. There is, revealing Scout the Land plus Scout the Land into Windmill Engineer number 2. And that is going to be another 1 point of damage. 9 out of 19 already. But Luxem Xander, I'm going to assume this is a Luxem Xander. Does not play like a ally. Does not play like an ally Luxem Xander at all. Sorry, an ally Water Xander at all. So, yeah, it is going to be that card again. I need to look up what this card is. Because I have no clue. And then we will see what it is. Water spell. It loses a Fractal of Waves and an Incapacitate into the Xander level 2. And let me see. This is a Water Assassin card. Water Assassin. Which I have not seen before. But I will learn it. We are going to see Xander level 2 now pick the card back up and immediately use it again. It's Shattered Hope, I see. Okay. Glimpse 1, draw 1 card. And until end of turn, allies enter the field with an additional Sheen counter on them. So it's basically just a cycle and Glimpse, which is not too bad. I think that's pretty decent. And it's also an assassin spell. So you are going to be able to pick it up off the Xander level 2 like we just saw him do there. Now, let's see Dungeon Guide from Yongkang here, going up to Xander level 3. Loses another Fractal of Waves, not finding that necessary for now. And there we go, Xander level 3. Not going to be able to reveal this turn, but pretty strong already at level 3. Now at 9 damage counters. We'll try to trade into one of these Windmill Engineers. CW might have a reclaim for this, which would be pretty nice. Is going to first Fairy Whispers, maybe doesn't have it just yet. Could be looking for it though. And let's see what's on the top. 1 on the top, 2 on the bottom. Hasn't made that decision yet actually. Might be thinking about it. That is going to be one on the top. And shows the Zephyr. Not exactly the card you're looking for. Reclaim would be the one, and there is the Windmill Engineer making its way to the graveyard. But Yongkang still is facing down 4 damage per turn minimum. And that's the pass turn from Yongkang. CW Sorin not happy about losing that Windmill Engineer for sure, but will he be able to find the damage? Here is the... What? Is that a CSR nullifying mirror? Wow. Okay, that is a CPR. It's from the Store Championship. That's very quick. That came out this season. Wow. Okay, so that's another 4 damage, and nullifying mirror is really good in this matchup because it prevents Luxembourg from forcing you to go hands down. And that is really, really nice. Here's another Ace and Protector though, bringing this Windmill Engineer back to hand again and pushing another 3 damage. The CW is so shiny, his deck. You might expect these Ace and Protectors to be the SP1 foils too, eventually. Right now, it just looks like standard foils. Still very impressive. Not gonna discount that. So CW, what's he going to do? Ace and Protector. Yongkang is actually responding here, and oh, he takes back his other Ace and Protector, and then we're gonna loop the other Ace and Protector again, maybe? That's very aggressive. How many hand cards does he have? Can he do it 2 more times? He can do Ace and bounce the Ace and swing again, Ace and bounce the Windmill, swing 1 final time? That's another 6 damage presented. He's 3 damage away then from lethal with another 6 damage. Right now 9 to go to push lethal. There's the Ace and Protector again. He has enough hand, I think, but it's just going to pass now. Using the Ace to bounce his Ace to deal another 3 damage and also have the Ace for the following turn is a very interesting play. Maybe he was playing around something like a Refracting Missile to do 1 to the Windmill, but very interesting call. I think this does allow him to loop a little bit better, which is also strong in its own way. Here is the Paracel of the backup charger, and we are probably going to see CW tap that Nullifying Mirror. Here is Exploit Vulnerability onto the Ace and Protector, I would assume. It's not actually going to be prepared, so never mind, just going to use that to cycle. Nullifying Mirror is going to be tapped here. It's Divining Streams? Oh, Jew! 2 Luxem Sights and 2 Light Reverse Assaults as well as a Gleaming Cut. That's a lot of recovery and a lot of damage. 2 Light Reverse Assaults is going to clear this Ace and Protector, I believe. Now the question is, can CW find lethal now with his Ace and Protector removed from the board? As well as the Windmill Engineer, I presume. What a start. Maybe those 2 acquiescing rejections resolving was actually not a good thing. But CW was still so much influence. Remember, CW cannot respond now because the memory has already been revealed. YK Yongkang just decides on the 2 pings into the Ace and Protector. Quite a good roll early, if I do say so myself, for Yongkang. Here is 1 point into champion here. Not bothering about this Windmill Engineer, which is pretty interesting. Playing around the Reclaim, I suppose. Now, what else is CW going to show us? He does have the other Resonance Baubles, which won't be making their debut here, I would assume. And then we're also, of course, able to go up to level 1 Kongming already. If he has something like the Ardent Cloud Striker, that could be powerful. We're still thinking on the end phase. Right now, he does have a Scout the Land, so we might be able to use that to just rig our top 4. Maybe go for another Richter's Tiding if we get a little bit lucky. Scout the Land now. Top 4. Do we have it? CW on this very shiny max rare Razor Gale Kongming deck, but has not found that max rare Razor Gale calling. And is there a Richter's Tiding? It is going to be used here. And it is not going to be used here, actually. We're going to go into Kongming level 1 first. here is the banish. It's gonna be the ensnaring fumes. It's such a shiny deck. Wow. Very, very nice. There is the shifting currents, also foil, of course, coming in CSR. Now we're gonna rig this tiding. Already at level 1, Yongkang. So many cards in hand. No more acquiescing rejections, but I assume there is an incapacitate. But is it going to be worth it to incapacitate this? That is a different question. Because incapacitate this goes from +1 to -1, which is a pretty big deal. It's a technically 2-card swing. Shows another Richter's Tiding plus a... Oh, okay. So, was not a +1, just Richter's Tiding plus a Unbroken Mustang. Still okay, I think. Getting rid of these Richter's Tidings that are already used. And now, what is CW going to do here? He's already went up to Coming 1, so that does imply he's going to do something with that Mage class bonus. Alternatively, it could just be that there isn't anything that he needs right now, but I think the scary part here is Yongkang's influence. Oh, here's the Ardent Cloud Striker. Paying 5 for that? Yep, that is a 5 cost. The shifting currents aren't facing the west yet. So just a regular 3-4 for now. And that is immediately shot dead by Lockdown Xander. Fracturize now onto the Nullifying Mirror. We could Zephyr this to protect it. The CW does have that Zephyr available. And Yongkang, 4 cards in hand, could incapacitate the Zephyr. So let's see what he ends up doing. Here's the Zephyr now, going to be used to protect the Nullifying Mirror. Does CW have another Zephyr? Now, let's count up the influence, right? The Fracturize does not resolve. The Zephyr does let the Nullifying Mirror come back during the end of the turn. So during the end phase, CW should bring this Nullifying Mirror back onto the board. Let's see what is Yongkang gonna do. Here's the Luxeris map, which is kind of crazy because he's already on 2 Luxem sites and 2 whatchamacallits, 2 Luxem sites and 2 light reverse assaults. So he's already in a very, very commanding position, I would think, in terms of what he has in his hand. But maybe just doesn't expect to need anything else. CW wasn't able to push much damage last turn, so those 2 Luxem sites healing is going to be fairly long lasting. Yongkang going to reveal his memory now. And the Nullifying Mirror hasn't come back yet. I assume that's because the Zephyr and Fracturize were done on the end step of CW. So it only comes back during Yongkang's end step. But I think the scary part here is that Yongkang is representing double light reverse assault. Here is the Wisdom's Reprise pre-recollection. Here's the reveal, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including a Gleaming Cut, and that's CW's entire hand. And that does mean he will eat double light reaver here, I believe. 14 damage is going to be enough to do lethal damage to CW. Yongkang going for a Juggle Knives just for an additional damage, as well as a little bit of cycle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's 10 cards. That's double light reverse. I think that means CW is going to scoop it up here. Isn't going to be able to live this. And there is the scoop from Yongkang. From CW, sorry, because of Yongkang. Very, very powerful Luxem Water Xander. just drew a bunch of cards, honestly. The double acquiescing rejection. At first, I thought, yeah, sure, we can let it resolve. But in hindsight, probably don't let that resolve if your opponent is Luxem Xander. That champion needs to draw so many cards, and right now has a lot of avenues to do that because of the fractal waves as well as this acquiescing rejection. I think it's fine to trade 1 for 1 there because without acquiescing resolving, he has so much less ways to go +1 compared to Razor Gale, Kongming. So that might be the play moving forward. If you get acquiescing rejection twice, you say, yeah, sure, I'll let you reject me. And then I don't get, like reverse assaulted. I think that's a pretty significant difference. But let's see what CW ends up siding in. If his sideboard is similar to his last appearance, he should have some Eternal Magistrates on the board, as well as a Stifling Gyre and a Zephyr, which will all be pretty useful. He also has Sensor of Restful Peace and Orb of Sealing in the side, most likely to replace those Resonance Baubles. Interestingly, there's no Radiant Trinket though. So let's see what is in store for us here with CW. Once again, this is the win and in for this top 32 to get that Infinite Scintillation promo card. And of course, that will also be very important for your NQB National Qualifiers points if you don't have any yet, or if you don't have enough, especially in Southeast Asia where you do need more points than the other regions to use to go for your nationals in Taiwan. And of course, if you're the kind of person that will go for multiple nationals, then you would want to be able to use as many as possible of those wildcards in your other regions instead of in your home region. Other than that, earning your own wildcard, earning your own invites always feels the best. I've earned quite a few of my own invites. I don't know if I'll be attending nationals as a player or a caster, but I mean, that's the goal. My microphone is no longer cooperating, but that's fine. It is much higher than I would have liked, but I can't move it in the right spot, but it's okay. It's the last day of the round. It's the last round of the day. Neither the technology nor my brain is cooperating, but it is still going to be 40 more minutes of Grand Archive to cast, assuming this does go to time. Assuming CW does take game 2 back from Yongkang and we get a banger of a final round win versus Water. Kongming versus Xander. And speaking of this matchup, we did cast the RDO Pantheon trailer, myself and Main Deck then, and we actually did see Xander and Kongming face off in that, and it was really fun to talk about that. So make sure to check that out if you haven't already at Orpheus Mercer on X as well, or Twitter, as anyone should call it normally. Now CW already shuffled up, Yongkang shuffling up still, getting ready for game 2 of the final round at the RDO Celestial Showdown, proudly brought to you by Apex Players Guild, as well as produced by Glimpse 6. Big shout out to them. Make sure to check out both of their YouTube channels and all other platforms. Apex Players Guild, of course, also on e-commerce platforms like apgtcg.com, the #1 website in Singapore to buy your Grand Archive singles, and also the coolest shop in town. Now, Fairy Whispers is going to be played. Will allow CW to dig through the deck a little bit more. And let's see what he ends up putting on the top. And it is going to be 3 visits. And that is a UR foil. 3 visits. So yeah, this deck, very, very shiny. And 3 visits going to be used to banish as well for the level up to Kongming level 1. And CW may have started with a Ardent Cloud Striker, and that's why he's gone for this very aggressive start into a level 1 immediately. But first we're going to scout the land pre-recollection. Looking for some answers, looking for some outs, looking for a reason to make you scream and shout. We want a good option. Cloud Striker would be nice. We want an ally that will put our opponent on ice. That's right, this is the Dr. Seuss part of the stream. And despite the level up to Kongming instantly, it's actually just going to be a pass from CW with his entire hand up, and then we're going back to Yongkang. And Yongkang will also just pass with his entire hand up. Backup charger now from CW Sorin. And that will just be a draw to Mem plus the power cell, and I believe I saw a turbocharge in his hand as well. Scout the land now, going to be used. 3, 4, looks at the top 4. And then we might see a Richter's Tiding again if we're a little lucky. CW Sorin will draw for the Scout the land, no Richter's Tiding, so maybe he just didn't find the card he's looking for. Checking on hand size and then checking his own. And actually just passing the turn. Oh no, he is not passing the turn. He is considering what to play. And I think that's going to be the Richter's Tiding in main phase, interestingly. So, gonna reveal Cloud Striker plus, is that Tempest Downfall? So that's 8, 5 plus 3, very, very strong. +1 for CW. Oh, another +1 with the turbocharge. No acquiescing rejection for Yongkang, no turbocharge on his side, and I think Sorin CW here, like 15 influences or something. Yeah, looks like 15, that's crazy. Here's the Fracturize now onto the power cell from Yongkang. This is also a pretty strong start for him. I think great way to go up to level 1 and be +1 technically. And here's the Xander level 1. Prepared Scout. This is 2. Finds the acquiescing rejection. Puts that right on the top immediately. Says, yeah, I'm going to use that or I won't be able to catch up in influence. But let's see if CW learns from the last game and this time starts using his Just Say No card. Which is his ability to deny this acquiescing rejection from drawing cards in exchange for his own card being negated, which honestly might be worth it. And we'll find out if that's the play from him. The Water Resonance Bauble now going to be used by CW Sorin. I'm not tired. I'm not tired at all, guys. Trust me. CW now going to recollect into a massive hand. And there is the Ardent Cloud Striker now making his way onto the board. The Shifting Currents is facing west, and Yongkang is now a human, no longer a spirit, and that means this Ardent Cloud Striker is gonna come in for a big swing. But Yongkang, acquiescing rejection, yeah sure, you draw 2, I'm gonna deal 7, I think that's worth it. Hopefully he finds that worth it still. Here is going to be that 6 damage, sorry, not 7. 6, not 7. And there's also a Stifling Gyre available for CW, so we might see him use that and call Dungeon Guide. I think might be the right time to do it, and there it is. The Stifling Gyre now makes its way onto the board. Paying 3 here. No Dungeon Guide, I will assume. Pretty obvious choice here for the level 1 deck to just say, yeah, Dungeon Guide's off limits. And there we are. Gonna get that confirmation. Dungeon Guide is indeed off limits. Level 2 Xander now makes its way onto the board. There is a Spalling Cleanse and a Wisdom's Reprise removed. Xander on the stack of the level 2. We're gonna see that card whose name I already forgot, even though I learned it just now. I believe Shattered Hope. It is Shattered Hope. Yep. Alright, I remember. Shattered Hope is gonna be used. It's going to get rid of the... Sorry, it's going to glimpse 1 and draw a card, which is going to be very powerful. And then after that, he also gets to pick the card back up, which is very nice. But Yongkang, no access to Dungeon Guide because of the Stifling Gyre, unless he pays 4, but that is quite a tall ask, I would think. So I think we're just going to see the Nullifying Mirror come out from CW, anticipating Yongkang to play something and go up to level 3 next turn. Here is the Cloud Striker once again, going in for 6 damage. Westman doing his thing. Westman is what they call him in Japan, and there is a second Westman wanting to put Yong Kang into down south man, and we might see another acquiescing rejection here. Would be a bit irritating, I think. But I don't see it in the hand. I see it's just going to be removal, so no problem. I think that's still pretty fine. Engulf was the card, I believe. And then we are just gonna pass back to Yong Kang. Engulf, very good card, of course, from RDO. Negate target non-attack card activation, so you are able to use it on allies as well, which I think is very powerful. For some reason, I thought Engulf was target action, so that is a very big difference. And here now is Zender level 3, revealing 3 Luxem cards. Yong Kang recovers 3. The Westman, best man, is still threatening quite a bit of damage per turn until Yong Kang can remove it. But right now, not an option. Uncover the plot though will show Luxem Sight plus a Gleaming Cut, and allow Yong Kang to once again recover down to 6. So one Westman attack has been negated, basically. But without a Light Weaver's Assault, it's going to be a bit difficult to clear him. He does have Excalibur, so he could Excalibur the Westman, which is a very powerful move as well. Let's see what CW ends up materializing here, because he is going to go for Ventus already, so might be threatening the Tempest Downfall, because we did see him pick one up off of the Victor's Tiding earlier. Just explaining what Ventus does to his opponent, so we're clear. And we haven't seen a Razor Gale hit the board just yet for CW. But here's the Bagua of Cardinal Fate, allows him to draw. And one more time, you're gonna glimpse 3 and draw 1 again. So very powerful card. Putting all the cards that he doesn't want to the bottom. Recollecting and drawing and everything. Paying 2 for a Scout the Land now, which is a skill, so does not trigger Ventus. Which means there is the Excalibur onto the Nullifying Mirror. And he will tap it during his in response. So this turn there's no Cerulean Decrease or anything like that, which I think is fine. Yong Kang will probably just say yeah, okay. But let's see what this Scout the Land results in. CW needs to find 19 points of damage. He has 6 on board with the Cloud Striker. Recollecting, drawing, thinking, and playing. What is the play here? 6 damage again from the Cloud Striker. Goes up to 12 once again. The Nullifying Mirror is removed. And there's another Cloud Striker in the hand of Sorin, but I don't know if he needs that to deal the damage. Here's the Bagua of Cardinal Fate. Once again, no Razor Gale, so not being able to deal damage with all of these cantrips. But still being able to cycle is really good. Here's the 3 visits now going to be used. Recovers nothing, just gonna glimpse 2. Looking for an out, looking for an answer, looking for the way to beat Yong Kang here and now. Because next turn, if Yong Kang draws an extra card, he will be at 10, and that's double Light Weaver range. And you don't want to be there. There's the 4th Bagua of Cardinal Fate. We're looking, we're digging, and I think we found it. The Razor Gale Calling has made its way. Razor Gale Calling and CW answering. We're gonna look for that card now. Put it on the top, draw it off the top. Razor Gale finally found. And how many Tempest Downfalls do we have? I see 2. I think the scary part for CW here then is that if he tries to go for the suppress on the Ardent Cloud Striker, if Yong Kang is able to remove it, he no longer gets the free usage of that Tempest Downfall. But let's go. Here is the Razor Gale Calling now making its way onto the board. Each Tempest Downfall is going to be 4 points of damage. So if there's 3, he's 1 short. Here's the suppression now onto the Ardent Cloud Striker. Is there a response from Yong Kang? He does have 3 incapacitates on the board. Now suppression is going to go through. Here's the first Tempest Downfall coming in for 4. He takes it. Here's another Tempest Downfall coming in for 4. No, here's Cyclical Breeze instead. Cyclical Breeze now coming in for 1 with the Razor Gale, also allowing him to pick this Tempest Downfall back up. Yong Kang again needs to think about whether he's going to use anything, and he's going to incapacitate that. So no Cyclical Breeze for CW. Okay, but the benefit of that is that we have denied Yong Kang some influence by forcing him to use Incapacitate, forcing him to use Excalibur. And while we are hands down, Yong Kang is no longer in the range to do double Lightweaver. And there is another Incapacitate, not allowing any more damage coming in from CW, but 1 point does still come in from the Razor Gale, and we're happy with that. And here comes the Striker. Revealing 1 Luxem Sight, and that's all. Also, Lightweaver Assault doing 2 damage to the face. Just double checking what these cards are. There's an Uncover the Plot, as well as a Dungeon Guide, an Incapacitate, and Shroud Mist as well. So we'll allow him to stealth away from the Ardent Cloud Striker's next attack. But not to worry. I think now that CW does have his Razor Gale, he might be able to deal enough damage. Like Yong Kang again. Just gonna materialize the Lost Providence. He forgot to do it last turn, but has remembered this time. Cloud Striker gonna come in for 6 one more time. Force the Shroud and Mist from Yong Kang. CW is so close to finishing this game off, I think. Just needs 4 damage, and one Tempest Downfall is actually that 4. It is going to be the Shroud and Mist, I think, right now in response. And he will go stealthy. No Incapacitate or anything like that from CW, but if he gets to chain 10 cards, he will also win, and that's the downside of the Kongming version of Razor Gale versus the Arzana, because you do need multiple Razor Gales to really go through your opponent's life total very quickly, whereas Arzana, once you have that Crucible, you go through it like a butter. Here is the Windmill Engineer. Not super useful because that is going to be stealth on this Luxem Xander, but 3 visits now going to be used. 1 card on top, 1 card at the bottom. Grand Crusader's Ring is an option. 17 damage now done to Yong Kang. Can CW find another 8? That is the question. There is a Zephyr now going to be used on the Safeguard Amulet. So trying to get that out of the way. Going to deal the 1 damage first. Zephyr does take out the Safeguard Amulet. Yong Kang not gonna pop it just yet. Ventus Staff of Zephyr is going to be used to suppress the Ardent Cloud Striker. And there is the Tempest Downfall now coming in for 4. 4 damage, not enough yet to win the game. But CW wants to push in as much damage as he can. Here he is going to incapacitate this, I believe. Oh, Topsy Decree instead, putting Spell Shroud onto himself. CW allowing that to happen. And then passing the turn over to Yongkang. The Safeguard Amulet that is restored. The good thing for CW is that he is applying a lot of pressure, but the bad thing is that Yongkang's still going to be able to recover 3 every turn with this Luxem Sight. Also going to be able to do 2. And I think the Ardent Cloud Striker was actually in a bit of danger there because could have used the Lightweaver plus the Uncover to get rid of Ardent Cloud Striker. Now we're gonna Wisdom's Reprise, put a card into our memory, and then also Glimpse. In the opposite order of what I said. 7 cards left in hand for Yongkang. No longer has the Fractal active because he used the Fractal pre-recollection. But we might see Yongkang just uncover and heal some here. That is going to be the case. Oh, recover 6 here. Second Luxem Sight is found, and he also has a Lightweaver's Assault in hand, so can recover 6 at any time again. So very, very difficult position, I think, for CW, because at the end of the day ends. But more importantly, when Luxem Xander just draws a bunch and you're doing only 6 damage per turn, he can recover way too much. And let's not forget that CW has used a majority, I think 3 out of his 4 Tempest Downfalls already. There's a Scatter Essence going to be used to imbue this Windmill Engineer. Here's Topsy Decree now going to be used as well to prevent any more damage from this Razor Girl Calling. 1 damage with this Windmill Engineer. And then we're going to pass turn. And let's see right here, right now, can CW chain 9 cards on the stack of the Safeguard Amulet? And can one of those cards be Tempest Downfall? Can he find it? Can he find the 4th one? And Prisoner Star Receptor for Yongkang. We're going to see if he taps out. Puts his hands down in order to use this Prisoner Star Receptor. His hands is already down, actually. So 5 cards in the memory. No cards in the hand. Topsy Decree. And then the Luxem Xander effect now showing 2 Luxem Sights and 2 Lightweaver's Assaults. So champion takes 2. So 2 Luxem Sights and 1 Lightweaver's Assault, sorry. And he goes down to 9 damage again. So plus 1 damage from the previous turn because of this Cloud Striker and the Windmill Engineer. But still, net negative damage counters, all things considered. Here's the Luxeris map now going to be banished, and I'm going to assume that's going to be the Lightweaver's Assault, because with 1 in memory, 1 in hand, that 1 plus 1 makes 2. And that means CW maybe has 1 turn left in this game to try and finish off Yongkang. And he does have this Purifying Turbo on the board, but wasn't able to use it. Maybe forgot about it. 3 Visit is now going to be used during the end step of Yongkang to glimpse some more cards. Not able to find anything too fancy. Now, wake up. What is the materialization for CW? Because this is a pretty scary spot, all things considered. Might just be a Draw Regalia, something like the Fan of 7 Depths. And that is going to be the choice. Fan of 7 Depths here. And let's see what depth can be used. Reclaim is going to be eaten. And here is a Fan of 7 Depths. Trigger, now Purifying Turbo, going to be used. Yongkang just gonna banish 3 cards for fun. Doesn't really matter at this stage. We'll get rid of a Acrobatic Sing Rejection, Business Reprise, and a Topsy Decree. CW going to swing 6 into champion again, putting Yongkang at 16. And with the Windmill, that will be 17. Here's a Shroud in Mist one more time. Once again, denying this Ardent Cloud Striker from going in for lethal. And Yongkang remember, has 2 Luxem sites, so will be pushing quite a bit of damage. Here's another Razor Gale though. So CW has doubled his damage output with Razor Gale calling, but it may not be enough. And that might be all she wrote, folks. There's the Tariff Ring from Yongkang, running out of things to materialize. Prisoner's Fire Scepter putting down 3 more cards into the memory. And the Safeguard Amulet is still on the board. CW going to reveal, Yongkang going to reveal his memory now for the effect of the Luxem Xander champion. CW considering what he wants to do in response to the reveal, because after this reveal, he will not be able to do anything. So first things first. Allows it to just happen, so no response, and there is the 4 Luxem cards that we mentioned. It has gone up to 5. There is a 3rd Luxem site, and that means Yongkang is going to heal 9, and that is not okay for CW. Heal 9 now, and there we have it. That is going to be 8 cards total, and I think that also means that's going to be double Lightweaver Assault here. CW is going to have to eat that. I think there is a bit of a judge call, not sure. But yep, that is the 8th card, and that is the 9th. And that is going to be double Lightweaver's Assault for game, because CW's hand is totally down. He doesn't have a Safeguard Amulet or anything like that. And I think that means curtains for CW, although he tried his best to stall out and find lethal. Yongkang just double incapacitate, double shroud and miss, and it is what it is. That is how the cookie crumbles for CW, I think, in today's Celestial Showdown. And that means no infinite scintillation. Or is there an out? Is there a way? Is there a way to not give up? And Yongkang actually doesn't send the double Lightweaver's Assault here. And so 3 visits will come in for 2 damage. One must imagine CW happy as he rolls this boulder up and up and up again. This boulder that we call Luxem Xander. Yongkang in basically no danger ever of dying in the current state of the game. The CW choosing not to materialize anything here. Tariff Ring is going to be played, not allowing this Ardent Cloud Striker to go in for 6 again for free. But is that enough? Here is Cyclical Breeze. Cyclical Breeze now available for CW. We'll be able to pick up that Tempest Downfall. The ones that he's tried to use so many times but has been denied by the Incapacitate. We will see what his play is going to be. No swings allowed under the law of the Tariff Ring. The cute bunny DTR Tariff Ring. And CW, I think he sees the writing on the wall. He's a little bit worried, but can he pull a miracle? Can he pull a win out of this hopeless looking situation? He's gone for a full pass. Yongkang going to use a Portentous Tangu to put some cards into memory. Luxem Xander review only showing 4 cards. That's going to be 1 Luxem Sight and 2 Lightweaver's Assaults. Only forcing 3 cards down for CW. 4 cards down, sorry. I guess the last card was the Excalibur. Oh no, 3 cards down. 4 cards down? 4 cards down. So now Yongkang passing the turn. Once again, hands up. Not worried about losing here. Kind of just holding CW to try and push lethal. Trying to say initiative is on CW to do things, and Yongkang will just happily poke 4 damage with Light Weaver's Assault for 4 turns, and that will push CW over the edge. And I wonder what is in CW's material deck that he's not materializing anything. It could be the Null Lantern, and it could be the other 2 baubles, I suppose. The game has gone a bit too long for a level 1 deck to really come back into this, and right now there are 12 minutes left on the clock and CW is still 0-1 down in this game. So let's see what is going to be the case. Now, Ardent Cloud Striker coming in for 6. 1 more damage from the Windmill Engineer. And third Razor Gale now on the board. CW once again threatening more and more damage. The Safeguard Amulet still on the board though for Yongkang. And there is the Excalibur on one of the existing Razor Gales. So only 1 ping. Also, sorry, 2 pings, but it will stay at 2 pings. A very favorable trade, I feel, for Yongkang. 2 cards for 1 card. And CW passing the turn now. Last card in the mat deck is Censor of Restful Peace. Is there a 3 visits in the graveyard? There is not. So doesn't really mean much here. But Yongkang will play a Exploit Vulnerability to put cards down into his memory. And now, I think we're gonna finally see him pull the trigger. He's already put 8 damage counters onto CW. CW gonna take another 1 from the Juggle Knives. I think he has the hand for it now. I would think. I don't know what CW has to answer when he won't have any cards left in his hand. CW, if he wants to pull the trigger, he needs to do it right here, right now. But I don't think it's possible. Even if he does the Veiling Breeze, Yongkang will then be able to either incapacitate it or just allow it to resolve and then not shoot the Light Weaver's Assault. 5 Luxem cards means CW has 1 card in hand. Also recovers 9. Luxem Xander. Oh no, we've done 4 damage more. 4 damage more to CW, putting him at 13. And this means even a single Light Weaver's Assault is probably enough to finish this game off. We're just counting how many cards in hand. Is there 3 visits? Is there anything left? Can we guarantee a 1,000,000% win on this final game? Here's the double Light Weaver's Assault, and we are gonna call that for the day. That is going to be Luxem Xander taking the 2-0 win over this Wind Razor Gale Kongming, and CW, although he brought her to 4-1-2 at the Celestial Showdown, was not able to convert the final game into a regional invite. And just maybe a little bit unfortunate, this matchup seems abysmal for the Kongming, even though he stuck the Ardent Cloud Striker, even though he had a second one, just not able to finish the game off. And this water version of the Luxem Xander, even more obnoxious maybe than than the fire version, because of how much interaction you have, and also all the ways you can go +1 with the Acquiescing Rejection, with the... I think that's the main thing actually, but Shroud and Miss is also very useful. You have Fracturize on your backup charger, Power Cell, so still I think very, very powerful deck for sure. Very, very happy to... I'm sure Yongkang is very, very happy to lock in that invite today at in Singapore, and also prepare for the following nationals in Southeast Asia. And if he wants to go for any of the other nationals as well, he will not be able to use that Southeast Asian invite, but maybe if he has an Ascent invite or another wildcard invite, he can use those instead. That being said, that was round 8 of Swiss at the RDO Celestial Showdown, hosted by Apex Players Guild and Glimpse 6. Thank you one and all again for coming down to the stream, watching. If you're here in the venue, of course, thank you for coming down and attending the event. If you have any feedback, of course, make sure to leave it to the organizers. And if you have feedback for my casting, feel free to leave me a DM on X or on Discord as well. That being said, it was a great event. It is now 8:30 p.m. We are going to go into the prize ceremony in a little bit. And if you are watching at home, then thank you so much for coming down and for enjoying the event and the stream. I think we've seen a lot of great high quality games and a lot of interesting decks as well. I look forward to the remaining RDO season events, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.